Doooovid here with the Church of Entropy for another round of Thursday night debate prep. Because last Friday I had my debate in Theology Unleashed out of New Zealand with Josh Wolf, who hosted it with Ben Watkins. It was very nice, and I made a flowchart of the debate. So we're going to get to in-depth analyze the arguments and see how well-formed arguments, logical ideas are structured, and how you actually have a debate conversation as opposed to talking past each other, where the statements are relevant directly to what the other person said, to building up a larger knowledge structure, and then maybe into even how debates are scored and in general. So I spoke with a few people. Forex Shark possibly might come on. I gave the link to Ben and Arjun, although I'm not sure if either of them are coming on. And it looks like Jennifer is her appearance on Modern Day Debate should be a go for tomorrow night. It was postponed from last week, so hopefully we're going to review my debate with Ben Watkins, and then we're going to go into a little direct preparation for Jennifer's debate. And did you also book an appearance for JF? Is that already next week?
Yeah, it looks like he wants to start slowly reintroducing guests on his show, because he sort of did a bit of a hiatus from having guests for a while, but he's going to have me on his alternate streaming platform, Odyssey. So that's the 2nd of June
which is next week, Wednesday.
PM. I believe it's at 7 p.m.
And that's next week, Wednesday.
There we go. So
it's unlikely.
We are locked and loaded for that. We're going to be reviewing that link I sent you for an 18-page paper that I haven't finished reviewing yet, but so far it's not looking too promising, because they haven't defined, and this is an issue with a lot of scientific publications, like haven't really defined the term they're trying to theorize about. Like what is information? Like, how do I know that something is information as opposed to something else that isn't information? So that will be interesting, I think, to sort of go through the process of establishing what makes a good theory versus what's just really speculation.
Yes, hopefully we'll take a look at that, and I guess we won't be able to have a prep show for. I mean, we could do one on your channel or something next Tuesday night if you want before, and then maybe we'll even do another Thursday night debate prep next week if the appearance is worthy or there's something coming up.
Well, if it turns into a debate, which I doubt that it will, because the last time it turned into a debate between us, it didn't really last very long. So probably will be more of a discussion, but we can nevertheless examine the points that were made and validity of the points and possible future strategy for conveying certain salient points to the theory.
Yeah, information theory is very important, and it's related to, I've covered parts of it in multiple truth hypothesis, and part of multiple truth hypothesis is this elusive concept of what information is. But so that's exciting. It's a big topic, and so
Shannon information has to do with signal processing. So it's about signal fidelity. It's about reproducing a signal accurately. And that's where the Shannon information comes in, because it's a question of like, well, how much are you losing in compression, basically?
Yeah, so
that's not really what I think of as information, because that's what I think of as data. So if you want to say that data is the same as information, why not just call it data? Because to me, information is literally that. It's stuff about the form, not about the function or the contents, and data is the contents.
Yeah, so we'll probably save that for week in review, and it's probably not necessarily relevant debate prep. So stick largely to topic of debate prep then. So I guess you want to cover my debate with Ben Watkins first?
Yeah, it's probably best if we just screen share your document. And then we can go over your points. Because it was interesting, like by the time it got to the sort of wrap-up part, it seemed like both of your evidences would be evidence that I would consider supporting my theory. So it's funny that you guys didn't agree, but cited evidence that wasn't necessarily contradictory. That was sort of the biggest issue I had with that debate, is that it was difficult to really say where you disagreed, because there was so much sort of empty verbiage and not enough axiomatic assertions.
Yeah, I mean, I have to mention, because good debate is good prep, and like I did tell Arjun already when he did it that me and Ben should probably map out the debate and how we're going to do it, and we really didn't do it until really just a few minutes before the debate that we didn't really speak with each other. And then Arjun came on the debate prep show the night before, and we just kind of like briefly talked about like who was going to go first, and even thought I was going to go first, and then it worked out differently. So he didn't put a bunch of prep into it. I put some thought into it, like preparation into it, but I watched some of Ben's stuff, but it wasn't structured enough, where it wasn't well enough known beforehand what we were actually talking about, and I didn't have a chance to speak to Ben. And I said I would have actually forwarded my arguments beforehand, or given my arguments, seeing for a good structure. So it was probably a mediocre performance, and it's good to have content, and good performances take a lot of work. And so what I did here is just rewatching the debate is a basic flow. And I have here, I typed up, and it took me even a few hours to do. So, even just doing this is quite a bit of work. And, generally, if you were competitive or in school, I still play competitive chess. And you look at this compared to like studying chess, studying openings or something like that. And like, there's not really a big prize for winning at chess. And, to study it and to care enough takes a lot of mental effort. And I do it basically because I like producing the mental effort. So, really constructing out ideas, flowing debates, going over flows of debates is probably one of the most critical things to actually being good at debate. If you want to be good at debate, you really have to be able to do this. And so, you could see here I have Ben in blue and Doooovid in red. And, here's Ben's opening mind body, where he goes over the mind body problem. He talks about the 4 claims, where one of them must be false, the inconsistent tetrad, which is that the mind is not physical, the body is physical. So I'm not going to read this on here because I have I printed it out to type it up, because I don't expect people to be able to read my handwriting so well in this kind of like fast and even notational. And there's methods for being able to quickly write in point form and understanding in the structure of mind, and even like chunking memory techniques might get more into it. But just see that the Ben here has explanatory of the inconsistent tetrad, then a little definitions on dualism and monism and substance dualism, and then his own systems of axioms. And I have my opening, and then in a regular debate, it would be more point by point, where that you would see that of the points he made, I would be directly attacking them. But it really wasn't a debate in the structure; it was more a conversation. So it was hard to flow and kind of like a branch type, like chess analysis variation where I was making direct points off of what he put forward in this way, because we didn't talk about it beforehand or prepare, structure it like that. So, and Josh was kind of a weak moderator. I mean, he was there, but he basically, structure was to basically just let us do it, talk on our own. So, just have Doovid asking Ben questions, then Ben asking Doovid questions, and then, got down to the bottom, and I went on the bottom of the paper. And then after that is questions from Josh, the moderator, put in yellow. And then your COE, question from Josh, question from Brute Force, the podcast, Arjun, and Claire. And, so that's a basic flow, and it's messy, and it's meant to be done to fit everything on one page of paper. And in Hebrew, in Talmudic Pilpul, they call it, I think it's Aramaic, the Shakavataria. And it basically means the question and an answer. But, okay, so it looks like Michael may not be coming on tonight. But the logical structure of an argument, that you could clearly understand who says what are the different opinions, and what is the reasoning behind the various opinions. So, I mean, it is kind of like Talmudic Pilpul, but the flowing method, I'll have to look into it more, but it's probably like a modern American. I don't even think it's academic. It may have been developed by like PhDs, but it may have been more just a method that people in competitive debate in America have used. But the value in understanding arguments is why I'm showing it here. So we got Samish in the chat. Welcome. You could join also. So do you want to say anything, Jennifer?
So far, so good. I might suggest displaying only one page at a time, because right now I'm having trouble reading, so I'm guessing the audience can't read that either.
Yeah, so I'll make it bigger. So you see here, just from the bigger, Ben in red, Doovid in green. So you have Ben's opening, Ben's postulates, Doovid's opening, then the Q&A. With if Doovid asking Ben, the green to red, and if Ben asking Doovid, the red to green, and Josh or the other people in different colors. And so let me figure out how to change the layout here.
Bottom right, there's a button to increase the magnification. There you go.
Okay, is this really clear?
Yeah, I can definitely read that. So if anybody in the audience can't see that, will you please let us know? As far as I can tell, it's good.
Okay, so Jennifer left to monitor the chat, or if anyone says anything interesting. Okay, so
Samish said he thinks the moderator should have defined the parameters of the debate and set the premises of each presenter position, and see to it that the issues are debated within the parameters. I'm inclined to agree with this. I think it's more satisfying when there's the appearance of fairness, whether fairness is actually possible in the first place. But it's nice if it's like a fair fight versus, the ant versus the anteater type fight.
Yeah, I mean, really, we weren't ready for a debate.
Probably.
I mean, we were, so it was just more a conversation. I mean, you could have billed it as a debate, but it really wasn't a debate. So it was more a conversation that was hyped as a debate. And if it was an under expectation in performance, it was largely due to lack of preparation and whatever drama that Arjun got in with Jennifer that he wasn't able to come on Week in Review and plan it out. Proper planning prevents poor performance. And
didn't he come on the show after you talked to him? What was the order of it? Because I thought you went on a show, then he came on our show. Because he wasn't even involved in this debate we're talking about right now. It was the other moderator guy. Forget his name. Sorry.
I've been speaking to him for a few months, so
Okay.
he didn't have to come on Week in Review, and he had, I guess even though he's in New Zealand, he for whatever reason, him and Jennifer had issues, and didn't get along that great. But I was saying
it's because we're making the same claim essentially, and I'm more right, and so it's upsetting.
Yeah, I
mean, it's not the first Hindu.
I don't need your analysis of his motives. If you want to tell me your motives, maybe that's interesting, but I have zero interest in your analysis of his motives.
I didn't say anything about his motives.
If I wanted to know his motives, I would ask him. I don't need to know your opinion on his motives.
I didn't say anything about his motives. I said it was just a point of fact that when two people make the same claim and only one of them's right, there's going to be some bad feelings. That's not a claim about a motive. But
whatever reason, proper planning prevents poor performance, and whatever reason we didn't do proper planning. I've been speaking to him for a few months already on Facebook, and even just on offline internet calls, and I had already scheduled the debate, and then so I mentioned Week in Review, and he came on Week in Review, and I guess he sounded like he enjoyed it because he stayed on for 3 hours. But then somehow there was some sort of beef where you and him didn't like each other anymore, and he didn't want to work with you or something like that. And whatever.
Well, I think it started when he said I was wrong, and then I said, basically, how dare you say I'm wrong? And then I just dug my heels in there, and it was over because.
Yeah, so you two just
I always
weren't
have
really
the
working
stronger
together.
Position. I can put my foot down anytime, but I always have the stronger position.
So it's not Doooovid's style. So, I mean, that's Jennifer's style. That's the way she dealt with it, and that's fine. She's a grown woman; she could deal with it how she wants. But that's not Doooovid's style. So, despite Jennifer and Arjun's inability to get along with each other, I was still speaking with Arjun, on Facebook and various things, but he wasn't able to come on Week in Review. And then the debate prep thing, he called in. But it looked like Ben didn't, whatever. I mean, I guess Arjun's not buddies with Ben. He's in, they're thousands of miles apart. But there wasn't that much preparation put into it. Maybe Ben did some preparation. I'm not sure. He may have just, given a generic performance because he does this quite often and is a regular podcaster. And I just did my regular research. If it was more clear, the structure, and I don't even think Arjun knows the technicality of debate really to even talk about how we should have structured it. So even just discussing the format and structure of a debate, and I mentioned JF also I forwarded my arguments before the debate, largely a few days before, and we talked before for the structure, so it was at least reasonably clear. And I did that. I was able. So I mean, Ben's a smart guy. Josh is a smart guy. So we're able to quarterback to make a good show and how to structure it and the basic points that we wanted to cover and how we should go about it, and relatively stuck to that. So that is important. But I'm saying if we had done that 2 or 3 weeks ago, then we could have really prepared arguments directly for each other. So I'm hearing his postulates at the first time, so it's going to be hard for me to give a structured rebuttal to a surprise postulates. And so sometimes if you're doing a high school competitive debate, and you want to win, it's like a chess opening, you play some surprise opening, so you give some surprise argument so the guy can't prep for it. And sometimes also blood sports, but generally you want two personalities that know what each other are talking about, that have lots of material, and maybe published authors, and it's well known, and the people could give good preparation for the arguments. And also, I think Ben had a better understanding of the Western academic terminology for how to frame this. So I was just have a conversation, and see how he frames this, and then, at least for strategy purpose, at least to some extent, to be able to phrase my arguments within Ben's terminology that I think might be more indicative of what you're going to find in academia in the West.
Yeah. Do you want to start going through these propositions?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I agree that those are inconsistent. But it's not clear to me where he went from there. Like, did he actually strike one off as the incorrect one, or?
Well, we kind of did it where it really wasn't a debate at all. I mean, saying like it was more kind of like an instruction, teaching, back and forth, where you had two different schools presenting two different sides of a way to understand an issue. So it really wasn't capable of being flowed in a way that a proper debate was, because we weren't really tit for tat arguing with each other. It was more giving general framework. So just Ben's style for how he opened up, he, for the explanatory purpose, called the inconsistent tetrad of four claims where one must be false. The mind is not physical, the body is physical, the mind and body interact, and interaction is impossible. So from my perspective, and we'll get to the Q&A part where he asked me, that interaction didn't seem that big of a problem. The interaction problem, I didn't even really heard of it. So like I read it, I mean, like I was familiar with the idea, but where he said his main argument was basically the interaction problem. And if
that's the hard problem of consciousness. How does the mind create the body, or what's the causal link between mind and body, essentially? That's the same thing as the hard problem of consciousness. So I don't even think that these four claims are themselves valid, because the term physical is not defined. For example, are photons physical?
Well, he's going to get to later to kind of his saying on a similar thing. I guess he is a nuclear engineer or a mechanical engineer, but works in nuclear. But yeah, I disagree with this framing, but it's some sort of general framing in these. It's a proper structure of a logical argument, but the definition of terms really needs to be reduced, and even mind and so if we had a more, you have to spend large amounts of time on definition of terms. So I saw the guest the other day had huge like PowerPoints and definitions, the one that he had on the night after me. So he lays it out like that. And so what he's going to reject is that the mind is not physical. That's the one that he's going to say is false. And
without defining what physical means. Bit frustrating.
Yeah, and then for my perspective, it would be interaction is impossible. And then he talks about, he gave definitions like dualism, monism, substance dualism, Cartesian dualism. Jennifer in the chat had I think I even
is that the one you got the screen grab of?
Yeah, let me pull that up.
Yeah, I started giving a lecture in the chat. I just thought it would be helpful. I was totally into it. I was just a little sad because if the axioms aren't defined at the beginning, I can't follow much. Like I can listen to the odd logical train, but it's always sort of like if the axioms are just dangling in the void, then I don't know how to rank the assertions in the order of validity or truth or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about how consistent and coherent his system is, and I didn't go too much into attacking his system. I guess I was more in a preaching mode than trying to, destroy, Benjamin's worldview. So here, it was just a screenshot, Jennifer there in the chat, Normally, dualism arises in the context of causality. If you think causality could be fully predicted by materialism, you're a non-dualist. If you think the material is dictated by the extra material, you're a causal dualist. If you believe the universal is comprised of space-time events to the exclusion of all others, you're a matter non-dualist. If you believe something created space-time events that is not space-time events, you are a matter dualist. To define non-dualism or dualism, you have to posit your universal, i.e. matter causality. Orthodox interpretation has to do with how God interacts with matter, but let's forget about that. And so, but some nice, kind of definitions. You see how complicated it is and how many
like even causality itself is a type of dualism, because there's a dualism between causes and effects. So as long as you're insisting that causes are unequal to their effects, that's dualism, because you're saying, well, there's two parts to it. Something is either a cause or an effect, and that's my axiom. So you're axiomatizing a distinction, and namely between causes and effects.
Yeah, so he mentions here the interaction problem, which I guess Jennifer's right. It's a parallel to the hard problem of consciousness, but just saying that if there's a material and spiritual realm, how do they interact? And so
this is the hardest question in the entire world. So I mean, to sort of hand wave any aspect of this question, I think is an error, because it's not clear. Is it? If it was clear, we would already agree. There'd be no debate whatsoever, instead of people just trying to push things into the domain of, well, that's just, I'm not going to define my axiom. I'm going to say physical because that's sort of a catch-all. But then what is the dualism? If you're saying something's physical, that implies that there's such a thing as something that's non-physical. What is that? Is it spiritual? What's the nature of this distinction between physical and non-physical? Because that really does make a huge difference. Like what I said before, as to whether photons are physical is going to change completely your result if you say yes or no on that.
Yeah, and in reality, I largely created the multiple truth hypothesis specifically to be able to create a framework to answer that. And then he also mentions the pairing problem, and Leibniz, saying Cartesian. These are historical arguments that the greatest minds argued for generations. And the pairing problem is, if there are specific soul entities that don't exist in the material realm, how are they paired with specific material bodies? And then obviously Jennifer's theories and like Penrose Hameroff. So there are reasons why that's so interesting. But the general pairing problem is ancient in origin and quite straightforward. So that was his philosophical framework. So it's Ben's actual postulates for his ontology.
Just to be clear here, pairing problem is, how does consciousness pair to matter, right? Like, how does the mind pair to the body? That's how do they synchronize together? That's what that means?
No, that's the interaction problem. Pairing problem is how do you? I mean, I'm pretty sure you could look it up, Google it. The interaction is how does the so to say spiritual, the dualist usually historically, if you want to say mind body. So here he's using the term mind body. So how does the mind, if it's a different substance from body, physical and non-physical, interact? So the pairing is assuming if there's a singular, Doooovid and Jennifer, but the Doooovid and Jennifer exist in another non-physical realm, what keeps Doooovid paired with Doooovid and Jennifer paired with Jennifer?
Oh,
and,
okay.
And why can't like spirits and souls, flip around? What keeps them paired together?
What keeps them binded to themselves? Type of thing. Like, why don't you just wake up one morning as me? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, what if it's a separate entity, that whatever makes you isn't in the physical realm, then what keeps you paired with you? Why can't
Okay,
you just
got it.
be part of something else any next period? If it's what makes you you isn't in the physical realm, then what keeps you paired with your physical body?
Why don't you, for an example, because I noticed this was a little bit of one of your not as strong points, why don't you explicitly state Penrose's model in terms of dualism?
Because that's not how he understands his own model.
Well,
that's
who
what
cares?
I'm saying. Like when I'm promoting, like Kevin McDonald's Jewish evolutionary.
Actually,
strategy.
I don't think that's true. I think he admitted, I forget the word he used, but he did define it as a certain type of dualism. I forget the word, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's probably what Ben's talking about. Which
so
is
are you saying you can't do that? Or are you saying you just don't want to? Because I don't know why you wouldn't want to. This is what we're doing. We're breaking down arguments and looking at their axioms.
Yeah, I'm saying that that Penrose's argument, if I'm going to say his argument, I'm going to say my understanding of his argument. I'm not going to, try to combine and synthesize it with my ideas. So saying this is what I think he's trying to say.
I'm not suggesting you synthesize it with your ideas. I'm suggesting that you break his argument down in the language of dualism. So causal wise,
I could do that.
He
and saying like, if there was someone interested in how I thought.
No, I think you should just be able to do it just like that, because that's where like you're super good at a lot of aspects of debate, but that's where you falter, is not being able to list out someone else's argument in clear steps to quickly get to the conclusion, because that's required to be able to defeat a false position. You have to know it. So
I would only do that through preparation.
Well, that's why I'm saying to do it right now. I'm saying as an example.
This is why we have Thursday night debate preppers. Like
that's what we're doing right now.
Chess openings. You don't know them unless you study them. There is no magic. People might tell you there's magic, but no. If you don't do the prep, you're not going to know it. There's no other possibility.
Yeah. So is it a dualism or a non-dualism for mind and body?
Well, I'm saying I have the multiple truth.
I'm talking about Hameroff's position. I know what your position is. I'm asking you to tell me what Hameroff's position is, because this is a very important part of debate.
Well, I want to get through my flow of the Friday night debate, and I don't see what talking about Hameroff's theory has to do. I briefly mentioned it, but I don't see what that's related to what I'm trying to do right now.
It's to give you practice. I'm still in debating.
Well,
that's all it is.
I don't need your debate coaching. I'm the debate coach. I'm teaching you something of flowing, and my exact point is, saying like, no, Doovid's the debate coach. Jennifer's not the debate coach. I'm saying she's a relatively good debater, but I'm teaching. That's why I'm teaching you this flowing, because here you have Jennifer talking about something that basically has very little to do with the current flow and structure. I'm still
we're going over the flow and structure, and we're correcting it.
Ben's introduction and postulates, and Jennifer's trying to coach me on how to better put forward some argument that was hardly even put forward in this debate. And so that's called the Shakvataria, if you're Talmudic, the logical structure. So if someone was watching this, and they're looking, what the hell is Jennifer talking about? Trying to help Doovid structure Penrose Hameroff's argument in a dualistic system have to do with Doovid trying to go over the flow of the Friday night debate. And
what does a model of consciousness have to do with models of consciousness? I can't fathom.
Well, because you don't have a logical flow of thought. That when you talk, you might say logical things, but they don't really flow one to the next in pointing something up. You're just like, oh, we're in the middle of doing something important, and you're just like, oh, this popped to my head and it's important, so let's do it now. And so if you were trying to write, we take it off. I got Ben here. Oh, so welcome, Ben. So I say if you were trying to logically.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Ben.
Oh, sweet. Jennifer, very nice to meet you.
Yeah,
You
Jennifer's going to
too.
be on Modern Day Debates tomorrow, and
Awesome.
I'm glad you came. I was trying to turn it into kind of like a tutorial on how to flow a debate and structure arguments, and then
So
Jennifer
I
wanted
guess I've
to.
been listening for probably about 10 minutes now or so, and I think y'all both bring up some really good points. So Jennifer, for one, really wants to hone in on the definitions of things like physical and non-physical, and I think that's exactly right. I think that we have to be clear about what we mean here. Otherwise, that inconsistent tetrad can be misleading. And so I'm almost certain that I didn't give enough background data onto those definitions, which is certainly my fault because a big part of philosophy is just being clear about the terms that we have. And so I think Jennifer asked the question, like, is a quark or an electron or a photon physical? And so yes, I think that would. So what characterizes something non-physical and something physical is that if something's physical, it can be described entirely in third-person terms. So we don't have to make reference to the subjective
Whoa,
I
whoa,
or the
whoa, 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 whoa. That's a huge leap.
huge leap. What do you mean?
You're saying if it can be defined in third person terms, then it's
Yeah, third-person terms. So like I don't
so
have to make
that's
reference.
not lots of terms are anthropomorphic even in the third person. So
That's a
I
very fair point.
like what you're trying to do. Ultimately, there's an issue here. I'll explain to you the issue as I understand it. Okay, so you get people who these people don't have a background in science. So God bless them. I don't blame them as individuals for their errors. Okay, but basically, if you want to say something is non-physical, that's asserting a negative. Do you understand what that means?
Well, I'm an atheist, so yes.
So asserting a negative as an axiom is actually a debate fallacy, because in order for a negation to there's more than one type of negative. So to assert a negative already implies a metaphysical structure. And if you don't make your metaphysical structure explicit, you're not cheating, but you're not really playing with a full deck. So here's the issue. People want to say something is non-physical, and I'll say, okay, well, what distinguishes the physical from the non-physical? What's the causal relationship between the non-physical and the physical? And how can we establish the existence of either one? So
Awesome.
it's largely a question that sort of caves in on itself. It sort of suggests that
I think that's the exact right
physicality
question. So this is super
physicality
exciting.
is not a good axiom. So the way I do it is I separate it into two categories: massive and non-massive, because that's
Massive
actually
and
something I can
non-massive.
easily do. I can easily do that. I can say, okay, well, Doovid's body is massive, but his mind is non-massive, because according to my theory, the mind is a photonic quantum computer and photons are massless. That's completely consistent. But when people are saying something's physical as opposed to something else, here's the real point I want to zero in on here, is if you want to say stuff is physical as opposed to non-physical, let's say spiritual, that's actually not enough information, because you're not actually telling us anything about the metaphysics. Like, how does the non-physical and the physical interact, which again collapses back to the hard problem of consciousness. So it seems like for a lot of these types of lines of inquiry, we run up against the hard problem of consciousness in some form or another. So that I just wanted to sort of bring that point to the fore, because I think it's something a lot of people want to wallpaper over. And that's sort of what happened in the Doooovid debate, where I don't know if he knew that that's what he was doing, but like the other guy he was talking to didn't really make his position clear enough. Like, I wouldn't be able to argue against that guy's position because I still don't quite know what it is.
So there's a lot of really good stuff here. So the distinction that I'm trying to draw between the physical and the non-physical is super important, and that brings us right back to the inconsistent tetrad. So if we're saying that the body is a physical thing, that's one of the claims of the inconsistent tetrad. The body is a physical thing. So what do we mean by that claim? And so I would say that we mean by that claim that we can describe the body in entirely third-person terms. I don't have to appeal to what it's like to have a body in order to say that the body is physical. There's no particular fact about me or about anyone that makes it the case that the body is physical. Now, we have to contrast this with another side of the coin, the mind side of this coin, because in the inconsistent tetrad, another one of the claims is that mind is non-physical. So you raised an issue of, well, if something is non-physical, well, that's a negative claim. So there's going to be some metaphysical assumptions in there that we need to flesh out if we're going to be playing with a full deck, like you say. And so
wait, is this the guy that you debated, Doovid? Are you the guy?
Yeah,
oh, so I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were the guy. My apologies. I get stuck in my own head sometimes.
Again, very
I
nice
hope
to meet
you're
you,
not
Jennifer.
hurt by the criticism.
Not at all.
I hope you're not hurt by the
all.
criticism. Yeah, people say I'm a little too harsh, but my intentions are. I do want people to have a better understanding.
You're absolutely wonderful, and I think you're asking the exact right questions. And so, we'll just ignore what those other people say. Okay. So with the mind, I think the case is that in order for, when we say that the mind is non-physical, what are we saying here? We're saying that there's that mind has this property, this what it's like to be mind property. So there's a fact of the matter of what it's like to eat strawberries, or what it's like to experience an orgasm, or what it's like to fall in love, or what it's like to solve a difficult problem. So these are qualitative facts that we can't fully cash out in non-physical terms. So if someone were to say strawberries taste like XYZ, there's not a physical term that we can put for XYZ there. If someone didn't know what it was like to taste a strawberry,
because strawberry is an irreducibly complex entity, right?
Well, the experience of eating the strawberry, the taste, the actual, like the experience that you take. So when you eat a blueberry, it's a different experience than if you eat strawberry.
Yeah, so I would say that's
obviously
because
know
they
that
both have irreducible attributes. Like, I don't know, Doovid, if this is the direction you want to take this conversation. So, Doovid, if this is not where you want to be going, just hop in.
Fair enough. But this is what you were characterizing as the hard problem of consciousness. So the hard problem of consciousness is, how can we explain these mental events, these mental states, in entirely non-physical terms? And it doesn't seem like we can. So that's the hard problem of consciousness. Whereas if we accept that there's these physical bodies and these non-physical minds, and we can't reduce this non-physical what it's likeness of mind to physics, the question becomes, well, how do they interact with each other? So if something physical is extended in space and time, then that's how it causally interacts with things, and non-physical things are not extended in space and time. Well,
the strawberry doesn't exist in space and time. The strawberry is a pure form.
The what it's like to eat a strawberry. You're right. It doesn't seem like that's something that's a fact that's in space and time. I can't bump into the taste of strawberry. I can't cut open the top of your head. And
irreducible things are apart from space and time.
Yeah.
I call them archetypes. So you'd have a strawberry archetype that's irreducible because there's no way to construct it from any other archetype.
I think that's perfectly fair. So then the question arises: how do these non-physical, irreducible archetypes causally interact with these physically reducible archetypes like mine?
So are you a Platonist? Because Plato believed that essentially the super material dictates the material, and that the material unfolds from the super material.
So Platonism is going to be something separate from this discussion, though I would say that I am a Platonist in some sense, in the sense that I think there are universals. So I think there are these things called abstract objects, like the number 6, or like the shape of a triangle. I think these are real universals and that we can have true claims about these things. However, I don't think that abstract objects stand in any causal relations. So this is not going to be a very good candidate for something like mind, because we want to say that mind does causally interact with the world. You know, I have an experience that I'm thirsty. That's a mental event. And my body gets up and goes and gets a glass of water and drinks the water and ends meet my state of being thirsty. So it seems like mind and brain really do interact, whereas something like the number 6 doesn't causally interact with anything. Triangles, like, you know, the pure facts about triangles, they don't bump around into anything or causally interact in the world. So I don't think a Platonic view of mind is going to help us here, because that would require us to deny that the mind and the brain causally interact. And
No, it
that's an
wouldn't.
intuition.
It would mean that the mind causes the body.
Yeah, I
But-
think Ben you're missing. I mean, from a debate perspective, that's why it's a debate. But I mean, me and Jennifer both come from schools that at least claim to have a comprehensive, so to say, dualistic or monistic
Metaphysics.
Sure.
metaphysics
And you're gonna say
how
that
the
mind and
physical
brain
derives from the
causally interact.
spiritual.
Yeah.
That I mean, the Kabbalists, the Vedic scholars explain very clear systems of how the material derives from the spiritual. You know, the Kabbalists use the expression the garments of the soul being thought, speech, and action, and how thought derives from the spiritual realm and slowly becomes clothed in emotion, or speech leading to action in some sort of processed way. And you could argue, you say Kabbalah is a false system, or it's a construct. And then, empirically, you say, what can we agree on? We could agree on phenomenon, like we could agree about thought, we could agree about ideas, and we could somewhat agree that okay, in my conception, when we say triangle or 6, we both agree that we're talking about the same thing. However, when I say it, I think that that's an event that occurs in the spiritual realm, and you think that that's an event that occurs in the physical realm. And then, for a debate or provability, that to some extent, it's an ancient debate. It's going to be hard to even set up an experiment or test to say, where did that event occur? And that we mentioned that in our debate about the neurocorrelates of consciousness, that the event when you said this idea, there was a neural correlate that something appeared in your head as you were doing it. However, you can't show that was the idea. And so that me and Jennifer are saying that, so what can we agree upon? What can we agree that we disagree upon? And then based upon what we agree upon, can we work out some common ideas? Or is it possible that me, Ben, and Jennifer, even though we might have completely different cosmologies, are actually largely in agreement on the majority of major philosophical issues?
So would it be fair then to say that in the inconsistent tetrad, the common ground that all three of us have would be that the body is a physical thing, and that the mind and the body causally interact? And so that the area of disagreement then is, I want to deny that the mind is not physical.
I want to reject
but
the interaction problem.
I don't
Exactly,
disagree.
yes.
I don't
And
disagree that the mind is well, the thing is that there's a different definition of mind in the traditional Orthodox school. So I'm going by the Western canon here. I'm not
Fair enough.
doing, because I don't think there's people do not have the ability to make this distinction. But essentially, in my model, everything's physical because I include photons as physical.
But do you consider our qualitative experiences of the world as physical? Do you think so?
No. No, the soul.
Fair enough.
transmitter of
soul would not be
information.
physical.
No, SOLE, not SOUL. The soul transmitter, like information is uniquely transmitted
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
through non-physicality, through non-massive light. Information is all transferred using light. So there's no such thing as massive energy or massive information.
Light is an energy. So Einstein's famous equation equals mc squared, that matter and energy are two sides of the same coin. So when you say that something that has mass, so light doesn't have mass. That's
incorrect. It's not two sides of the same. Can I just stop you there? It's not two sides of the same coin. It's that there is some type of equivalence between them. For example, mass is a type of energy. That's what physics would say. So yeah, energy is basically is sort of the universal set. If you want to do it like a Venn diagram, energy is the basic currency of the universe. So it's, if you imagine the mechanics of the universe as having to pay money to cross a drawbridge, right? Energy is what allows you to do that, right? So energy is sort of the big. That's a good analogy. It's the big U universe. It's the big U universal. It's the currency of transitions between states, whereas mass is one type of energy, and that's why they're able to say E equals mc squared, which is to draw an equivalence between mass and energy. But you can't go the other way and say that all energy is mass, and so mass is a proper subset of energy. And energy could be a lot of different things, right? Like light has momentum without having mass, for example, but it still has energy.
I think that's perfectly fair. A perfectly fair characterization. Because
I agree with Jennifer on that, but I'm still the dualist in saying that I believe that there's a separate spiritual realm in addition to what she's talking about. And as I said, like, I respect the interaction. Probably I read Leibniz and the scholars, and it's a serious problem. However, to me, that seems solvable, that we may not be able to, from the material, and even the sages largely talk about it, that the soul being trapped in the body and kind of like death will set us free, and that when we die and our soul is freed from the material body, that we won't be limited, that the body is a limiting agent to the soul. And essentially the soul has the answers to these questions. And the reason why we can't know as of now is because the limiting agent of the body that will be that way till death, when our soul separates. So you're saying that how do these factors interact in the pairing problem? Just to say, like, on a matter of faith, that I don't think it's that serious a problem. I'm still a dualist, even if I can't give you some sort of scientific system of how interaction works. Since mentioned like Leibniz, who I believe thought they acted independently because he thought it was such a difficult problem.
I largely agree with you in the things you were saying there.
It's funny, you're the fellow of the heretic Jew, so it's like, I guess if you were a Christian, you could be that way also. But now you're saying, like, I follow Spinoza and Einstein, who said he believes in the God of Spinoza, but like ironically, Spinoza was excommunicated by the rabbis largely because he said kind of what you and Jennifer are saying, that everything emerges from the material. And the rabbis were like, no, that's worse than being Christian. That's worse than believing in the wrong Messiah, believing that in monism, because Judaism almost necessitates dualism.
Yeah. So I think that's largely right. So the disagreement that I was trying to characterize was between the idea that there's this monist view that I take, that the mind is a physical thing instead of a non-physical thing. But then the dualist position is that no, the mind is a non-physical thing, the body is a physical thing, and they do causally interact. Like you just alluded to, there's some solution to the interaction problem. So at this point in the dialectic, I can't just go on the intuition that non-physical things and physical things can't causally interact. I have to give some argument. I have to say, okay, I think that these things can't interact. The dualist thinks
you have to define what you mean by physical. Like,
Exactly.
are photons
Absolutely.
physical?
Yes, photons would be physical because we can describe photons in entirely third-person terms. We don't have
So-
to make any
So the mind is
reference to
non-physical.
So the mind is So on the dualist view, the mind is non-physical. So on my monist view, the mind is a physical thing. But that seems counterintuitive because, like you mentioned, I think rightly earlier, is there's this hard problem of consciousness. So it's basically this debate pits the hard problem of consciousness against the interaction problem. And so, which do we have more reason to think we can solve?
No, they're the same problem.
And so
They're the same problem.
I don't
They're
think they're the same problem.
computationally equivalent. Yes, they are.
I
found it
I
interesting
would
when
want to
Jennifer
know
said
what
they're
you
the same
mean by
problem.
that.
They're parallel problems.
What does that
Because
mean?
what's hard about
parallel
the hard
problems?
problem of consciousness is what's the start of consciousness? What's the start of subjectivity? It's always about distinguishing the quote mind from the body and really knowing what that exact causality is. So it's what's the difference between answering the question?
Really, they're the exact same thing. If dualism is the working assumption and you're questioning that, you're going to say, what about the interaction problem? If physicalism is the overall assumption, you're going to say the hard problem of consciousness. So they're basically
I
the
agree with
same.
that right
They're
there.
a question
That's
on the
entirely
same
right.
general topic. And if you assume physicalism, it's the hard problem of consciousness that's the problem. And if you assume dualism, it's the interaction problem that's a problem. And then if you're looking at, like, from the debate perspective, like, no, I mean, Ben's not going to answer the hard problem of consciousness, and Doooovid's not going to solve the interaction problem. But convince the audience that I hope to convince the audience that the interaction problem is more likely to be solved than the hard problem of consciousness, and Ben is trying to do the opposite. Just at least from the structure of the debate.
I think that's largely right, Doovid. I think that's because the hard problem of consciousness I would characterize as the difficulty of describing mental phenomena in entirely third-person terms. And I just don't think that can be done. I'm an anti-reductionist, and so I just don't think that mental terms can be cashed out in entirely non-physical terms. So what's a monist to do in this situation? And so I think we have to, one of the things I have to do is put forward an argument, for the interaction problem, to say that the interaction
You have to
problem
prove that it's not
is-
possible to predict the mind using physical entities, but it is possible to predict the mind using physical entities. So you're already starting on a losing premise.
Well, so I don't think
You're
that
saying
we have
no,
to
it's
say-
not causally determined by the extra material. Therefore, I'm going to hypothesize something else, but you haven't proven that because the opposite can be proven conclusively.
So
Well, since we have you here,
reductionist-
Ben, let's go over my outline of your postulates. I did the outline, trying to teach the basic flowing method of just, even note taking of speeches in general. But, so your opening and explanation, then I have your postulates, which you are trying to lay forward your specific, your belief system, metaphysics, and that, you say that the mind is real and it's irreducible. And that's because you put yourself in the anti-reductionist camp. You postulate causal interaction between the mind and body. And, you briefly define these on the program. People could refer back to the Theology Unleashed to hear Ben's explanations. You postulate that the mind is a feature of the brain. And then you also postulate a greater metaphysics that mind and body are actually two aspects of one substance, without really getting too much into what that substance is or how would you define it. But you did lay out, which is probably more interesting for me and Jennifer to talk about more. So I put here later, just trying to structure your thought from how I understood it. So, Josh asked you kind of like, you kind of sound like a believer. You kind of sound like you're saying the same thing believers say in different terms. And so you go back to the irreducible mind, two aspects of one substance. You said like in the camp of Spinoza and Einstein, I think you mentioned Nagel, and you talk about the Hegelian synthesis where you're trying to maintain the explanatory benefits of dualism in a monistic worldview. That I was kind of like the historical consensus of sages that for thousands of years people did explain mind, and they largely explained it in a dualistic terminology. So I'm taking that's the Hegelian synthesis of taking the best of the ancient world that describe things in a dualistic manner, in what could be taken into a new monistic understanding. And you said the main reason that you like personally or logically or emotionally felt that you couldn't be a theist was because of the problem of evil. And I actually pressed you on karma and to my audience, so to say, the belief in karma and reward and punishment is one of the strongest arguments for the spiritual realm, that I believe there is such a thing as karma, and I believe I witnessed karma, as where from Ben's school he basically has to reject that karma is part of the natural world. But like I tried to make this Thursday night debate prep to teach people how to understand arguments and how to have a conversation where we're not talking past each other, where we're both just repeating how we see things, but we're actually saying like, no, I understand where Ben's coming from. I was an atheist for a period of time in high school, and I'm not a dummy. Like, I've thought of the best arguments that go against my belief systems. I think of them constantly, and that's why I have arguments against them, because I realize that they're reasonable arguments. And then to say that I could structure the arguments in terms of they're kind of generic, and that's the benefit. I don't know if you agree with my formulation of how you put forward your arguments.
Well, so if your goal was to try to prevent us from talking past each other because we didn't understand our concepts, you've entirely succeeded. I think that you gave a very, very fair characterization of what it was that I was trying to present, and you even framed it in terms of a Hegelian synthesis. So you really touched my heart with that one. I very much appreciate that, because most people very much are afraid of Hegel. So
I made it to the state championship in my first year of high school debate. I was good in debate.
It was very good. I thought it was very brilliant, and that you were picking up on the essential claims that I wanted you to pick up on. And so I really couldn't ask much more of you than that, because what I wanted to leave the
besides
audience
for me
with,
to say that he's right. Until now, sure. I had thought that I was right, but now I realize that I'm wrong. And because he so clearly explained this to me, I will now follow his path and give up my former path.
Sure. Well, but one of the things I want to leave the audience with is that this is a genuine disagreement, that there should be two sides of this. And so that the idea, I think, of one of us suddenly saying, oh, you know what, the other person is entirely right, I'm going to switch into the other camp, I think that's wishful thinking. I don't think that's how dialectics really play out in real time. I think what dialectics play out in real time is that they help us see the real essential the disagreement and the arguments on both sides, so that people can then say, okay, well, people who are genuinely undecided can weigh the different theoretical virtues and different considerations that count in favor of different views, and make an informed judgment for themselves. Because again, the mind-body problem is about as deep as a philosophical problem as you can get. I mean, they don't get much deeper than this. And so I think you're exactly right in saying that if we're in the monist camp, we have to face head-on the hard problem of consciousness. you have to explain how the seemingly non-physical mental substances can fit into a monist framework. And I think that the dualist has to insist that no, mind and body causally interact, but they have to give some account within that dualist system of how these things interact. And so it comes down to what I was saying earlier, and it's, which side can best fit their problems into their framework and present an argument that the other side of the fence can't solve the problem that they face. So as a monist, I want to say that I can solve something like the hard problem of consciousness using a view called neutral monism, while also putting forward an argument that, look, mind and body, if body is physical and mind is non-physical, they just can't causally interact because of laws of thermodynamics. Or, that's what I put forward as my argument. Some argument saying that, like, look, this problem for the dualist is irresolvable. Whereas the dualist is saying, no, look, monist is entirely confused. And that there is this hard problem of consciousness. They're not going to be able to solve this hard problem of consciousness. And while there might be this interaction problem, there is some sort of solution to the interaction problem. And we can solve it in entirely dualistic terms. And so
that's a huge statement, right? So it's like, what evidence do you have? That's a huge assertion, right?
Yes, both. We can ask that question of both sides of the discussion.
Well, if you laid it out from, like a believer perspective. So I gave the example, if you're driving, you see a poor person and you give them some money or you help out a friend, and then later the day, something good happens to you, and from the material realm, or the opposite, where you're mean to somebody for no reason, and then sometime later something bad happens to you, someone is mean to you, and from a material perspective, you say it was not caused by anything in the material realm, that the poor person you gave money to.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up there. You said it's not caused by what? It was breaking up.
By anything in the material realm, that there was no way
anything in the material realm. Sorry,
that the poor person, contacted or spoke to somebody, or anybody was aware, or that the reason why the person who helped you had anything to do with you having helped the other person, or God forbid, vice versa. So he's saying that event of you helping another person is scored in the non-physical realm, that the physical laws of conservation of energy and inertia and entropy, there's a completely separate spiritual scoring of this guy did a charitable act and gave to the other person. It wasn't a physical event, it was a spiritual event. And then in return, reaping what you sow, being repaid, was also an event that was a conservation of energy, so to say, in the spiritual realm that operates concurrently with the material realm. And so from a karmatic perspective, like a right or wrong decision, like Ben said, the material realm is neutral to morality and ethics, that there is nothing bending the arc of towards justice in nature. So if you're postulating a spiritual realm, that the event, there is a scoring, and there's also a conservation of spiritual energy, and that could somewhat be tested, to say that, well, I know that generally when I'm nice to people, people are nice to me, and I know that it's not because they know each other. It's been enough circumstances that butterfly effect or something. I think it's an event in the spiritual realm, and I also think that there's clearly some sort of conservation of spiritual energy. So you've been saying the interaction, so what how is it interacting, that when I helped out this person, that it gave me some sort of credit in the spiritual realm, and then when that other person completely random separate event where another person helps out me caused a balance in the spiritual realm. So saying that is a pretty, like I think even Ben could understand, like probably a family members or you yourself, all people have a tendency to look at it like that. And so if you're a rationalist, you say like, no, they're God forbid if the homeless guy who you just helped out, dies or forgets who you are, there is no scoring that you helped them out. There is no karmatic balance that now something equally and opposite good has to happen to you. So if you're a believer, you say like, well, that's my understanding of how things work. I do believe in karma. I do see karma. And so the interaction problem, I could understand it as a problem like the hard problem of conscience. I don't know exactly what happens when I'm nice to somebody and then someone's nice to me. But I do believe that there's some observable phenomenon and interplay between the material and spiritual realm. And I think, probably the majority of humanity looks at it like that.
I think this is a super great point, because it's the dualist is the intuition is look, it's really hard to understand how non-physical and physical things can causally interact, but there must be some solution to it. Whereas the monist also has a similar intuition. It's like, look, I don't really know how consciousness fits into the physical world, but it somehow does. And so those are two guiding intuitions on each side. And so I think that you're very much right to point that something like my view, this monist view, is going to imply something like a principle of universal cosmic indifference, in the sense that the physical world is just indifferent to what we do or what happens to us. Whereas this dualist view, that doesn't follow, because there could be this realm of karma in which the universe does care about, it's going to dole out benefits.
Well, karma is usually a conservation of spiritual energy. I mean, the karma to some extent is the conservation of spiritual energy.
Yes.
Karma is not the idea of an extra universal God punishing you for your sins. That's not what karma is.
Yeah. I'm totally on page.
They're competing karmatic systems, obviously.
What I'm trying to contrast it with is the physicalist/naturalist view, where the universe is just indifferent to what we do. That what we do is not going to have some sort of benefit or negative consequence down the road. So
that seems absurd, doesn't it?
Well, does it seem absurd? Because
it seems completely absurd that our actions don't have consequences. Yes, that seems completely absurd.
Well, negative consequences, in the sense that justice will be done.
I think negative consequences do have. I mean, negative actions do have consequences. They may not all be negative consequences, but nobody said that. Comeuppance was instant.
Phrasing this very well, then. The idea.
Well, you're sort of attacking attacking a straw man of what karma is. Karma just means cause and effect. So what you're saying, you're not denying cause and effect. You're denying a particular interpretation of cause and effect, which is itself a straw man.
Yeah, and you're saying that cause and effect in the spiritual realm, that the cause and effect happened in a non-material realm.
With this idea that physicalism/naturalism implies this cosmic indifference. What I mean is I'm appealing to the empirical fact that we've known for millennia, that bad things happen to good and bad people alike. Good things happen to bad people, and bad things happen to good people. And so that's the idea of a universal cosmic indifference, that it doesn't matter.
That only proves that Dharma is not operating. That doesn't mean that karma has ceased operating.
Well, you say all people die and all people suffer, but you're saying that generally that the righteous that good people get rewarded and bad people get punished. Obviously, good people die, good people still get sick, but you're saying that even to say that generally good people get rewarded and bad people get punished, that there's a cosmic indifference. And there's probably a lot of psychopathic murderers and criminals that got away with it and nothing happens.
Yeah, good things and bad things happen to people randomly. It's a random distribution. There's not a distribution in which
You're asserting a negative. You're saying there's no order to the causality of consequences. Asserting a negative implies you already transcend the metaphysics implied in that negative, which you don't because it includes consciousness.
The physicalism or naturalism.
What I'm saying is you don't know what consciousness is, so how can you know what effect consciousness has on the material?
I'm trying to break these into logical, very simple structures. So we're talking about a single event, like a point of harm, like let's say one person punches another person,
for no reason.
If you say that,
just for the fun of it.
Well, maybe you talk about intention because how that, but there's an
that's
event.
morally relevant. So we'll just say like, let's imagine a scenario where I just walk up to someone and I say, you know what, it'd be really fun to just punch this person in the face, and I just punch this person in the face. And now go ahead.
So let's say you get away with it. That you say the person didn't see you, you got away with it. There's no security camera footage, and if you don't tell anybody, no one ever is going to know. And there might be some sort of psychological imprint, and for the sake of argument, you could say that you yourself forgot that you did it. God forbid the person who perpetrated this crime doesn't even remember that they did that. And God forbid, like the Molly Tippett's case today, where the guy said that the guy gave an alternative story. So you're saying in a cosmic indifferent system, it's over. It doesn't matter. It happened. You forgot you did it. There's no evidence that you did it. It's like maybe
there's not some
extra
force.
But you're saying there's
going to
karmatic.
Come along.
There's an extra balance, karmatic laws of cause and effect. That no, you will not get away with doing that. There is an external cosmic force that sees to it that there will be a balance of energy, of spiritual energy, and that was a violation, a Ahimsa principle of some sort.
Very good point.
And because you did that, even though no one else knows that you do, and there's no way to put it on you, that something equally opposite bad has to happen to you because there's a causal karmatic relationship that occurs in the spiritual realm. And how that interacts in the physical, it's not going to break the physical. So God forbid if that other guy gets punched later, it didn't break any laws of thermodynamics. Whatever caused this one person to want to punch the other person, that was completely within the realm of the laws of physics. And then later at a different point where it enters another person's mind to punch that person, that didn't break any thermodynamics. It was however it interacted, that what caused you to do that. I mean, God forbid that you would ever do that. God forbid, but we do live in a realm where
I won't do that for the record.
But saying like, no, I mean, there was a spiritual recording that happened, and that will have an effect that started a causal effect, and in essence, it has very little to do with the spiritual realm. It will balance in the spiritual realm. You could talk about certain energies and the interaction problem. There's multiple systems.
But this karmic principle will be non-physical. Is my point? Is that you're not going to get anything from the physical
karma
world.
has to do with cause and effect, which applies.
So I'm saying that this cause and effect
Yes.
happens.
So-
I mean, my understanding is that this karmatic cause and effect happens. That you're right. Like materially, there is cosmic indifference, and the karmatic effect happens in the spiritual realm.
Think about
Fair
yourself
enough.
as a wind.
It's
Think
a-
about yourself as a wind-up
Jennifer
doll.
might
If
have an
you kill
alternative
someone-
system. Her system
If you
might
kill
have this
someone
thing.
The question becomes,
get away
how does
with
this
it.
karmatic
Okay,
principle.
Think of it like a
causally
wind-up
interact.
doll. Think of it like a wind-up doll, okay? So every time Doooovid does his prayers, he's winding himself a little bit more in the direction of a better devotee, right? So we have some control over what direction we're winding ourselves in. So if you kill someone, get away with it, and don't take responsibility, that's winding yourself up in the direction of an evil person, which in the long run, yes, it is going to attract evil things to you because of electromagnetic resonance. So it doesn't mean you're going to get
now we're
a
in an
boot
ethical
coming out of heaven instantly to crush you if you think the wrong thing, but it does mean that ultimately we are the sum of our choices and that we do attract similar vibrational frequencies in the conscious space.
So now I think we've moved from philosophy of mind to an important question in moral philosophy. And so this is the idea of whether or not acting in impartial benevolence and acting in a non-selfish way is even in our self-interest.
Well, you shouldn't
self-interest
axiomatize it because there's no way to know, and it's perfectly rational to frame this as a self-interested system. People are self-interested. You can't really go against that and expect a system to survive.
That might be a psychological fact, but there's a moral fact. Should we care more about the well-being of other people, or should we value just ourselves over the priority of everyone else?
How can you know how to value things if you don't understand what consciousness is?
Well, so consciousness might be a prerequisite for understanding or appreciating something like value, but we can still
morality is derivative of consciousness.
Evaluative.
Another way to frame framing,
so if morality is derivative of
I don't know why you want to drag it into morality. We weren't talking about morality. We're talking about karma.
I realize that. So the point that I'm trying to make is that there is this tension between self-interest and karma. And
we
so
can't
you
establish
gave the example
objectively that benevolence exists.
So you said we were going to wind ourselves up into, being an evil person or a bad person. Well, that very thought experiment right there assumes that being selfish is bad, or that
no, it doesn't. It implies that causing suffering is bad.
Yes, that's what
we can all agree to that because nobody wants to suffer. That it would be immoral to cause suffering for no reason.
But so that's you've made a huge assumption there, because you've just said that the pain that someone else experienced, even if it would cause you a great amount of self-satisfaction, it's still a consideration not to treat that person in that way. Your self-interest does not outweigh their right to not be in pain.
I don't think most people are sadistic in the way you're alluding to, that they would enjoy watching another person suffer.
I'm not saying that at all. So the problem that I'm trying to characterize is the ethical issue of the problem of impartial benevolence and rational self-interest. Should we be impartially benevolent even when it's not in our rational self-interest? That's a legitimate.
And what I'm saying is that you have no framework to define what benevolence even is, because you don't understand what consciousness is. So how can you act in the interest of consciousness?
Well, so I don't need to know what consciousness is to say that
you don't know that
pain in itself is bad. I don't need to know what consciousness is in order to make that statement and know that that statement is true.
Well, sometimes pain is good, if you have a rotten tooth,
it might be instrumentally good,
and then it hurts,
might be instrumentally
but it
good
heals.
To some higher order good, like the pain of having your teeth worked on by a dentist might be instrumental to having the higher order good of having healthy teeth. However, the pain itself intrinsically is bad. If the dentist were to just wantonly not use anesthetic and just operate on the wrong teeth, causing you pain, well, now it's not the case that this pain is good, like you said, because it's not instrumental to this higher order good. If I were to hold my hand over a hot stove,
for some
if
things.
I were to, yeah, it's great.
You can't frame pain. You can't frame pain as bad because pain is necessary.
And say I'm going to hold my hand over the stove for the simple fact that I want to burn my hand. That's irrational. I may not be able to describe, to characterize to you what consciousness is, but it is irrational to hold your hand over a hot stove just for the sake of holding it over the hot stove to experience the pain. Now, you might say there might be some.
You do have to make certain postulates, like life is good and death is bad, and to say that there's a cosmic indifference, and you say that no, it's a false assumption that life is good and death is bad. You could say that there's a drive, to survive, and that I have a drive to survive that may be good or bad. I have a drive that when I'm in pain, it bothers me and causes me to act in a certain way. But to attach a good or bad terms, and even generally that I, as the theist, I would say that no, you can't even say that pain is bad without coming on to the spiritual and like reality, like I asked you about nihilism, and even if JF is say that even death is bad, is really just a preference that
See, that's where I would
from a
disagree with you
materialistic
right there.
point of view, you can't even establish that you're better off alive than dead.
So I think
Maybe
it's
a
a
preference. You
very
might
obvious.
prefer to be alive than dead,
Well,
but to say that one is good
merely
or
my
bad.
preference. I think that there is a fact about death. I think that there is a normative fact, a fact about death that counts in favor of us wanting to avoid it for its own sake, and that it would be irrational to want death for its own sake.
Well, I'm saying
Now,
the
you might-
spiritual gives the exact opposite, because saying the soul is limited by the body, so that death is actually a good
Yeah,
thing,
but we're not saying
not
anything
a
about
bad
the
thing. I
soul,
mean, you
are
mentioned
we?
like
We're
the
saying
early
something about
church
the-
fathers and
We're not saying anything
Origin.
about the soul. We're saying
I, mean,
something
I
about
like to
death.
mention and saying that we're already in hell. This is already punishment. That when our soul entered the body, I mean, really all the spiritual masters harp on the idea, because the dualistic system is that the spiritual realm is so much more great than the physical realm. That then why is our soul trapped in this petty, pathetic body? And a lot of people say, well, it's punishment, and even to say that better things await us upon death, because the ultimate reward can't be given to us as we're limited in this body, but like a perspective. So if you're saying as a physicalist, whatever enlivens me, I don't know, but it feels connected to this body, and when this body is gone, whatever I am might also be gone. But from the perspective, one thing you have to look at the ancients, and certainly the early church fathers, some of the Kabbalists, some of the Vedic scholars did say the opposite, that in reality we are already in hell, and death is good, life is bad, from the ultimate perspective of the soul. I mean, really even Socrates himself says that he doesn't fear death, because death will free his soul from his body, which is ultimately a good thing. But I harp on that because I read the classics, and that's what they say. But to make that point that pain is bad, and the ahimsa principle could be derived from physical, yeah, I mean, we don't have to argue that now, but I mean, that's a strong debate, and it's actually very difficult to even establish that death is bad and life is good.
That's fair. So that we don't get too sidetracked here. The point that I was trying to make was about karma, and so that there this idea of winding us up in a certain direction. So karma, as I understand it, as a non-physical principle, is the idea.
So I understand it. Jennifer has an alternative understanding.
That's fair. That's fair enough. And so I want to.
Yeah, what you're presenting is essentially a straw man of Western scholars.
No, I mean, he's presenting my idea.
Designed
You don't have
to make
you don't
people
have to
hate Hinduism.
I mean, it's complicated. Ben's trying to understand my theology and your theology. They're different, and then you're attacking him for straw man is pointless.
What I'm trying, I do want to understand Jennifer's view more clearly here. I think Doooovid's right in saying that, because the way I understand karma is that there is this spiritual realm that is not indifferent to what occurs in the physical realm.
Yeah,
now, this
that's
does not
completely
require.
wrong. That's completely wrong. All karma means is cause and effect. That's it. So any other hot takes is a straw man, is a 100% straw man.
So we already have a term for cause and effect. Why do we need this other word, karma?
Well, we already have the word karma. Why do we need cause and effect? Because it's a different language.
Well, no, because the language game for cause and effect is I can identify causes prior to some effect, and then distinguish and demarcate them between effects.
Well, you think you can.
Well, yeah, so I have this concept in my head in a way that I just don't have karma in my head. And so it seems that you're just slapping the label karma onto our concept of causation.
Well, you're slapping the label of causation onto our concept of karma, because karma came first, right? So everything in science comes from pre-existing science,
karma
which is theological.
Karma presupposes causation. It says that...
No, it's equivalent. They're the same thing.
Well, so if they're the same thing, then if I cause some act that's bad, then the effect...
That means is you have bad karma. It means that you have bad karma, but it also means you've put bad karma out in the universe.
So to me, it seems like you have a very reductionistic view of karma that's going to fit more in my view than it is in Doooovid.
It's called
And
the
it's gonna say
accurate
that-
definition. So do you want to define your terms vis-a-vis a straw man that someone who hates religion invented, or do you want the actual correct definition so you don't sound like a uneducated person when you talk to people who are actually well-versed in this stuff? So you could
Well-
say you disagree with certain interpretations of karma. That's fine, because there's clearly an interpretation of karma that you don't agree with. But karma in and of itself is just the presupposition that causes and effects are a thing. So you need karma to be true for science to be true.
Well, so if we're going to say that karma is just cause and effect, then, and that's the quote unquote right definition, even though obviously language is plastic, but I digress. Cause and effect.
That's what the people who came up with the word meant. That's what the people who came up with the word meant.
So
the people who came up with the term, that's what they meant when they said karma.
Who are these people?
Well, the term karma is a Sanskrit word, comes from India.
Where does it come? But so India has the.
It looks like we lost our friend Ben, and Doooovid is currently not at the computer. So if anyone has any questions or anything that they would like us to go into greater detail, feel free to ask them. But yeah, it's like debate-wise, if you want to be really good, you have to be good at more than one thing. That's why it's so hard to be a truly excellent debater. So most debates, I could win them in 1 second by saying, prove it. They can't. What predictions does your system make that you can validate as de facto true? Nothing. So if somebody hasn't thought that far into their position, they're not going to be able to debate very well. They can be like, well, I feel like it was really good for me as a person. It's like, nobody cares. Nobody cares about your feelings, because that could be a lie. People lie for all sorts of reasons. They lie to themselves more than anything. So obviously, feels isn't any type of argument, is it? You want to look at it as essentially a black box, because we're sort of realizing through these conversations that maybe we can't agree on axioms because it just takes too long, and we still don't have any deeper understanding of where we stand relative to each other, because actually taking a stand and committing to something opens you up to the possibility of being proven wrong. And so people would rather just float in a haze of uncertainty than risk taking a stand and actually being proven wrong. I understand it sucks. So the things you need to be good at for debating, obviously you need to know the subject matter really well. But it's not just the subject matter. You need to know what are the standard arguments against your position, and how strong are they? So most people never do that, because if they did, they'd eventually believe the right things, which is not really what happens. People sort of settle into an identity and then cherry pick to rationalize a foregone conclusion. And it's not very hard to do, because you could see through the way people talk what foregone conclusion is it that they want to believe in. And that's, again, what can sort of put you ahead of other people in terms of debate, is to profile someone accurately, right? Like actually nail their motives perhaps better than they could. So Samish says, not all subjects or ideas are reducible to an empirical investigation with prediction models. That's a negative assertion. So you would need to prove that. You're just saying something. You don't know if it's true. It might be true, it might not be true, but to just say, to just assert a negative with no explanation whatsoever, no justification whatsoever, no logic whatsoever, that's just wishful thinking, right? So I didn't say that empirical investigation was the only way to get answers or prediction models. But if your model makes no predictions, it is essentially incapable of distinguishing truth from falsehood. Because if it makes prediction, well, it's at least got one true thing in it. So I see Arjun is commenting in the chat, but not talking to me to my face. So that's a real shame. Somewhat unprofessional. So I don't think I'm disagreeing. I mean, science to me is a subset of knowledge, but it's the thing that most people can't disagree with on another basis, which is more of a social norm. Science is the thing, it's at the top of certainty, right? So not saying that science is the only way you should be able to validate your models, but if you can't validate your model scientifically, you're not in a position to criticize someone who can.
I took a break for a second. I guess did Ben lose his connection, so I just re-added him.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I don't know if you dropped your connection for a second. I'd walked away from the screen.
My phone died because I wasn't paying attention to the battery life. So I apologize for that. Jennifer, where were we?
I think we were trying to get down to the idea of karma, right? Karma? Well, there's a straw man floating around written by people who despise Indians with every fiber of their being, trying to mischaracterize their religion as stupid or superstitious, right? So karma,
those people certainly exist. I am not one of those.
There's a lot of false interpretations.
Sympathetic to Eastern philosophies, just in general.
This is why I created the multiple truth hypothesis.
They're very profound.
They're saying that you have competitive causal systems, and karma is a Sanskrit word, and it could be representative of a group strategy, of scripture, of certain sages that are believed to know this stuff because, whatever reason, God or higher forces allowed them to convey how these systems work. The answer to
so, Doovid, I want to ask
the interaction problem. But we're trying to talk about this. Well, I'm trying to talk on a scientific, so I'm not going to say, because of this so-and-so sage says it in this book. So we're trying to talk comparative dualistic systems. Just say because my rabbi said this is how it works. This is how it works. Yeah, I'm trying, but at least hypothetically that, you don't have to believe that my rabbi had, some special spiritual knowledge to explain this, but hypothetically you could understand the concept of dualism and interaction, and even, a field of comparative karmatic systems, or, karma's a misnomer or a cultural appropriation, but karmatic causal systems. Comparative causal systems.
So there's a analytic philosopher in moral philosophy named Derek Parfit, and he has a wonderful metaphor for disagreeing views in ethics. That all of these views competing views in ethics are really just climbing the same mountain from the different sides. So they might seem like they disagree because they're coming up the mountain from different sides, but once they reach the peak, they all pretty much have the same idea. They're all climbing the same mountain to reach the same peak. So you could probably use a similar metaphor here with the elders, with the traditions of both Eastern and Western schools of philosophy, in that we're approaching these questions and we're climbing the same mountain from different sides, where the mountain is a metaphor for the
We're losing you, Ben. Ben, you're fading out. Hello? Yeah, Ben's on his phone, or wherever the case is, if he had a reception issue. But I stopped able to hear him. But saying in essence, that's why I came up with the multiple truth hypothesis, because I saw that there were relatively cohesive, coherent, karmatic. I'm calling you as a blanket term, karmatic. That is somewhat appropriating it from its Sanskrit religious source, but competitive causal systems of interaction between the spiritual and material realms that have relatively high explanatory and even predictive power. And so Ben comes back.
So climbing the mountain could be like, if you can make some predictions, that means you've climbed a little bit up the mountain. And then as you can make gradually more predictions, that means the predictions you can make are a sign of your ascension of the mountain, in other words.
You call it the search for truth. So me and Ben are both engineers. And if we were on an assignment together or a job, that even though, let's say he's a physicalist and I'm a dualist, and, that we could be satisfied with the result that I did my part, and, the part of the structure that I designed is going to hold, even though I believed in a different cosmology, than him. And, that there's a certain universalness to truth that, that said that there's an event that occurred, and how you describe that event. And in the Talmud, they use the term like "my nafka mina," which, like, what difference does it make? So, like, in many cases, a monist and dualistic system might give the exact same explanations. But the climbing the mountain from different angles might break if you're looking like they're saying, like, no, there is no extra causal, non-material recording of events like ethics and morals. If you're looking like a judgment or a preference, but it's not scored in some sort of extra spiritual realm, that the balance of whether it was good or bad is kept not in material terms. It's kept in another realm, and even other aspects that you're saying, that thought and ideas don't exist in the material realm. They exist somewhere else, and so it's going to make a huge difference in how a person views the world and carries out a lot of regular functions. But at the same time, the majority might be the same for people, and you could look at the issues in the same way. So I guess we got Ben back. I guess if he's on his phone, like I got we're probably both at our computer stations if you're just calling in from phone, but we appreciate calling because this is the debate prep. And I said, like, I talked about in the past, like, people debate because they get paid. So it was like T-Jump or someone like that, professionals, like JF. People debate because that's, like, it's what they do. They make a living, and you go about it in a way that's good for the fans and productive as a profession. But it's kind of just like studying ideas for the sake of understanding things better, and debate, like from the Vedic or Talmudic way. Debate is a method. You don't really win debates. Debate is a tool that helps all parties involved understand the ideas better. And so something very complicated like complete competitive systems describing the same events and trying to keep it in your head at the same time, where we gave the example of giving charity to a poor man, and then later in a separate event something else good happening to you going your way. And in a spiritual realm, to say they're causally related, and actually it's a balancing of, so to say, spiritual energy. It's exactly a spiritual effect that you help this person and then you got helped, and it had to be that way because the spiritual energies had to balance. So it's a very systematic, scientific understanding of life and events. But from a physicalist perspective, you say, no, absolutely not. There could be no causal relationship. I mean, you might be able to design systems that would give a causal relationship or just say it was random and chance. But the physicalist is largely going to say that there was no karmatic causal relationship between you being nice to somebody and then someone else in a different circumstance being nice to you. And even, you know, some like energies or something that like people are nice, put themselves in different energies, but you know, say that you can't cheat and get away with it. You might be able to cheat and not get caught, but karmatically you can't sin and get away with it. It's a karmatic law of the universe that is absolute. There's absolutely no way to sin and get away with it. It just does not happen. And if you can't understand, or appears to be that people are sinning and getting away with it, that it's due to our misperception, because we could accept on authority as an absolute that you can't sin and get away with it. And you know, so if you're saying that the universe is neutral to morality, that that yes, you can sin and get away with it. That's completely false. There is no reason at all to think that if you sin and you know, like, and no one saw it, or you don't get caught, or you don't even remember you did it, that you can't get away with it.
Is multiple truth hypothesis like what the elephant analogy with the blind man gets at?
Yeah, but that's a very, very simple example. But I want to solve much more complicated issues like comparative karmatic systems. But yeah, I mean, obviously the multiple truth hypothesis is almost directly parallel to the elephant and the blind man. Although the elephant and the blind man are more why people perceive. You could look at it in that way, but the multiple truth hypothesis is more leaning in the direction that multiple conflicting truths could be true at the same time. So you're saying that you know, literally contradictions are simultaneously happening at the same time.
Doesn't that violate logic?
Well, I mean, logic is a construct.
Well, generally logic's understood to describe like things that are necessary. So it's necessarily the case that something can't both be entirely green and entirely yellow, for example.
You were saying logical rules have to occur as events in space and time, and the event is only impossible because of your conception of how you're defining space or time. And so that you say that our minimal or incoherent, incorrect understanding of space and time, you know, from the spiritual, because our soul is trapped in the body, that due to the limiting force of our soul being trapped in the body, that we per force can't understand these things because we're limited to our perception of space and time. But in the true reality of what's actually happening is those limitations aren't actually real and aren't actually definitive of what the truth actually is.
Well, then you'd be describing the multiple truths in a way where they don't in fact contradict one another. They just describe different aspects of the same reality, or, you know, what use different sub-realities within reality, if that term makes sense.
I mean, it's kind of based on Kabbalistic ideas, but also Vedic concept where, you know, like I said, the material world, say, is largely an illusion. So how that illusion appears to me, it may appear very different to you. And so if there's a contradiction between how the illusion appears to me to how the illusion appears to you, it's not really that big of a contradiction because it was an illusion in the first place. So it's saying like, okay, if this person killed this person, and karmatically the energy could only balance because, you know, through the other, you know, through like reincarnation, and both people have to get reborn. so the other person could kill the other person to balance the spiritual energy, and that's the only way it could be, the eventual balance of energy. Versus you saying like, no, I mean, really, that the person was alive in the first place was an illusion in the first place. So saying the sins I committed, or even how you view the material realm and physical laws, that physical laws hold true in the perception where the physical material realm actually exists. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of a deep metaphysics that could also be used for material science, but definitely for spiritual science, where you're talking about karmatic events that are recorded. Like, did you chant japa today? And you're saying that the effect of chanting Hare Krishna not only has some sort of effect in the material realm, but it's affecting your soul in ways that is completely unrelated at all to your soul's current condition in the material body that it's currently in. I mean, right? From a theological perspective, chanting of the holy names goes beyond anything related to this current incarnation. It's much more powerful than just that. And the powers existing in the soul, in the soul's connection to spiritual realms that are beyond this material realm. The Kabbalistic systems largely say the same thing, that the power of ritual and prayer goes beyond anything within this material realm. That's just the lowest representation of a greater truth.
So if you want to say it's about false perceptions, then, I can falsely perceive that an object's green while you simultaneously falsely perceive that it's yellow, and there's no contradiction because we're not talking about something existing objectively, but rather subjectively. So we're still not violating the laws of logic.
Yeah, and then it's saying there's always kind of like the cause out, the whole world's illusion anyway. So any paradox in the material realm is inconsequential because the material realm was an illusion in the first place. Even for the pain principle, you're saying, I know, like when the soul leaves the body, God forbid, you're saying from the I think the prescription of the texts in the belief system, like I know it's painful to go through it right now, but like it was only painful because you had a false attachment to the material body. But the pain was unreal. The pain was just representative of the attachment to the material body, and that's why the person feels so much pain, because they feel that attachment slipping away. Oh, there's something bad happening to my body. I'm sick. Things are not functioning properly in my body. That's bad because I'm attached to my body. Therefore, I feel it as pain because the pain of attachment. I think even the Vedas explain it that way.
Yeah, it is described like that. An analogy which is often given is to if we've all got some cars in the parking lot outside and we hear a big smash and we're all terrified that maybe my nice car has been damaged, and we walk outside and find it was someone else's car, and immediately we're relieved. And if it was our car damaged, the only reason why we're harmed is because we have an attachment to that car.
Yeah, so we say that it is a science of spirituality. So it's just like, you can't just make up any mumbo jumbo and be like, oh, the spiritual realm. Like I could just say anything and cause some reaction in the spiritual realm that will come back and react in the material realm in some sort of magical way. Like fantasy or science fiction. There's a science of spirituality. There's a science of karma, and it's somewhat, so to say, testable, that you say like, yeah, I think that I could be nice to people and that good things are going to happen to me. And if you're going to do the postulate that you're going to be like really mean and commit crime and do bad things, is saying that's probably not going to work out that well for you, because I think, generally the karma is real and the righteous get rewarded and the wicked get punished. God, God forbid. There is, but how exactly that works, that we have systems laid out by the sages, some of the philosophers as spectators. So in religion, where you kind of have an acceptance that it's possible to have some sort of authority that would know this information and give it over to just lay out some sort of karmatic system. This is how it works, like the Kabbalistic systems or the Vedic system, where there's just an acharya, a sage, and they have received wisdom. They wrote a book, and just this is how it works, and the followers of the movement accept it. Versus like a modern New Age type attempt to put a scientific process to evaluating karmatic systems, like the multiple truth hypothesis would be a framework to do that, to also questions of the hard problem of consciousness, where we're saying that no, that the hard problem of consciousness is solvable, and you propose it's solvable through understanding dualistic mechanisms, that I have a dualistic answer and explanation to the hard problem of consciousness. You there, Jennifer?
Yep. I didn't want to interject in the middle of the discussion there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've got too much background noise, but somebody can't just take their drug addictions and their video game addictions and decide that this is actually my spiritual path because I've got my truth and you've got your truth. So your truth is eating healthy and praying, and my truth is my addictions.
Yeah, so I think there's still work that needs to be done within the framework of multiple truth hypothesis to establish that it actually can perform, can actually do what you're claiming it can do.
I mean, they could take the axioms from multiple systems to make predictions with them, to give a comparative estimate value of their truth value.
Yeah, that's what we would want to be working towards, because people will be able to visualize it easier then.
I think what you have with something like that is similar to what you have with science at the high school level versus the university level, where, in high school they'll teach like 50-year-old science just because it's useful and it's simpler. And then when you get to like second year university, they're like, oh, actually that stuff's false. Really, this is what's going on. And I think various religions do that to some degree. Like different religions give a simpler version of the truth. So it's not that it's false, it's just that it's not totally accurate, or it's simplified.
Well, I open up the debate. I'm saying, like, you chant mantras, you perform rituals. I chant mantras and perform rituals. I mean, Jennifer, I think also chants mantras and performs rituals, maybe not as much. But you could believe that, that we just do it for various reasons. But, generally, from the training that I had, people who taught me how to do these rituals and why we perform them, explained them in dualistic terms, so that there's a utility even in an atheistic worldview, that even, in university or atheistic system, I would still chant my mantras and do my rituals for, discipline or utilitarian reasons that could be explainable even to an atheist. But it's like, no, I believe that these rituals and mantras work, and the rituals and mantras work not only because they have effects in the material realm, but they also have effects in the spiritual realm. And that spiritual realm is referring to something dualistic, something separate from the material realm.
Yeah, I think you get touching on what I think it was Eric Weinstein that coined the phrase metaphorical truth, and then you got the flip side of that, which is literal truth. So metaphorically true means it's beneficial to believe it's true, whereas literally true means the beliefs and.
I mean, are you metaphorically a Hare Krishna, or are you literally a Hare Krishna?
Go along with the practice.
You're cutting out there, Arjun. You there, Arjun? Arjun? Yeah, I think we lost him there. But yeah, I'm saying that you could.
He's just muted right now, so maybe it's noisy.
Yeah.
Where he is.
I mean, we talk about that in terms of a group strategy. And, so like if you're Indian, you say being Hindu following Vedic practices, you might, like your group strategy, it benefits you in India, whether it's true or not. Just like, Judaism as a collective group strategy, going to synagogue, doing Jewish rituals is sort of like trusting the plan and part of a larger group strategy that serves utilitarian function for that group. How does that feel? Like if you're a Westerner doing Hindu practices, are you hurting your own people? Are you part of, or are you saying that no, these rituals and belief systems, they might be indicative or come to a people or been revealed to the world through given tribe or people, but they're universal, that anybody who chants these mantras or does these rituals can have the karmatic effect, because the effect is largely something that's happening in the spiritual realm that's causing it. And so it could be tested, saying that anybody from any nation or any race could chant Hare Krishna and or something, like in any form of mantra meditation or ritual that, saying, and theoretically there's a science of spirituality. And then also, if you regularly perform the ritual, do the prayers, and you feel an interaction with the Creator, with your understanding of the spiritual forces, you could somewhat go about a scientific process of testing these things. But to put it in like a field like physics and engineering is not the same way. That saying the sage is very clear. There's a limiting factor of being in the body, that our essential interaction is limited to the material realm, and that God forbid, that's when it said arguing is death a good or bad thing from the spiritual perspective. Life is the limiting factor, because the soul in essence has the answers to these questions and much more potential that is being limited by the material realm, not enhanced by it.
Jordan Peterson likes to argue that something couldn't be so beneficial, that metaphorical truth couldn't be devoid from actual truth. So the fact that these archetypes that you find in world religions are so beneficial to believe, he doesn't think that could be the case if there weren't some truth underlying them. I don't know how strong that argument is myself, but Jordan Peterson,
it's an extremely weak, it's a weak, pathetic argument used by liars. It's basically because everybody believes it, therefore it's true. It's the ad populum fallacy.
Well, an assumption that goes along with that argument is that the truth is beneficial. Like there's that old idea the truth will set you free. It's actually there in a lot of religions too.
That can easily be deduced through extremely valid axioms. Truth is what allows us to minimize suffering, because truth gives the knowledge about how to minimize suffering, and it is desirable to minimize suffering. The only axiom in there is that suffering is bad.
No, but there could be things, it's hypothetically possible that there could be things which are false, which believing them is useful or beneficial.
And the burden of proof would be on the people espousing those false things, and then they would have to compare them to the relatively true thing to truly establish it as the supreme way, which, of course, can't be done. Because we live in a very much physical universe. So denying those physical laws, do that at your own peril, because that doesn't end well.
Like one example that's given is treat all guns as if they're loaded. It doesn't have to be true that every gun is loaded in order for it to be beneficial to believe all guns are loaded. Because on the off chance one is loaded, you could accidentally kill somebody or yourself.
But that's not really false, is it? All you're saying is that any gun could be loaded. You're acknowledging the potential for the gun to shoot. There's nothing false in that. You're overcompensating for your own human frailty and tendency to, be careless with things. Not you personally, but just humans generally can tend to be somewhat careless. So we have these little hacks to increase our care where we know we're prone to being careless. aka, accidentally shooting yourself in the foot with a loaded gun because you forgot it was loaded and you yourself were loaded, right? So we're not, but that's the thing, is that something like that, the problem with that logic is that that's one example where it might be a lie and it might actually be good, but then to extrapolate that to mean that lies can be good, a la noble lie, who's making that judgment? I don't trust the person making that judgment. That's what I say.
Or like there could be some task you have to carry out where you have like a 99% chance of failing. But if you believe that that those are the odds, if you have an objective perception of what the actual odds are of you succeeding, you're guaranteed to fail. Whereas if you think that maybe there's a 50% or a 20% chance of you succeeding, then your odds might increase. But to double that, you might have a 2% chance of succeeding just by having a false belief over what your actual chances at success are.
That implies you can know before you do something what the probability of success is, which is a very tenuous statement.
Yeah, I mean, you could question it on that side, but I mean, you could look statistically based on previous people who've attempted the same thing and, find enough similarities between yourself and them.
There's a bunch of mistakes in that approach too. The Bayesian approach doesn't make predictions and in a lot of ways confuses people quite a bit. So you're saying maybe, and I'm saying until you have an actual proof, which you won't ever have, I don't want to see that argument because it's in bad faith.
But lying might be good.
You're saying lying might be good if it's for the greater good. Really? Prove it.
I'm not talking about lying. I'm talking about misapprehending reality.
Purporting to know the truth when you don't. If you want to say that sometimes that's good, the burden of proof is on you.
No, I mean, you're making the assumption that the person who's misapprehending reality knows that they're misapprehending reality. And that's just basically a rejection of the premise which I brought in.
Well, I don't think you should make claims about knowing until you can prove it. And if you don't prove it before you assert it, yeah, you're being dishonest. If not to other people, then at least to yourself.
It's not possible to have the degree of certainty which you're talking about all things all the time.
Asserting a negative is never prudent.
If that's your demand for evidence, then you're going to be stuck not knowing things about a vast variety of things.
Well, I'll be not speculating like a self-employed.
I mean, you could be planning to go out for dinner, and for all you know, every single restaurant is closed due to a fire or something like that. And you don't know that that's not the case. You're just kind of like taking a chance.
I really don't think that's what the argument here is about. It's about whether asserting something as true, which isn't true, is acceptable for a quote greater good. And I'm saying Claire's making the same argument. I'm saying that argument isn't a valid argument. It's just something liars say to shoehorn bullshit and to make people believe things that are bullshit and then not in their self-interest to believe.
What are you accusing me of bullshitting people about?
Okay, you better take a story break here. I mean, it's supposed to be debate prep and not actually debate, like it's debate prep for debates that are scheduled at different times, and the purpose is to analyze arguments. And it's very difficult for people to do, largely because ego and detaching themselves from their ego to just look at the structure of arguments. And like, I don't even know if I could do it, but I mean, it's basically near impossible. And, saying it's kind of like studying chess openings, like almost no one likes doing it, but that's why almost no one understands this stuff. So let's do a story break about dualism and guns, which, I was thinking of listening to that. So I'll just read the last part. The previous Lubavitch Rebbe's father-in-law in Russia in the 1920s was summoned by the Committee to Investigate Religions to ask him a series of questions pertaining to Kabbalah and Hasidus. He answered in Yiddish or Russian however he answered, and some people claim that this was actually a former Jewish student, that it was a Jew who had became a communist that picked up the gun and said this. And in a different time, I think the rabbi was actually thrown down a flight of stairs and beaten quite badly, God forbid. But this time he The committee member seated on the right side of the table, he lifted up the revolver which lay on the table, in addition to the arms which they all wore on the belts. A revolver lay on the table before each of the assembled, and pointed at the rabbi, saying, "This toy does away with principles. Fear of it opened many a mouth. Also, the dumb have become talkative before it." And the rabbi replied, "You are utterly mistaken. This toy impresses only the cowardly atheist who has but a single world and many gods. Every hedonist has as many gods. But for us who have but a single God and believe in two worlds, this toy which you are brandishing not only fails to frighten, it makes no impression whatsoever." So, a dualistic argument, basically saying, "I don't fear death," and to the element where he's saying that the person who's trying to use the intimidation, he has many gods in one world. Basically, there's all these various passions and illusions that he's chasing, and he thinks that they all only exist in the material realm, as opposed to the rabbi that has two worlds, and the world of truth is more in the spiritual realm. So if in the false world, the material realm, it cost him his life, that's no big deal, because there are, in fact, two realms. And so just a famous story, and a lot of times, even in the Vedas, you almost have to take it to the level of martyrdom to demonstrate dualism. So, God forbid, most of the most famous stories of dualism are martyr stories, because at a certain point, that's the most demonstratable way to show that I am not my body, and the ultimate part of my identity is not related to the body that I reside in. And saying that these structures of these arguments is saying, like, no, I don't even care about my body. I don't even care about life and death itself. I care about the truth, the answers to these questions, and your petty, stupid little personality conflicts are just in the way.
Are you talking about the soul, Doooovid?
Well, we didn't even get through the review of my debate with Ben Watkins, but I'm saying that no, I didn't create Thursday night debate prep for debates. They created for debate prep, and the point that people are too dumb to realize that they need to prep. Everyone wants to jump straight into the debate and doesn't even want to prep. And you're saying, like, no, I mean, like, it's majority prep. And the point is understanding these ideas. If you really understand these ideas, debating is easy. It's not even a challenge.
What is the topic Jen is debating tomorrow?
I mean, she wants you to answer for herself. I mean, if she doesn't want your help prepping for her debate, like, she doesn't need it. But yeah, I mean,
I was asking you, actually.
Well, I mean, it's in the description. It's like, do a little homework. Like, it's debate prep. You can't even do enough prep to answer your own questions. It's like, come on.
Well, it just says Church of Entropy upcoming appearance, modern day debates. I mean, but it doesn't say what it's about.
I have the link in the description.
Okay, I guess I need to click it, but you could just tell us, because I bet a lot of people...
Because you would rather waste my time than yours. That the answer to your question is, obviously, you could have just clicked the link and saw what it was about, but, like, no, you want to, saying you don't... That's
okay,
like,
so it's atheist,
preparation.
Atheist, Christian versus pantheist. So I guess they're going to be debating which position is better, right? I mean, it's not even framed as a proper question. It's like, ooh, atheism is better than Christianity, which is better than pantheism. And it's already...
This line of inquiry is a complete waste of all of our time.
Well, we should ask ourselves why we even debate these questions if it's a waste of time.
Well, because the purpose of debate is to understand these topics at a deeper level, and So somebody to debate in good faith means that they have to want to desire to understand these topics at a deeper level. So you could debate to win. And so if you're debating somebody where the purpose is to win, you have to look, you say, okay, my desire is to serve the Creator. And in order to serve the Creator, I need to understand these topics at a deeper level, basically proportionally to how well I understand these issues will be my ability to serve the Creator. And so I could debate somebody who's debating me because they want to win, even though that's not my desire. Maybe as a group strategy, you say like, okay, I am doing it to win because like I'm a rabbi or a father to people that I'm trying to teach to believe, and I know that the majority of the world doesn't believe, so I'm debating somebody to show my peeps that what we're doing is justified, and I'm doing it because I know the majority of the world is against me and disagrees. And saying so, like we're debating to win, just like you fight to win. You play chess to win. So debate is intrinsically an unfriendly thing, and the reason I'm in an unfriendly matchup is due to dharma and previous bad karma. So that the fact that I'm in a debate in the first place is already a sign of bad karma. But if it's my dharma, so to say, to be at a fight, I'm not a fighter. But if it's my dharma to stand up and be in a fight, that's what I'm going to do. So the same for debate. But in terms of Talmudic Vedic debate, the purpose is to be able to serve God better, and that your ability to serve God is proportional to your ability to understand God. And the best way to understand God is by debating these most important, conceptually difficult to understand ideas.
Okay, but
it's
it's
also to destroy your own ego.
Debate, which is
it
so
also
dumb.
Is a character refinement.
Doooovid, isn't there a story about a rabbi debating with God?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a few.
Yeah, so it's like debate is an integral part of this tradition. So Claire, for the Jews that you claim to love so much, you don't know a whole heck of a lot about them.
Well, I'm talking about your debate out of respect for the topic of the stream. And I'm saying it's just dumb to say, ooh, pagan is better than atheism, which is better than Christianity, which is better than pantheism, which is your subject. So I just don't see how you can even win other than because everybody will say, oh, I prefer pantheism.
Remember when I won against you in the God debate and you looked absolutely foolish? It'll be like that.
Well, nobody will remember how you
only
won.
Better because they won't
you just
lose.
Got your people to
they
vote
won't lose
for you.
by such a large margin.
And nobody actually can remember what your arguments are. But it was useful for me because I got you to fit it into 7 minutes of speech. But I'm saying that the problem of these time-wasting debates is that people don't even know what the subject is. Or maybe they'll come along because they know Jen or they know Doooovid or they know me, but they wouldn't even care what the subject is. They'll just vote for the person that they came to watch and support. So that, what is the point? It's just a waste of time. And I'm saying
you telling us this is the waste of time. You speaking this filth right now on Doooovid's stream, that's the waste of time.
Why? I'm just pointing out that people shouldn't waste their time.
You already say this on all your streams. All you do is insult people and say everything's a waste of time. Claire, you're projecting. You're the waste of time.
Well, I'm respecting this topic that Doooovid.
By insulting the very premise? You're insulting the premise.
I'm saying, what is the point?
Well, that's not respectful. That's the point. The point is it's not respectful to do that. And that's something you don't seem to understand. You don't seem to understand that it's not respectful to question the premise of the stream.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the object of the stream, which is to discuss debating techniques, would be better served if the question, the object of the debate were coherent, because
we all think
what we have tomorrow is we have a pagan, we have an atheist, we have a Christian, we have a pantheist.
Nobody cares.
Nothing will be decided.
Nobody
just
cares
get a chance to display yourselves.
Nobody asked you to question the premise of the debate.
Okay, so how can it be won? Do you think? How can such a debate be won? Except that what you just seem smarter than the others and that you're going to win that way? Do they even declare a winner at the end or not? Do they declare a winner? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we can't establish that. And even Jennifer, like, probably, whatever, if it's character defect or something, is too attached to separate herself enough to understand the dynamics to actually ask, answer Claire's question. So I said, theoretically, in the seminary, debate is a tool to be able to serve God that all people need to know, because you need to understand the answers to these questions. It's important. And the less you understand these questions, the less you understand life and are able to operate at a higher standard, similar to a mental technique. Saying, I like thinking, when it comes to Thursday night debate prep, but week in review, I like thinking about thinking, because I think constantly. And if you could learn a mental technique to think better, and like being stronger, you could use that mental technique for the rest of your life and the rest of your thinking. So
I discovered
debate is something that's worthwhile in and of itself. It doesn't matter who wins or what the purpose. Debate is worthwhile in and of itself because it helps you understand the world better, and it helps you improve your own mind.
I made a discovery recently on Hegel. I suppose you're familiar with his kind of prose. Are you?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking with Ben earlier that said he was a Hegelian synthesis, and I add public debate, different venues of debate, audiences, the various things that you could get out of it. There's a science to it, and there's different types of performances and venues and benefits. The general gist of debate being a method to get at truth by putting representatives of different schools up against each other should be valid in all forms.
Yes, what I'm trying to say,
we're talking about like the value proposition is also valid to say that different debates have different value propositions. There's still debates that have the utility that all debates should have, but they have a different value proposition to the participants and to the speakers. And you could be
what do you mean by that?
You could be like T-Jump in like debates, just your profession. That he's not like a Theo. He might enjoy doing it, but that's how he makes his money, and it's somewhat like a performance. And he's got to have his people and keep his crowd and your standard. I did high school debate. There's scoring methods, so there's styles, formats of debates. There's judging. There's scoring systems. And if we want to do this regularly, or increase the output of these debates, we could look at the various scoring systems. I showed the flowing system.
Well, I'd be very interested in that, Doooovid, because I think the scoring system is the most important, because you can have two people in a debate and both thinking that they won it, and we want a kind of objective measure of who actually won.
Yeah, the value proposition really answers that question. So I mean, if you're a lawyer in front of a judge or jury, you could define winning as the outcome of the case, not like the argument. Maybe you gave forward a losing argument and the other side gave forward a winning argument, but the jury ruled in your favor. It's like, you still won, even though you may have objectively, not put forward the best arguments, because you had an understanding that you want to win the case, and that's decisive, that if objectively.
It could have been a perverse decision. I understand.
Well, I mean, whatever it is that what it means, so to say, to win, what is the purpose of the debate? And I tried to discuss this with Jennifer for last week, and it's saying attachment is the main reason why people can't understand this, because this is a spiritual science, and the only limitation factor that causes people to not be understand it is basically attachment and ego. It's not even super complicated, but you know, if there's an audience of 100 people, there's going to be sections of the audience that have different things that they want to get out of it, and you could take a strategy towards the debate where so like Jennifer is putting forward pantheism. She could, you know, she's have introduction, 5 minutes or whatever the structure of it, where she could just try to give a systematic explanation to pantheism that you know, like 120 IQ engineering person, you know, like your directed target audience. But it's a strategy. Or she could try to convince the audience that you know, why they should care about this, because she thinks like most of the people aren't going to want to listen to complicated explanations or even be able to understand you know, like a systematic explanation of what pantheism is.
No, they're going to vote for the prettiest girl. You can tell just by looking at
saying,
the thing.
I mean, you're not being scientific about it. Saying it's your own attachment that causes you to not be able to understand it. So you're saying no, it's going to be a large audience, and there's going to be a multi-factor karma for the people watching the audience. You know, maybe it's going to be 80% men, 20% women, you know, married couples and various people that have their various biases or reason that they're watching it. And so there's also oratory, like Forex Shark was going to come on. I was just going to talk to him about the dynamics of public speaking. But if you're speaking to a large crowd, you have different ways you're connecting to it. So you could choose to talk to the people that you know are in opposition to you and likely to still be in opposition to you no matter what you do. You could choose to talk to the people that are on your side, and even if you lose, they're going to be on your side. And you have a read.
It doesn't even make sense. I mean, I'm just looking at the title now, and it says pagan versus atheist versus Christian versus pantheist. It's like, what does that even mean?
I mean, it's like, it's just how they promote their show. I mean,
so I guess everybody will get a chance to say, I love paganism because
that's how they
I'm
promote
an
their show.
atheist.
He's making money off of it. You know, just how it, like, I mean, maybe, you know, it's like a little bit more structured than Donahue, and that's really all it is. It's just in saying for Jennifer, she doesn't. I mean, she could do some research, but you know, basically, she's going to get her 5 minutes, and there might be a little back and forth, and you know, a few people, but I mean, it's basically.
You'll only get a chance to speak.
But I mean, just people running a YouTube page and structuring in a certain way. And like, no, just like even Jennifer herself is basically too attached to be capable of structuring a debate in this manner. The people at modern day debates, they can't do it either. It's too difficult to get people to be like, this is who I am. These are the ideas that I represent. This is what I'm going to put forward. And, you know, because there's other factors that people act out on when they're in front of a crowd.
Well, the thing is, it's so badly done. It's like if there's more than two people in the debate,
you're saying it's so badly done, but they're one of the more popular ones on YouTube. So it's like, yeah, there's a lot of problems with it. Could be a lot better, but at the end of the day, they're one of the bigger debate platforms currently on YouTube. They get 10, 100 times more views than you get.
Okay, but okay. So what's a moderation like? Have you watched any of them?
Well, of course we have. We did our preparation.
What do you think the moderation is like?
Unlike you, we did our preparation. So we're not just wasting time asking dumb questions that make you look dumb because it just shows that you didn't do any preparation.
Okay, but so what do you think of the moderation on modern debate?
I mean, it's kind of mediocre, and they're probably going to largely leave it to the panelists, and it's monetized. I'm saying it's kind of like all of it that they're going to take it in the direction that the people who pay want it taken in. So it's it's commercialized like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, I'm going to say this. I don't think the Indian guy's going to win. The Christian, he's not going to win. It'll be one of the girls. And
there is no winner like that. I'm saying like they're all they're all relatively winners because they're all being put in front of a bigger audience than they're regularly in front of. So even if everybody
just getting to appear on it is a win. It means you're a winner. Do they actually declare the winner?
Well, I said no. I mean, really, they're all losers because like I mean, because it's a B-rate. I mean, God forbid it's a B-rate channel, and it's going to be B-rate debate performances. So in a certain, they're all losers, but also they're all winners, because you're saying it's a process to becoming a good debater, to really understanding issues, and it should be a good opportunity for all of them, and an opportunity for them to increase their prestige and cult and grow subscribers, because they're all going to be in front of a larger audience than they're usually in front of.
Doooovid, ConOps wants to come on.
Is he on already?
I think he's asking for the link.
Yeah, and saying like, I'm more like a purist. I more care about ideas. Like, I was going to talk about the structure of arguments. I mean, Jennifer, like, people see she got ego issues and carries a lot of conflict with people. Like, I'm generally, I could have conversations with people, even my enemies. It's like you come to me. It's like, I know that you were paid to kill me, but like, let's just have a conversation for the hell of it. Like,
come on, dude, but don't act like you've never antagonized someone. Remember the thing with Aaron where you were trolling him with the idols of Moses? Come on.
I wasn't trolling. I mean, it's saying that wasn't a troll.
You waving an idol of Moses into the camera, laughing, mercilessly taunting Aaron wasn't trolling.
I missed that.
Troll. I was proving a point.
So where it's trolling and proving a point may differ from person to person, multiple trolling hypothesis and stuff. So I thought I was on topic, honestly, because when I asked, I thought we were going to be going through the arguments, saying why they were wrong and correcting them.
Yeah, but it's like no one thinks that you have the power to correct these arguments. So it's saying like there's no value proposition, because no one that watches me thinks that you're going to be able to give the answer to these arguments. So, I mean, there's no value proposition in that. I mean, if you have your system where you think you have the answers to these questions, but like, no one who watches Doooovid thinks that you have the answers to these questions. That's not what the debate prep is about. Like, ask Jennifer. I mean, it's still ask me anything, but I'm saying like, no one thinks. I mean, you could have your system, and I promote you having your system in your ideas, but like, no, I don't think anyone that watches me is gonna think that Jennifer's about to solve these or even cares about her opinion on Kabbalah, or her ability to solve these questions that have been around for thousands of years.
I wasn't giving solutions. I was pointing to the problems in the axioms, which we could have treated logically. And any of my arguments can be pushed back on logically at any time if there are actual counter arguments.
It's your framing that you can't just say analyze it, because you put your ego into it, and then it's reject. Like, who the hell is this woman that thinks she could do that? And you're saying like, no, I reject that she knows how to do this, and she's going to correct. She's not correcting crap. She doesn't even have 1,000 subs. Like, what the hell? She's going to correct someone else's debate. You're saying like, no, we'll accept your analysis. We don't need your corrections.
I said we were going to correct it together, not I was. Well,
it's not even correct. It's analysis. You're saying we're analyzing ideas and arguments, not correcting it. You were saying like these are the most important questions that man has in front of us. No one thinks that you're going to give a correct answer. Person would have to be a lunatic to think that this woman is going to give a correct answer to the most difficult questions that have ever been asked. You're saying, but we're going to analyze it and push forward a little bit, and saying just that you can't even take that attitude towards it makes it incredible. But it's saying in the spiritual realm, like within Hinduism or a certain realm, it's saying religiously, that's called like a Mayavadi tendency, and it's even demonstrative or explanatory of dualism, because what's the source of truth and how do you get at truth? And then to even just say that, okay, she's acting like that because she has some sort of metaphysics understanding of how truth, where it derives from, that she would phrase it in that way. But can she remove herself from herself to separate her argument and her understanding from herself? It's like, no, it doesn't appear that she can.
This is something that occurred to me just watching the thing.
And you're saying that might not be a fault on her. It could be that that's impossible in general, that nobody could separate themselves from their argument and their thought.
Well, we can try, right? But it would be wrong to axiomatize it, I think.
Can I just say something about the debate? It may be helpful to Jenna, it may not, but it's just my 1 cent's worth. So the four people in the debate, and there's this pagan, there's atheist, there's Christian, there's Jen, the pantheist.
Speed it up, wrap it up, wrap it up.
So I would, if I were running the show, say to the pagan, why are you a pagan and not an atheist or a Christian or a pantheist? And then I would say to the atheist, why are you an atheist and not a pagan, Christian, or etc. So do you get the idea? So if you're given the opportunity, well, I'm not a pagan because blah, not an atheist because blah, not a Christian because blah, and I am a pantheist because it's so good and better than any of your ideas because whatever. So
but I
think that would be the way to do it.
I don't see, Claire, how that is arbitrary, right? So you said like, oh, why could that be a formal debate? But it's just easily done, right? I mean, everybody has their opinion why atheism could be a good thing or a bad thing, whatever. And then you can just
I'm saying Jen should appear, prepare those arguments and say, well, I'm not a pagan because this, not an atheist because that, not a Christian because of the other, and I'm a pantheist because it's so good and so superior, and that's why I am a pantheist, and that would be, the preparation for this silly debate. But
why is it a silly debate?
Yeah, it's a silly
understand.
Debate.
Why not? You're on your channel, you're railing against why Islam is better than Christianity. So I don't see what the difference is.
Because the debate isn't framed in any way. It's like it's a beauty competition. So here you go, pagan, display your beauty. Here you go, atheist, display your beauty. Here you go, Indian man, display your beauty. Here you go, Jen, pantheist, display your. And that's it. It's as shallow and as stupid as that.
So how do you think the debate should be framed?
Well, I just wouldn't do it in that way at all.
The reason they do tag team debates is, well, one of the reasons is when they have new people on the channel, if they want to, try them out first. So if there's a four-way debate, that way, if somebody tanks, then it's not like the whole debate turns into a bad video. You've still got some other good players in there.
Just to be clear, it's not a tag team. As far as I understand, it's like 4 versus 4, not 2 versus 2.
Right. Yeah, but it'll be a similar premise. The other reason why they have tag team debate, or four-way debates.
Are you saying they're going to cluster us into 2 sides?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just simplifying my speech. A four-way debate. It's at the short. Usually it's tag team debate, so I was just saying that out of habit. But it'll be the same premise as to why they're doing it, so that if somebody does turn out to be no good at debate, it doesn't turn into a boring video. The other reason is to combine audiences. And then as far as, once they figure out they want to have a four-way or a tag team debate, then it's like, oh, pick a topic, pick people to put together. So because Jen has a more uncommon perspective that she's arguing for, it's harder to put her on a tag team debate, so they make it a four-way. And then, like I organize debates and I know how the channel works. I'm just putting it from James Coons' perspective. And like, if you think he's not doing a good job, then how can he improve?
Oh, Claire doesn't have an answer for that. She's just trying to get it so that we'll be talking about secular Quranism for the whole stream.
That's
how James can improve. Just erase modern day debate from the channel name. Put in secular Quranism, tag team, gang, and then you'll be perfect in Claire's eyes.
She wouldn't even do that, because the moment she get tag teamed is the moment she'll boot somebody else off her channel.
Well, I look forward to it, Jen, I must say.
But won't you be at a disadvantage, Jen, you being the only pantheist out there?
Perhaps you don't know me very well if you don't think I love playing with a handicap. I'm basically always playing with a handicap. I mean, you've seen me take on like 6 Wignats at once and still come out on top. So I don't seek those
Yeah.
types of debates
I
out.
mean-
But when I'm starting at a disadvantage, which I really don't think I am in this case, I don't mind.
I don't know. Sometimes it can be unfair, right? Like just how the preset, how things are set.
You can't
that the
really.
rules are
There's
sort
no
of
such
rigged
thing as a
against
fair
you.
debate. There's no such thing as a fair
Although
debate because then
I
it's like,
agree with
well,
that.
it's in English, so we're excluding all the non-English speakers. It's like, yeah, okay, there's no such thing as a truly fair debate, but it's about the appearance of fairness, and that's more goes to what makes the debate
I'm not so
entertaining.
sure. I think your conversational partner is really important. People who you talk to. I've had debates here where people
Yeah, that's included in the overall aesthetic of the debate.
constantly strawmanning you. Like
You?
you're arguing a position that somebody's arguing against you with position you don't have yourself, and then just trying to shoot down.
So your debate strategy? You're saying you don't like your own debate strategy?
No, that's not what I'm doing. I've never done that. Give me a straw
You've never
man
said that I
ever
believe in
used.
flat Earth, and that I don't believe in evolution.
I said you've been agnostic about evolution. Yes,
That's
and you've been
actually
making
bullshit.
strange.
That's bullshit.
No,
So
no,
that's
I
your
can
straw
I
man,
can prove
so-
this. There was an interesting
No, I don't
stream
think you
you
can.
had where you were talking about the process of evolution, and you're talking about that.
Let's not
some
go
things
into this,
have-
ConOps.
Yeah, well, let's
Doooovid
not
doesn't
go
want
into
this
it.
on a
But
show.
and you.
Why
you
then
are-
have I
you are
identified
on-
you as the
you
person
are on
who
tape,
uses straw mans
denying
perpetually?
that nukes are real, or being agnostic about nukes? So I mean, I'm not trying to.
Well,
strawman people.
Marshall, who actually understands a little more about burden of proof than most people,
Yeah.
is the reason
Okay.
I was fine to delegate that because I don't have
Fine, but I'm
time.
just trying to say I haven't strawman you, right?
I think you have,
I haven't.
but that's okay. You're entitled
All right.
to your own opinion.
All right. So I just
No,
think it
not.
happens way too often here. And I think that's just the most disingenuous debate tactics that you can have. And if you're arguing against some person like that and the audience is not aware of something like that, the audience is either too stupid or too biased or whatever, it's a problem. You need to know, if you're really having a serious debate, who you're arguing against.
Yeah, I mean, likely this modern day debate one is going to be people talking past each other. So it's just going to be people waiting their turn and then saying what they want to say. And it's going to be okay for everybody because, the channel owner is making money and the people on it are getting in front of a bigger audience and get a few subs. And, it's really kind of a mess and it's poorly organized, but it has enough utility that it's going to move forward anyways. So, I mean, you could put more work into it and saying no, I want to organize debates that are of a higher quality than modern day debate. And that's why I'm trying to openly do debate prep. But no, I'm saying I want to assign people homework and the people here are grown people and no one wants to do homework. And saying, well, then you're going to not have high quality debates. And the only way to have high quality debates is to put prep into them and to even somewhat script them and plan them out with the people you're debating. And I wanted to teach people just how to flow ideas because it's one of the most basic, important ideas of debate. It was the whole reason, the show that I had, and we didn't even get through it, and it was largely somewhat Jennifer's fault because I don't think she appreciated that this is a skill that she probably, if she doesn't do it, she's not going to be good at debate. And it doesn't matter what she believes or what system, you have to be able to flow debates, and it comes from writing out the structures of arguments and being able to accurately assess what the other person said, the structure of their arguments, and how yours fits into that. And it's somewhat scientific and want to go over that. And everybody, for whatever they're arguing, whatever their idea is, just to flow and structure their arguments. I was saying it's debate prep. And so your average person has zero interest in debate prep. You're saying, debate's a little bit fun, or reading books. But really the grueling effort of debate prep is this, of structuring arguments and actually understanding the arguments of the other people. That besides understanding your own arguments, to accurately understanding what the other person said. Not in terms like, oh, I want to defeat the person, I want to win people over to my side, to say, no, I want to accurately understand what the other person said and have real communication of recognizing that me and the other person do not agree, but we could still largely understand the axioms of the other person's systems to have meaningful communication, let alone debate to push forward on ideas or solve questions of uncertainty, difficult issues, learn how to frame it in different perspectives and all the benefit from debate. But to some perspective, the benefit actually comes from the debate prep. The debate is kind of fun, but the debate isn't what actually helped you. In on my streams on consciousness and chess, is that it's the conscious effort to improve your mind that improves your mind. So you might work and study at chess in order to win at chess, but it was the study at chess that actually improved your chess than actual playing. So also with the debate, that the debate does not actually improve your debate. The debate prep is what improves your debate performance, what improves your understanding.
Mm-hmm. I agree with it has to be worth it, right? So if you are arguing with a conversational partner, and this is my, it's just my deception here or my disillusionment, and you sort of prep or you read up about things, but you notice that your conversational partner is just completely not being honest, or they're just completely going back to personal attacks like, oh, you don't have a family yet, or stuff like this, like something that has nothing to do with the argument, like making it immediately personal. It becomes a bit of a waste, right? So you have to have a genuine conversational partner that actually wants to talk on the merits of the argument and doesn't want to go into ad hominem or straw man arguments. So I think it's worth it when your opposition is genuine and fair.
Well, I mean, there could be different value propositions. We separate the worth it as a value proposition. So you're saying everybody tomorrow night being on Modern Day Debates is worth it in the value proposition because it's going to be good for their streaming, because they're all micro streamers that are being on a bigger platform that is giving their voice to be heard in front of a larger audience than it's usually heard in front of. So even if there is no genuine communication between the panelists, even if objectively everybody does a subpar performance, it still will probably benefit all of the people who participate because they'll get subs and they'll increase their reach and imprint of ideas. And even if the majority of the audience thinks that they were an idiot, like it'll be a big enough audience that there'll probably be a handful of people that are genuinely interested and migrate to their channels. So I'm saying in terms of the value proposition, it's definitely there for all of the participants. You're saying objectively, what does a good interfaith theological debate look like? Probably not what's going to happen tomorrow. And you're saying it's one of these pass the joint type things where it's just here's the audience and people waiting for the turn to have their chance to address the audience, which has some utility in and of itself. If you have nothing to preach to the audience, you don't care. But it was like Claire, just like put me in front of the audience so I could preach my thing. Like maybe at least one person in the audience will buy what I'm selling. So like as long as you could put me in front of the audience, there's utility for me to speak.
But how about the utility for the audience, right? So I think, in a sense, it's a good shit show to listen to. And I haven't actually looked at this modern day debate thing. But if it's like the old sort of Warski versus JF debates, or the debates, unfortunately, in our circles, most of the time it's people who just go with
significantly more PC. I mean, this one's more like semi-secular Christian, general PC within the norms of American culture, where it's still on YouTube. So there's no like racism or it's basically relatively clean for kids. That if most people wouldn't be. I mean, they do have like transsexuals, but within the modern American norms, that the behavior is good enough that it's PG-13. Is where Worski was never PG-13.
Yeah,
It's always
sure.
R.
No, that's true. But I think there's also something else about the Worski thing. For example, JF and Worski, they had debates where they had, for example, like 3 or 4 against 1, right? Or they had like they interrupted somebody, or they had the sound higher for somebody, or like less patient with somebody who's from the opposite team, for example. And I think these things also really matter, like. And if the audience just listen to this as entertainment, that it's fine. But is it a really fair debate? And is the audience going to take away like some objective truth from it? Nah, I don't know.
Modern day debate's a really neutral platform. That's one thing they do a good job of.
So
Yeah,
do they make sure that's neutral then?
Yeah, they keep it neutral. I mean, the guy running is a Christian, but like, he never like says good things about one side rather than the other. Like after the stream, he does a little chat, but if somebody posts a comment criticizing one side or giving an objection to one side, it's like, oh, I can't read that when both of the guys aren't here. We always have both sides being heard, offering objections to any argument.
Well, I mean, he kind of runs it like a debate show. So I mean, he's got, but it's kind of on a lower, like a B-rate level. So you don't have like real deep insight into issues. You're not going to see like you're not going to really learn anything like deep if you have real insight into any of these issues. And they kind of like repeat things like Bigfoot, flat Earth, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's good to have debates, but and it's also largely commercialized where it's somewhat a pay-to-play system. So it's just, here are the panelists for tonight. They got past the vetting committee, and, they'll have their opening statements, and then they could speak amongst themselves. And a lot of the times the host is almost non-participant. Sometimes if it's interesting, or they'll get even have a guest host who that the people themselves pick it out. And then afterwards, it's largely dependent on the donors. That, the super chat and the directions is largely going to be, and it's a business model. I told Charles Moskowitz when he was on my show, he was saying that once you have donors and super chatters, you could direct your business model into getting money out of people by basically saying, I will change the direction of the show if you pay me enough. And so for that, I mean, I don't think the guy would say it straight up, but from general streaming, I think that's somewhat, that's just how it works. Like these guys are making money off of it. It's income. And once you start making money off of it, you generally do things in the way that increases the amount of money you make off of it. And, even to, saying that me or Jennifer, like, okay, Brundle gave me $5 super chat, and, like I'll get like $2.43 of it eventually, like 3 months from now, maybe. But yeah, you could aim to say, I also make money off of my events. My goal is the truth in the multiple value propositions at the same time, just like if you were running a local bar, synagogue, club, organization of any sort. It has multiple different value propositions for multiple people at the same time. So the owner of Modern Day Debate has built up a community of streamers, and he also recruits micro streamers. Like Jen is somewhat like a micro streamer that is being, somewhat given an opportunity, like like being taken up from the minor leagues for a chance in the major league. And if she gets a hit, she'll probably keep on getting invites. And if she sucks, she'll go back to the minor league for another season. And I mean, JF and Worski were kind of like that. We're basically like that also. So like, oh, this Worski, like, he's just kind of a jackass. He was a jokester, a trickster that built up a big platform and ran his debate circuit kind of, even like Comedy Central, where we're trolling and joking, but that's what people wanted to see. and you could have a negative audience. Like I remember the Westboro Baptist Church, going on, like Russell Brand or something, or like a type appearances where it's saying you could have a utility of going in front of a hostile audience. There's always various utilities or value that people could, say, like, I'm going for it. Like, there's value in me doing this, even though there's a lot of defects and problems with it.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But would you say also in the case of Worski and JF that it was that money talked, in the sense that I think the super chats also caused them to look for more edgy content and also more conflict and also more like crazier guests, let's say.
I think you have the history wrong. I think Worski already did that and then added debate. He was already doing stupid things for money, kind of like Joe Rogan, where he was doing gags and gimmicks largely for money, and then he added in debate that he got big with Trump. That Worski already had hundreds of thousands of subs before he started doing debate. So the first debates he was doing, it was like a joke, and he wasn't doing serious debates.
Yeah, but he had different types of guests, right?
Because he was doing debates that no one else was doing, like Nazis. Well, he was doing like Nazis.
Yeah, but he started with the skeptic community.
But I'm saying he invited
like constantly
Jackass
with more edgy.
But I'm saying you're saying it historically incorrect, because I think he started like Jackass and then moved into debate. It wasn't like he was doing debate and his numbers were going down.
No, he started with
like
the skeptic community, and then he ended up with Nazis in the end.
He started doing,
and that's because
he started doing online
the
gimmicks.
People who pay most super chats. That's a truth.
Yeah, but I was saying that he, was like the godfather of internet blood sports and the model of making money. That he taught the people like Bake Alaska, Luke Ford, JF the model, but his model of making money off of it predated debate. That he was doing stupid things for money before he was doing debate, so that when he was doing debates and people were paying in the middle of the debate for him to do stupid things, that was already his model for years that he had been profitable with. And so he was like a visionary that, like, taking a Jackass model towards debate was actually successful. And not only it spun off tens of other successful streamers where you had the combination of the trolling and the jokester in the debate and the money model where you had to pay to see it. Where if you wanted, we're kind of like choose your own adventure, but pay for your own adventure. Wouldn't it be funny if a rabbi and a priest were talking, and in the middle of the talk, something really stupid happened, and you say, well, if you pay for it, we'll set it up. And so it became like a business model like that. But by making the point that it came from like the Joe Rogan Fear Factor Jackass and evolved into melding that with debate.
Yeah, well, I have my doubts about that. I think actually, like, extreme right-wing politics, especially at that time, from 2016 onwards, you could get a lot of money with that, especially if you were a young, good-looking girl. People were made like hundreds of thousands of euros just saying things that they actually didn't mean, and then people coming up with the super chat saying something super edgy. Saying something super edgy, and then they thought they could get their ideology in, like,
I've showed the numbers. I've showed the numbers.
Is this really about debate prep, though?
Yeah, saying it's not. I've even done the numbers and the research on this. I'm saying like no, you could get millions of viewers and big money for doing gimmicks and tricks on the internet, and combining that with debate. You could only be so edgy in debate. Like, you could do stunts and fights and various things, and that's going to be way more popular than debate. Like, combining debate with edgy stuff can only make debate so much more popular. You're saying, like, if in the middle of the debate the people like turn it into an MMA fight, it get a lot more viewers. But like, you can't. But
do you think that modern day debate will have a better time, like, I don't know, starting to host a bit more of these shit streams than
No, I
don't
don't
know,
think. I mean,
something
he's
very
got
formal.
this audience of kind of like yuppie Christians, kind of like. So I mean, he's developed his own network that probably aren't interested in that. They're not interested in like stunts and gimmicks. They're kind of just like B-rate students that really still care about these topics and want to have a clean, friendly conversation. So they're not he's not necessarily getting. I mean, he might be a PhD student, but I think his target audience is more like your blue collar person that still thinks about these issues, but they don't want Worski and his tricks. They want kind of clean cut presentation and debate.
So are you gonna appear
There
on
might still
modern
be
day
a market
debates?
for blood sports, but that's not modern day debates.
We tried to go on Doooovid and I, but they didn't seem too keen on that idea. So what we're going to try to do is, like, after this debate tomorrow, if it goes well, I might suggest Doooovid come on. And then maybe at some point in the future, if, it goes off well with the host and so forth, we could actually debate each other. But
I think more likely, I mean, Arjun's still here. More likely is I would probably debate someone like T-Jump on Arjun's channel. And then if that went well, I would probably debate T-Jump on their channel, because T-Jump is their house debater. And so, and he's their house, and I would be logical opposition, because he's largely a materialist, atheist, agnostic. So he's their house debater. So likely it would probably be me against T-Jump, and probably from my understanding is I would probably debate with him on an alternative platform like Arjun Theology Unleashed, and if it went well, that would be like prep for a debate on his platform. But he's their house debater. Like, so even if I went and debated and had a good performance, he's still going to be their house debater. He's their buddies, their friends, they're working together, and they have a profitable, successful community relationship. And so I'm willing to work with them in that paradigm where I don't mind them making money and continue to make money. And I'm not trying to break up the relationship of like T-Jump being their house debater. And really, I like debate. I'm actually, like, from the few autists, nerds that I'm more interested in the prep than the actual debate. I'm more interested in actually understanding these issues and using debate as a method. Like, really, I want to solve the hard problem of consciousness, and I think debate is the best method to do it. And I'm going to say modern day debates, he's a smart guy, but it's probably beyond his understanding level at the moment to seriously go into the hard problem of consciousness. Like, he probably just hasn't thought about it enough. And while I debated JF, I'm a speed reader, but it's already 2 years. Like, I've read hundreds of books on the subject in the last 2 years, and I'd relatively been pretty familiar with the topic my whole adult life. So I was saying, if the head of modern day debates, if he hasn't really been that much into consciousness and he wants to move his show in that direction, he will have to put the work into it. And
Okay, but why were they not very keen on having you on, Doooovid?
I don't even think they.
they didn't say.
Yeah, I think he just didn't
Don't
respond.
try to make this into a fucking drama thing. It's not. It's just what happened. He gets a lot of emails. It's no big deal.
Yeah, he might not have responded, but I think that just the topic, he probably didn't even understand or make sense. The topic, and even when I'm trying to explain here, like the dualism, and he's like a Christian, he might not have put enough thought or understanding, and even to debate these esoteric topics. They're very complicated, and they're it's extremely difficult for people, even believers, to when you're talking about spiritual realms and these different issues, the interaction problems.
It's a very difficult debate because it's very
reincarnation.
difficult to prove one thing or another, isn't it? So if you have a debate on these things, it's not going to be very interesting because
ConOps, it's always hard to prove one thing or another.
Is speculations. Well, some things are easier to prove than others.
No,
mean,
the only thing that you can do is deceive yourself into thinking you're debating a dichotomy, but all questions have these incredibly fine
If you
aspects.
think like
that-
proving the soul is easier than proving,
it depends on how you define it. If it depends on how you define it, some people don't even accept. Some people don't even accept that it's real. Some people don't even accept that the soul is a real thing.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
right?
so
That's why
the
it's very
fact that people
controversial.
can't
It's
agree
not
on
very
those
controversial that all humans have hands, or most of them do. I mean,
well, no one's going to debate about that. People don't tend to debate about incontrovertible facts.
Yeah, but you're talking about a community that this guy has built
what
up.
I'm trying to say.
I mean, you got to separate. You say he calls this thing modern day debates, but like, it's not like an objective debate circuit where like he's got his own little community and thing he's trying to do, and he's got his own bent and his own topics that he likes. And you know, my bent is more towards consciousness, esotericism, metaphysics, and they don't really have too many debates on those topics.
Yeah,
you know, like,
but isn't that also it's either very technical or it's very unprovable. So the debates might not become very interesting. If you have debates where you can sort of
about it have
gotcha
debates
or whatever. No,
no, I'm saying because you're not a
like that.
Yeah, because you're looking as adversarial. So if you're two Jews in rabbinic school and have a debate, you know, when you both believe in the same system, debate is the method of pilpul that you're supposed to use to help understand it. So if you're from a different background or system, yeah, there's no value proposition. You just don't believe. You think that's ridiculous. So I don't want to, you know, so debate to try to convince you of what you think is ridiculous is being meaningful, as opposed to debate between two people who think it's meaningful and, you know, kind of, and there could be more utility to some perspective to arguing with the person who just thinks you're flat out wrong and thinks what you think
I don't like
is ridiculous.
Debates where it's almost impossible to tell who's right and who's wrong. And at some point, I want to see a gotcha, or I want to see, oh well, that's a really good point, you know, like that.
So you don't want to discover the truth like a gotcha. You want to see you just want to see a winner or loser. You want to see a fight. You want to see a knockout.
I wanted to be able to tell Doooovid who's right and who's wrong, and I can't.
You have
tell
to. Of
course, you're not going to be able to tell who's right and wrong.
You have to agree on what the axioms, ConOps. You have to agree on a bunch of axioms.
If you have a multiple truth hypothesis, like even yourself might not be right at this moment.
ConOps, can you let me talk? In order to get what you're describing there, in order to get that, you need to agree on the axioms. You need to agree on axioms to have that kind of debate.
If it's a good debate, you're not going to decide who's right and wrong. It's because there's an issue where there's uncertainty and there's enough logic and reason on both sides. So simple-minded people look at debates and judge, oh, this one won and this person lost. So the purpose of the debate is to understand the issue at a deeper level. And if the person thinks they're going to watch the debate and see who won and see who lost, they are not in the spirit of the debate, that they did not actually understand the issue at a deeper level. And so you say, okay, the majority of people who watch debate.
I might have misspoken. It's not just about being right or wrong. It's to be able to tell who made a good point and who didn't make a good point. And if I don't know, like these esoteric conversations, I don't know if they're good for debates. They might
ConOps,
be good
points
for a
are
talk
always
or a
relative to axioms. Points are always relative to axioms. You have to agree on the axioms before you can have points like that. So you're saying, I really want to have this great BTFO, but it's like that only happens when you agree on axioms to a point, but then after a certain point, you don't agree on axioms anymore.
But
you have to be able to see past yourself.
Your axiom, so you
have to be able to see past yourself and say it's not about you and how you understand things. It's about the objective ideas. So you have to step out of yourself in your own worldview to try to understand axioms and systems that are different than your own. And most people do not want to put the mental effort into doing that. And you could still enjoy debate and have some utility of debate or have some small level of what real debate is about. But that's, you know, saying like, so I'm teaming up with Arjun of Theology Unleashed, even though I'm a Hasidic Jew, because like, no, me and Arjun probably have tons of disagreements, but we're both spiritualists. We're both people who believe in karma and have enough similarities that we could have a real discussion and a debate. I could have a real discussion and a debate with ConOps, even though we have completely different systems. But for the perspective of debate, saying like, no, I don't think I'm going to win. I don't think ConOps is going to change, but I understand his axioms and how he looks at the world enough that we could interact and understand each other. And even like I said, like Ben Watkins is an engineer and I'm an engineer, and if we had a project together and I signed off on my part and he signed off on his part, that even though we have different worldviews, that you could trust that we both did our job and successfully. Be like Arjun, like his noise, he's working right now and saying that hopefully he's proficient in whatever job he just did, that his client is happy with his job, even if he thinks that his theology in a belief system is ridiculous, like chanting Hare Krishna is the most ridiculous thing in the world, but you still did a good job and got paid, and I'm glad with the service that you did.
Yeah, well, you have to understand each other enough to. Are you here? I just hear car sounds, to be honest.
This
Oh yeah, I keep wanting to say, winning a debate doesn't necessarily even track truth. All it shows is that you're better at rhetoric than the other guy. But you can have better arguments and the other guy be bad at arguing, even though the other guy is arguing for something which is true.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But it's not just about bad or good arguments. It's also about, especially in these kind of conditions, just like really like slippery, sneaky shit. Like I don't know, like putting a premise in
calling
somewhere,
someone crazy
that's
because you're too
undetected.
afraid of their arguments, that kind of thing.
Well, if you use an argument, I'll give you an example, something that you'd use. You can't defeat my argument. Just saying that often enough, or Claire saying, "Oh, there's no alternative to secular Quranism." All these, like, you just go out and say that. That's not in itself an argument, even though people who might be, I don't know, not very intelligent, don't know how
it's preaching. The
debates
strategy
work. For them, it's an argument,
because it's preaching, and so the strategy is to get in. It's just get in front of the crowd and preach. So it's okay. I signed up for a debate not because I wanted to have a debate in good faith, but just so that once I was in front of the crowd, I would be able to preach, which is also, so to say, a pretty common strategy, or just say self-promotion. That and it's usually accepted at a certain level. That like, yeah, I'm going to give a competent performance. True. But part of it is like the only reason I'm doing this is because I'm going to be able to self-promote myself.
So, and what would you say to somebody who would say, for example, like, my model makes all the predictions, or you can't defeat my argument? Do you think that's an argument on itself, or do you think that's
no, that's a rhetorical strategy. T-Jump does heaps of that. He's really good at it.
Yeah.
What's a mistake is to make a truth value assertion about a statement that you can't validate, which is the problem you're having. You're saying, well, because I've never seen this assertion before, it must be false. That's an argument to unfamiliarity, but it can't be held up to scrutiny, right? Like it fails
What do you
under
mean?
scrutiny.
Which assertion are you talking about exactly?
The model makes all the predictions. That's an assertion. You could test it if it's true, but you refuse to do it. You just hand wave and say, no, that's impossible because I said so.
But you can't just like on a very
is
generic
that a good
way say
tactic?
My model makes all the predictions, and then
is that a
saying
good tactic,
that is
right?
an
Like
argument.
just from a
no,
theoretical
you just have
perspective,
to go into specifics.
It's a huge. See, the thing is, I'm testing you to see how you can handle an indeterminate assertion. Because if a person says no to an indeterminate assertion, I already know that they're not open to any truth. If they say no and they don't know, I know that they're willing to lie to cover up their ignorance.
This is why I don't think arguments in these circles work, because people are really okay with using these rhetorical devices just to get away with it, and some people are
you're arbitrarily latching on rhetorical devices that you don't like, but you're not paying attention to your own rhetorical strategy, which is a bit at odds with what you're saying right now.
What exactly? Which rhetorical devices am I using?
You've never once logically addressed any of my arguments, but you've made a bunch of insulting comments towards my arguments, and now you're here complaining that people are doing ad homs and doing rhetorical strategies that you don't view as valid from a logical standpoint, but you can't say why.
Yeah, that's the point. I tried to make this Thursday night debate prep, because like saying there is no choir here. It's all preachers, and saying everyone here basically doesn't give a crap what anyone else has to say. They're just waiting their turn to preach their own stuff. And saying like, no, like you need to actually understand other ideas other than what you're preaching. There's no one here listening that's going to be convinced of your preaching and join you. The only people here are here because they disagree with you and are waiting for their chance to preach and promote their own stuff. And so it's saying like, no, I'm just going to put you to work to help you make your mind better, to understand the formulations of ideas. And it causes dissonance because saying, I don't want to make my mind better. I don't want to learn logic. I don't want to learn how to structure ideas better. I just want to self-promote myself and to promote my cult and my own ideas more and more. And it's paradoxical because the process of learning how to make better arguments, one thing will show you is that what you're promoting is probably less of a value than what you had thought.
Is it possible to hypothesize other people's axioms, though, if people don't understand their own axioms? I would say that it's not.
Yeah, it's usually bad care. If you can't say back what the other person said and like, yeah, you accurately, like I did for Ben, he said I accurately summed up largely his worldview that I expressed relatively in a way that he could agree that, yeah, that's basically what he said. And saying you should always be able to do that in every single conversation. Anytime that you talk with somebody and you can't repeat back what they said in your own words in a way that's basically what I said, there was a communication failure. And yes, most conversations are communication failures. And you could have, I have different explanations, you say, because the real intention is, violence or will to power. So it could be ignorance, and because communication is difficult and people have communication failure because they didn't work at it. Or you could say subconsciously that people really are expressing their desire for violence or lust. And so the communication failure is largely because the person, I don't care what you say, I care about violence or lust or these other things that are the subconscious behind the reason why there's a communication failure. So you have debate prep to teach people how to have actual communication. It means I don't need you to repeat the same thing that you always say. I want you to express your ideas in a clear way and learn how to say other people, and then even improve the way that you express your own ideas. And so if people say, I don't have a coherent, consistent worldview, and I don't care about that. Like you're saying, so you don't then don't do debate prep. Debate, you need to have a consistent, coherent worldview. You need to go through this process in order to test how complete and consistent your worldview is. And the best way to know that your worldview is complete and consistent is that other people could clearly express it. That other people are like, oh, that's Doooovid, and this is his worldview. These are his axioms. These are the conclusions of this axiom. In any given circumstance, you could largely predict how Doooovid is going to act because he's a principled person who acts according to well-established axioms.
So can you do that? Can you state, let's say, Claire's axioms?
Well, I mean, possibly there's a difference as like Doooovid, who specializes in psychoanalysis and has my own theories on human motivation and behavior, to say, I am going to speculate on somebody else's axioms, even though they themselves.
Yeah, I think it would be a good game to play, because then we could all sort of take turns. Like you could do Claire, and then Claire could do me, and then I could
actually
whatever.
at this point in time, I think I can defend Claire's secular Quranism better than myself. If I could try.
That's not.
Well, I mean,
we're not
could you
asking
say?
to
Could you?
defend it.
But say
We're
the
asking
say
you
the
to state
simple
the
point.
axioms.
Could you say over Claire's ideas in a way that Claire would say, yes, he accurately, I mean, not in a perfect way, but largely correctly gave over an explanation of my ideas that she could say, yes, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Depends which one you want to address, but I think I can, yeah.
You think because it's enough.
Democracy is dementia. Christianity.
What we're looking for, no, ConOps, what we're looking for is a series of positive assertions, which taken together can be used to infer her other positions. We want the shortest possible list of true statements
for her, that's
that will
kind of
then
difficult.
develop her logic. Like, I actually made one of these for Claire. I don't know if she still has it. She probably hasn't framed at this point. But I actually flowed out her argument structure itself.
That was beautiful, Jen. I loved you for that.
I mean, it was meant to be an insult, but I'm glad you like it. Ha ha ha. Anyway, so that there is a way to do that, and that's what we're talking about here.
But Claire is agnostic, and she doesn't go like really from first principles. So like her
well, then you need to infer her
could you just let me talk?
You need to infer her unsaid axioms.
Jenny,
I already know what you're going to say.
I'm just saying. I was just you don't. What was I going to say?
She's a liar, and she's not honest about her intentions. So you have to infer her intentions through her actions.
I wasn't that. I was actually not saying that. I was saying something else. Claire looks at political practicality more than anything else. So she isn't actually really interested in the ontological truth of this or the other thing. But for her, political practicality is everything. And I think that if there's one action, that's it.
We tend to say political expedience here.
I could say,
whatever.
I mean, Claire is
I'm
relatively...
not a native English speaker.
I'm trying to help you out, ConOps. That's why I said it.
She's relatively, consistent and coherent. And I'm relatively, I would say Claire is actually probably more consistent and coherent than,
which is why I selected Claire
than Jennifer.
Oh, please.
I think that your average person could probably relatively correctly surmise what Claire is saying and representing and trying to do, as opposed to, I don't think most people could correctly surmise what Jennifer is saying or trying to do. So in that sense of being able to objectively have a third party stay over and test it, that I think Claire would probably be, that your average person does pretty much comprehend what Claire is saying. And I mean, maybe Jennifer, because it's physics, is more abstract, it's more complicated, that most people know they have no idea what Jennifer is saying. They would absolutely have no ability to portray what she's talking about, is where your average person probably could lay out the basics of secular Quranism.
Which is what I'm suggesting you do right now, but ConOps then said he wanted to do it, and I don't think ConOps quite understands.
Ego, because you're attached it to your character judgment of Claire, and saying like, okay, because I have an easy time because I just don't care about your character judgment of Claire. I don't judge people based on other people's character judgments of them. So I might take in that information, but largely I could completely separate that other people's bad opinion or complaints about the person, to just say how consistent and coherent is her worldview, whether even whether it's good or bad. You could have a bad worldview that's still consistent and coherent, but the principle of secular Quranism almost speaks for itself. As opposed to like Church of Entropy, it's more it's more convoluted. Even like, who is this woman? How is it attached? Even Claire's identity somewhat even matches her personality, as opposed to Jennifer, she's this, Irish, German, Canadian, and representing Hinduism and reincarnation. It's much more difficult for people to say over, but it could be the spiritual mindset where the axioms, people who have similar axioms like reincarnation or Hinduism, that to me, maybe Jennifer's system is relatively consistent and coherent, and I could even say it over to someone who had Eastern leanings in a way that would make sense. That if I met a buddy of mine there who's this Jennifer person, I would be able to accurately describe her in a way that if they met her, they would be able to get along and understand where they're coming from. But if they had other leanings, I would not be able to describe Jennifer's system in a way that would make sense to them, because it has axioms that are beyond their perception level, or would there just be too much distance to reject? Like, no, I can't understand that, as where Claire is relatively more straightforward and understandable to your average person.
Yeah, I mean, I could like sum up what Claire thinks.
We'll take a few minute break here.
And yeah, sure. And I could like sum up what she thinks. I could be like explain it in a sort of generous way, even though I like totally disagree with it. But it is clear. Although I do think she's sort of with the details, she's not being honest. I think Claire, and this might sound as an insult, I think you're one of the least genuine debaters out there. I think you do tend to not tell the truth, and you're very slippery at it, very good at it. But you are like I would say lies of omission, for example, in your system, and I don't think that's entirely fair. So even though the overall system might be more consistent, I think you are very inconsistent in the details of your system.
I don't see how. I've always answered your questions in the same way. It's not like I, tell you a different story every time, or I tell different people a different story. You saw that stream with that Imam Ahmed, Luke Ben Ahmed, and he was like, because I can't see your face, I'm not going to tell you what, it's like, well, you shouldn't be telling a different story to a different person anyway, so what's a big deal?
But for example, you said once to John Vance, you should actually lie about converting to Islam. You shouldn't tell everybody. And I think that
I didn't say that. I didn't say lie. I said it was probably not a good idea for you to convert because now you're being pulled in 3 ways.
Okay, so it's not directly lying, but you're not telling the people what they need to hear in order for them to get an accurate picture of you. So you're misrepresenting. So it's not.
They just have to keep following me around and check out what I say.
But do you understand what I mean? So you're
you're saying I should have said something about John.
Not telling the whole truth.
Do convert, don't convert. I made a point. I'll be totally neutral about it, even though I thought maybe it's not a good idea for you to convert.
No, but that's not the point. So you're asking somebody else not to be open about their ideas and to misrepresent
there's
their
nothing
ideas.
Bad about that. You don't tell everybody to tell
but there you
other
go.
people
But
their stuff.
If that's your principle, if you're if you're
I'm sure that's what your parents
would
tell you. Don't trust everyone completely and tell them everything because they're going to use the information against you. You make it sound like so villainous when I say that, just because it's me who's saying it.
I think it's quite
cherry picking stuff to use against people is not considered good form. So no one's going to disagree with that. If the only reason for talking to someone is to harvest things to later use against them to try to make them look bad, to make yourself, who is shit, look better in comparison, just as those guys told you, Baden Reese and the guy he was streaming with when you went on his show told you the same fucking thing. You think it's a coincidence?
What would you say to a politician who would say, well, actually, I will not always tell the truth to my electorate? Will you trust a person like that?
Well, I probably trust him more than somebody who says, I always tell the truth.
True. Well, we had this case with Sargon of Akkad, like the YouTube streamer. He said, politics, you have to lie sometimes, something like that. And that
this really isn't anything about debate strategy, is it? So you guys should really be keeping it on topic.
No.
It's not related at all. It's some random thing that nobody cares about.
It's absolutely related. No, it's absolutely related because
how's it related?
Because I think a debate strategy and misrepresenting views of yourself, not telling certain things, is being dishonest in debate, and you have to be wary of people like that.
So we've known Claire for how many years now? How many years have we known Claire for? How long has it taken you to figure out she debates in bad faith, ConOps?
No,
now, the fact that you still think you can rationally convince her to be debating in good faith, that is itself illogical.
For once, instead of calling her a liar, which I usually do. But I'm trying to be generous here, and I think Claire should also be aware that there are people who see right through that, Claire. It's not only this sort of circle, but if you want to act on a bigger stage, there are going to be people who are smart enough to see right through you. Yeah. So
She
I'm
doesn't-
not
I
so
think I
sure
told
if it's a
relatively
long-term
few.
gratitude.
She doesn't care. All she cares about is justifying criticism against her with idiotic rationalizations that nobody agrees with and ignoring all manner of people pushing back on her. You should have known that a long time ago. So why would you think you could get a different result now from Claire when she's already shown she's a machine broken in one position?
Well,
I don't
I'm trying
expect
to
more
be
from her
generous
than what
now.
she
I'm
can
trying
give.
to be
That's
generous
why
now, but also
I
for
will
the
not enter into
actually,
these
I'm
idiot
saying this
debates.
also for the benefit of the audience, that people just know what an omission actually means and what a misrepresentation means. If you don't tell something, that is actually really important as well. What people aren't telling you might be equally important as what they are telling you.
Yeah. Okay, maybe you should write a poem.
So Jen, are
Maybe I
we
should
going to
do.
do a trial run of what you're going to do tomorrow about?
See,
the
Claire,
pagan-
we know for a fact is incapable of listening to anything, right?
That question makes sense. Like if I were doing debate prep, I would run through my whole argument and then ask for feedback on it.
Would you go through
Thanks,
your
Arjun.
debate prep with someone who was categorically bent on destroying you and harvesting
come
evidence
on,
to later
Jen,
use against you?
Really?
Because that
Come
would be
on.
illogical, right? We would consider that kind of thing illogical, those of us who are
Okay, do
actually
you
smart.
want me to leave? But I'll go, and then you and ConOps and Arjun can go through your thing tomorrow. Actually, this is what you could do. When Doooovid comes back, he'll be the moderator, and one of you will be pagan, and one of you will be atheist, and another one of you will be Christian. Oh, there's not enough people.
It's just so funny. It's like, Claire, nobody is going to accept you being in charge. Doooovid just spent 20 minutes explaining why he doesn't give a shit about your opinions. Yet now you think you're going to take control of the stream. It's funny how little self-awareness
She's not
you
trying
have.
to take control, and we don't need to be unnecessarily inflammatory like that.
Well,
she
then
just
you
made
could
a
start by
suggestion.
minding your own business then, young man.
So Arjuna, do you have a background in philosophy?
No, but I've studied it as a hobby, like
That's
extensively.
good. Like, could you once, like, I don't know, can you do a quiz with me and Claire, like, who knows the most about philosophy, and see who wins?
Okay, tell me what epistemic internalism is and how it differs from epistemic externalism.
Like even more basic than that. I want you to.
You want something basic?
Like very basic. Like, do you know who said cogito ergo sum? Something like that.
What's the correct pronunciation of cogito ergo sum?
What? Correct pronunciation?
Yeah. Is it cogito or cogito? No, I'm just joking.
Well, I'm Dutch.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the best person for a
language.
pop quiz on philosophy.
Come on, you should do a pop quiz. You should do a pop quiz.
It just wouldn't be much fun for listeners. That's why I won't do it.
No, you won't.
Your idea of fun is horrible.
You lose everything, and this is a problem. Like, I'm half your age, but still you know half what I know.
Can't we do Jen's thing? Can we do a run through of Jen's arguments for tomorrow? I mean, that's really the whole point of it.
I'm definitely up for it. I'm definitely up for it with people who are in good faith. I know two of you aren't.
So we can ask Claire to not comment on your arguments, and I don't have any vendetta against you. I mean, I don't personally want to debate you, but I'm not going to go around trying to defame you or anything. So you don't have to worry.
Well, you've already called me narcissistic. That's just in the stream, not to mention all the stuff you said in the private chat, which was totally
but that was a private chat.
What did he say in the private chat? What did he say in the private
move
chat?
on. Let's move on.
She said that she's always got the upper hand in every debate, and I commented, I smell narcissism.
Yeah, so it's like knee-jerk ad homs. ConOps does it. Claire does it. Now you're doing it. It's like
I'm sorry, but I don't know anybody that goes around saying, whenever I debate, I always win. I always have the upper hand. I'm the best at debating. It's like, I mean, I guess Donald Trump's like that.
As well as insulting me are two great ways for me to never care about anything you say. So keep it up if that's what you want. Keep it up. You're doing a great job.
People, can I ask a question? There's somebody in the chat. Oswald Spengler wants to know the panel's opinion about Alexander Dugin. Do you have one, Jen?
No
Not
comment.
really. No, not really.
Well,
What
yeah, I
about you,
can give you-
ConOps?
Okay, I'll give you mine. I think actually he's an interesting thinker, especially because he's sort of like really right wing. On the other hand, he admires people like Franz Boas, who's like a complete cultural relativist, and that people always right wingers always agitate against because he's he's a cultural relativist, and he doesn't value sort of the culture, and he's Jewish and blah blah blah. But he really values him, so I think it's interesting. He has this idea of all these like sort of cultural separate rounds who should have their integrity. And I think that these are interesting ideas. I'm not like going all along with him, but I think he has some interesting ideas. Yeah. And
do you know?
Also that liberalism is in.
I don't know who we're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, God, are you
Okay.
going to design the pub quiz? No, you shouldn't do that. Come on.
Carry on, ConOps. You were about to say something more about Dugin.
Yeah, this whole idea of the fourth political theory, like there is something in, I would say, like modern liberalism that is kind of a problem, and it's becoming much more authoritarian, and that is also some of Dugin's concerns. That it's almost all-encompassing, what you guys call global homo. In the sense, it's just
Well, I guess
globalism.
he's saying that Russia hasn't got the traditions of a liberal democracy, and it's not good for it to adopt it.
Well, he might be
And-
right
and-
that they don't really have the traditions that we have in the West. That's the reason why, for
It's not
example,
working
Samuel
out for
Huntington.
us either. So
Well,
that's
working out,
another
it
reason
has
for them
to,
to
no,
reject it.
No, but I mean, like liberalism in the sense that it exists now today hasn't existed in the West, but the West has always been a result of representative institutions like the guilds, but also the cities and like the people who had all these like little councils where people had influence. So that's very Western. That's all already dates back from even like in Roman times, but also from the Germanic traditions. So you can't just erase that. And if you think you can just get like some kind of fascist 1930s till 1945 system in there, like, it won't work. The West has always been representative government in one sense or another. Yeah. So yeah, Dugin is right. Like this is becoming a bit political, and then Jenny can't understand it anymore.
The idea is to give a
zones
quick
off.
answer. To summarize it quickly, you just gave a boring, blowhard dissertation for minutes. It's like, summarize it quickly. Quick answer. You ever heard of a quick
But
answer?
Jen, if you want attention, can we have your arguments for tomorrow?
It would be nice
Yes,
if
let's
the
give your
focus of the
arguments for
conversation
tomorrow.
could remain. If the focus of the conversation
He
could
was
remain on
asking
what
a
we're actually here to
question. Like,
debate.
there was a question from Oswald Spengler in the chat. Of course, we need to be nice to our
Bloviate
audience.
for 5 minutes about it.
Yes, why not?
We're
be nice
we're
to the
compelled
audience.
to bloviate for
Okay,
5
why
minutes
don't you
about
give
it.
your best argument for pantheism, Jenny? If you can't
Because
win against
you
us, what
don't
chance
debate
do you
in
have
good
to
faith?
win against anybody else? You know?
I mean, all you have to say, Jen, is why you think pantheism is better than paganism, atheism, and Christianity.
And all you have to do is build a time machine to prove that you're debating in good faith.
I'm not debating. I'm just asking you the question and saying, go. And I'm not even going to argue with you. I'll leave
So,
it
like,
to
I'm
the
the
others.
dog that you're giving commands to? Is that it?
What?
No, we were inviting you to give your
Dance,
your best
monkey,
answer.
dance.
We're inviting you to give your best answer.
This is for
And
your
if you
own
can't
good.
defeat
I mean,
us-
this is
Oh,
about
really?
you.
It's for my
we are
own
helping you.
good. Oh, I'm
We are helping
sure.
you.
I'm sure it's
of
for my own
preparing
good.
you.
I'm sure it's not because you're megalomaniac, narcissistic statists or anything. It's definitely for my own good. That's why you keep
I'm
trying to
respecting
dismiss
the purpose
and
of
denigrate
Doooovid.
every fucking thing I say. That's why.
Okay.
Because you care about my well-being. Ha! You're so benevolent. Oh my god. How do you do it? Like, seriously? I wish I could be half as benevolent as you guys.
But look,
Okay,
So I don't think Jen wants to
Us.
prepare for her debate. Why don't we talk about something else? 'Cause this
Yeah,
is
why
getting boring.
don't we actually because you don't get better at debating by debating. You get better at debating by prepping your debates and by analyzing your debates after. The actual debating part only probably has minimal benefit. So why don't we let Jennifer give like a practice intro, if it's like 5 minutes of what she's going to say, and then we could give our critiques. So what is it, a 5-minute
I
intro?
don't think I'm going to do a practice run on this because I don't want to give my opponents any advantage, but I do want to go over that list that I sent you of the different points.
Okay, I mean, you could do a screen share, I think. I mean,
Sure. It'll just take me a second here.
because they like, I want to say debate prep, not debate. It's not Thursday night debate. It's Thursday night debate prep. And until people see that you have to do the prep, and saying Jennifer will have her performance tomorrow night, and like she'll hit 1,000 subs, she'll start making money, she'll start getting invited on other shows, or she won't. And it'll largely be
true.
determined by her own performance.
She has to be careful, right? I mean, she has to
Well,
be careful not to say that
it's largely her own performance and her own self that's going to cause it to happen. So, you know, whether tomorrow launches her into more success or is non-eventful and a failure is basically in her own hands.
Religion as a black box. Could you elaborate on that?
So this was the generalized order I wanted to go with because I wanted to end with the periodic table because I do think that's sort of the slam dunk. Like people were saying they're having trouble describing my theories, and I guess I appreciate it because it's a heck of a lot better than people fake explaining it and misconstruing it, right? But you can say I'm the one who discovered the quantum periodic table, i.e. the three-dimensional proper orientation of the periodic table. So I wanted to kind of close with that because I think it's the most salient point.
Sorry.
Jen, leave out the periodic table and just say it's easy to believe. Pantheism is easy to believe.
I would also, I would really leave that out.
Well, we have to realize that you guys suck at everything and I rule, so why would I give a shit about your opinions? And people join religions for different reasons. Stupid. People join religions for different reasons. Right now, what you're doing is you're projecting your own reasons for joining a religion onto me. It's like, I don't care about pandering to you, you have
We're trying to be helpful. We want you to win.
What you're saying is, why can't you make this more what I want it to be? It's like, I don't care about you two. You're sitting here laughing at me. I don't take you seriously. Like, you're idiots as far as I'm concerned. You're bad faith actors because you can't even let me finish what I'm saying without talking.
We want you to
and
do
shut
well.
the fuck up when I'm talking. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
You really gotta calm down, like Jennifer. Like you're not gonna get monetized, and like I'm already monetized, and you put me in jeopardy. Like saying, like, no, I mean, unfortunately, this is your karma because Claire and ConOps are your two biggest fans. So if these are your two biggest fans, and you don't like your two biggest fans, that's your own bad karma.
Can we just focus on the actual argument, please? Instead of everybody dogpiling
let's
me?
do that. But can I just ask you one question? So, do you think that people would understand what your unified field model is and your quantum periodic table? You think you can make that sort of clear?
I think I could say that the periodic table. I think I could say the periodic table is currently understood as two-dimensional. But if you roll it up on itself, you can get this three-dimensional shape. Yeah, I think some people will be able to not completely not understand that.
Yes.
Whether people will transcend it the moment I say it, that's a different story. Whether people will understand everything about it immediately, that's probably pretty unlikely, right? But they're going to see that that's something. That's my opinion.
I know it's your opinion and I know it's your model, but the fact is, will other people understand that as a slam dunk, as a winning of a debate? I know you understand it. I know
that's largely going to depend on them. If they want to accept that as proof of the perfection of God, that's on them. What are you asking me here?
Right.
Insanity.
Look, maybe Claire is right. Sometimes you don't need to tell everything. You know, sometimes you should just some things you think, you know, you should just not
You
mention
can
them
never
if
be.
you want to
I
win the
mean,
debate.
you can never say everything. So the trick is to say the things that are consistent with the larger truth, i.e., the things that won't contradict the larger truth, but maybe a simplification for people you know are unfamiliar with the material. That's what I'm saying.
But if nobody understands what the hell you're talking about, like your unified field model,
Okay,
I
ConOps,
mean,
you keep
then
coming
you're not
back to
going to win
that.
that debate.
Well, I mean, it is communication theory, and
Fuck.
there is basics of communication theory that it includes, message, platform, and receiver, and something like ConOps is essentially correct. That there's Jennifer, her own theory, and there could be some objective measurement of her theory, but then there's platform and receiver, and if the message doesn't resonate with the receiver, or that at the end of the day, that you have to put the communication theory in. So if Jennifer's two biggest fans that watch her all the time for years and have been talking with her hundreds of hours don't understand what the hell she was talking about, how is it, what do you think that your person that's seeing her for the first time tomorrow night's going to think?
I think they're both coming in bad faith. So obviously their opinions on how I present my stuff are, if you can't present a better alternative, I don't care. And you don't understand my material well enough to present an alternative. So really you're just trying to shoot it down. So it's like, I don't need to hear that. It doesn't help anything to say bad, that bad, periodic table bad. It's like, okay, you don't like it. I think it's fucking awesome. And even though I didn't understand it fully at first, I still thought it was beautiful. You can't recognize beauty. Okay, I guess you're just an ugly troll. Whatever. I mean,
we talked about this last week. I was saying, like, if you're trying to represent pantheism objectively, divorced from yourself, that you're not promoting, like you're you're there to promote yourself and your own understanding of pantheism, or you're kind of like a Ben Watkins approach.
I'm not trying to defend the sanctity of the Veda
approach, where you're going to be like, well, there are these schools who think like this, and these schools think like this, and these various ideas, or you're taking an approach that like you, as this person, have special answers, and people should recognize that you have special answers to special questions, versus just a proficient person to defend the ideas of a well-established school.
I'm trying to defend the sanctity of the Veda, and by presenting this and saying this solves all your problems, gives you all the answers, and it's still not as good as Veda. It's just derivative stuff that is only possible through Veda. That's what I'm trying to do, is to defend the sanctity of Veda. And the rest is sort of, I don't want to say inconsequential, but it's secondary to that. And secondarily, I would really love for people to experience self-improvement to whatever degree that's possible. And that's
all saying if you can't demonstrate that in yourself,
would you say, Jen,
where if the average person is going to look
would
at
you
the
say
person
that you
who's
were
demonstrating poor character themselves, how are you going to inspire self-improvement in other people? So if you demonstrate poor character in the way that you're not, well, I'm saying that it could be objectively
says you.
Well, I'm saying objectively, all you have to do is put you in front of an audience and see how they respond to you.
That
and
could
whether
be more
you inspire bad
character.
No, it's very simple.
Than me being a bad person.
They say, I'm not going to be the judge of it. The audience will be the judge of it, and you will see the reaction of whether they think you have good or bad character.
That's such a good idea, right?
No, it's called karma. It's the mirror that the crowd will be a mirror of your karma, and it's a fact that the crowd will factually mirror your karma, and if you have bad karma, it will come out.
Yeah, so to put it very generously, Claire,
and your lack of character refinement will be more magnified
to put it,
in front of a larger
very
audience.
Generously, Jenny, I think that your ideas will just go over the heads of people. And I don't know if this is the bad strategy. Like, me and Claire want you to do good, as does Doooovid, but there is this problem with the receiver. And I mean, that you're giving information, that's fine. But if people don't understand that this is a slam dunk, it's not a good debate tactic, would you say?
hypotheticals from a bad faith actor trying to gaslight me would not be considered good debate tactic.
I'm
in
really
my book.
trying to help you here. I think Claire is also trying
You
to help
are
you. but
neither
you're
of you
helping
is trying
yourself,
to help
honey.
me. No. You can't help me unless you know the theory, which neither of you does. So neither of you can help me. You can just deter me.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you can
harm me.
would you say in a
Doooovid's the debate coach. You
you're
guys are like the average
okay.
Joes that she's testing reactions on. Like, I'm the debate coach
Well,
here.
you're not really
And it's
helping.
like
You're not really
ConOps and
helping
Claire
her, Doovid. You're
are
not
like
being
the
honest.
test example of a hostile audience that she could expect tomorrow.
It's not going to be anywhere near this bad because that James guy is a professional. He's not going to let ad homs go unchecked. He's very good at that. And that's part of the reason why I'm actually looking forward to it. And I feel like the probability of it going off the
Is it
rails
an ad hom to
is very
say
low.
that your
You think it's unlikely that he's going to
model is
unmute himself
completely
just to laugh at you for a minute
ununderstandable for
straight?
everybody else?
You think it's pretty
I
unlikely?
think it's probably around 0. I'm going to put the probability expected value of that to be 0 tomorrow. He's a pro. Like he's seems like quite a nice guy, doesn't he?
Well, I'm saying Worski was a pro from like entertainment. It's
I'm
like
sorry,
the
he called
gotchas.
Halsey a porch Jew. That's not professional. He was just in it for the lulz. Like he has his audience.
That's
like
why it was so much more popular and saying that
pre that stuff. He was
those type
dressing up in a
antics.
diaper. He was dressing up in a diaper and live streaming it. And I remember seeing him being like, "What the f? This guy's from Toronto. What the heck's going on in T-Dot?" And I just like, yeah. I mean, if you call that professional, I don't want to be professional.
Well, you could be a
All right,
professional.
Jen.
I mean, doing
Jenny,
tricks for money.
Do you remember?
You could be a professional doing tricks for money person in a way.
Do you remember
rise
your
to be the
first,
best in your profession by being professional about it. So if he rose to become the top in his, of the tricksters, he was probably pretty good at it. But it's saying like, no, but that's not modern day debates like general. And that's why like ConOps hasn't even heard of it. And like Claire doesn't watch modern day debates because that's not their style. And like ConOps probably isn't even going to watch it tomorrow. It's going to be too boring.
No, I am going to watch it, but I just hope it's not the same appearance as on JF. I remember on JF stream.
Well, I mean, she's supposed to be on JF next week, Tuesday.
Could you just let me talk for 1 second? Yeah, thanks. So on JF stream, when JF sort of hung up the phone, or when she left, he said, "Ooh la la, this woman, so much energy, invested in a piece of shit. It's a finely sculpted piece of shit, but it's a piece of shit nonetheless. She needs to make babies. Such wasted energy, Like you really want that to happen, or do you want to make a good appearance? If you want to make a good appearance, make sure you have the audience in mind, right? To make the best arguments for them, not what you think.
You don't seem to understand that being called a piece of shit by an actual scientist is actually a compliment. But being insulted by a half-wit who knows fuck all, who has no body of work.
Okay, if you think that was a compliment, I think we have different ideas of what a compliment is.
You just don't understand how science works. Okay, take the example of Weinstein. He put out his theory within days. What's that desiccated woman's name? Sabina Hassenfelder had a absolutely searing, painful. Felt like it was engineered to maximally deliver ego pain within days, refuting it.
I'm not so sure what you're talking about. Are you talking about Harvey Weinstein?
I'm telling you that in science, it's not unusual to have somebody say your theory's a piece of shit, because that's just how we deal with shit in science, you half-wit.
No, I haven't seen any peer-reviewed articles where people are calling each other a piece of shit, but I don't know, maybe you read other peer-review articles than I do.
You do realize that scientists do more than just write articles, right?
I've said this to the audience. I mean, Jennifer herself may not be self-aware enough to see it. I mean, it's the country girl with the high IQ, and it's the lack of self-awareness of just demonstrating poor character. And it's saying because the country girl with a high IQ that didn't grow up in the academy, that doesn't realize that the type of behavior in academy is largely unacceptable, but the outside, like the prophet, who grew up in the city, sees things differently than the person who didn't, who took lower birth. And you could really only be popular among the masses if you rise from lower birth, because there's a natural hatred of people who took lower birth of people who took higher birth, that the people who become popular among the masses are those who started in lower birth, and they demonstrate that by lack of refined character, and saying even people who took higher birth, that you still have to refine your character. Your character is never naturally refined. But it's saying when the debate comes out, like how you talk, how you hold yourself, your character is the thing that the people most instantly see. Your word choice, how you treat people, and that's a process to refine it. And it's a little bit separate from the debate, but it's the communication breakdown where people aren't actually communicating, and there's a multiplicity of reasons because they don't have well thought out formulaic ideas that make for good communication, where a person actually has a message that could be received and replied to and added back on, and chunked and enlightened, to where both parties walk away with superior knowledge and understanding and benefit from the conversation. That really all human interactions should be like that. And the reason they're not is because people have bad character, and bad character is the natural, that's what we're born like. And you only don't have bad character if you go through a refinement process. So the debate will do those two things, because you'll publicly air your bad character, and you'll have the crowd think into your ideas. So even though you might have a relatively well thought out, coherent worldview, you might meditate daily, constantly trying to keep your worldview consistent and coherent. The larger the crowd you're put in front of, the more likely that the holes and the inconsistencies in the system are going to come out, and also the cracks in a person's character. And then also, like, the playing towards the crowd. By displaying bad character, you try to play to the crowd, because the natural tendency is for people to dislike people who took higher birth, and the sign of higher birth largely is character refinement. So you demonstrate lower birth by just doing things that unrefined people would do.
Okay, let me ask you something then, Doovid. Right, so we have 5 points here, and I can ask it to Claire as well. Which of these 5 points that everybody sees on the screen are actually intelligible? So I see, what is pantheism? Well, I can give an easy answer to that. You guys could too. Why adopt pantheism? That's pretty easy. But then you get religion as a black box. Do any of you guys know what she's talking about? And do you think that's easy to make
that
clear
needs
to
a
the audience?
1 hour lecture, and then I mean, really, just stop at the 2.
Well, I mean, it's. I mean, I know exactly. I think. I mean, I predict. I mean, that it's the problem of empiricism, and like the interaction problem, and that there's a lot of uncertainty around what religion is, how it works, and that pantheism will be a more explanatory, powerful tool than most religious systems. I mean, because her background is in physics, she has a degree in physics. She expressed it in terms of religious as a black box. So that's just Jennifering, because she loves physics. And I don't know. Like,
yeah, and in the meantime, losing her audience.
No, but she has to be her. Like, I mean, saying like she can't she's the one who studied physics. That's how she thinks and approaches these things. And also, pantheistic is likely she's going to argue that the pantheistic approach is the most in line with the scientific process in general. That if you're going to take a scientific approach towards the spiritual realm or religion in general, that pantheism is, that's where the faith, the glue that binds the axioms together.
I've heard
is
Jenny
the most
talk
explanatory, best predictive system.
A lot of times about this black box thing, and she's never been as concise as you have. So I mean, maybe she has a different theory about
Because
how
I
this
thought I
works,
was
but
talking to somebody who had more than 2 brain cells. I'm sorry. I should have gone into,
no.
the
Well, I
simplest possible
thank
explanation.
Doooovid
Well, it's like
for
because of
explaining it to us plebs.
you say
Right.
because of lack of character refinement, or just to lack of communication theory that Doooovid has spent large amounts of time learning how to explain concepts to like I coach chess to like I taught calculus. There's a certain art of perception and explaining ideas that maybe Jennifer just hasn't studied or doesn't have as much expertise, or you also the character refinement where she is attached to her ideas, and because she can't separate her ideas from herself, it causes them to be unnecessarily confusing.
Well, this is what you're doing. You're communicating with the audience. You're trying to make your ideas very clear so that they understand that you have a good argument. But if you're talking about black box, there probably, if it is indeed what you say it is, there are easier ways to explain this than saying black box, religion as a
Such
black
as?
box. Why do
Such
you?
as?
But if
Such
it
as?
is indeed what
It's
Doooovid
funny
says,
because you
that
think
it's
you
very
can come up with
difficult
a
to
better theory
tell.
than me. That's very funny that you think you can do a better job than me in coming up with
That's
a
not a
theory.
rhetorical strategy. You can't come up
It's
with a
just,
better
it's
theory than I
hilarious.
do.
Like, I don't even think you know what a black box is. And obviously I'm going to explain it.
Yeah, I mean, so I mentioned the character flaw part because there's a communication failure, and because of character flaws, the goal is to find who is at fault for the communication failure, because the unrefined character
We have to agree on axioms first.
resolves their problems by trying to find fault in the other person for the failure, as opposed to saying, is there a method to fix this communication failure, that for whatever reason what I'm trying to express is unintelligible to the other person, and is there any way to change that, or just to go straight into conflict mode, that there's some sort of defect or problem in the system that's causing the communication failure that's best resolved through processes of conflict.
Yeah, I think these points, like religion as a black box, faith as a glue that binds axioms together, and the unified field model, are something for a book or a scientific article, but they're not for a debate. Unfortunately, you have to keep it a bit more simple, Jenny. I mean, I just want to save you from an embarrassment. I think Claire does too.
I'm sure
I think
you
you're making it
do.
way
I'm
too complex.
sure you
This is not about
Yeah, don't
you're
bore your audience. Do not bore your audience. That's
Oh my
so-
God. This is all, this is not helping me at all, because you're not giving me an alternative. You're just criticizing.
No, we're
It's
just saying,
like,
just do the first two and
this
drop
is
the
the
last
behavior. This is the behavior that led me to assume you were coming in bad faith. So you're just
three.
doubling
Just because
down.
we say something you don't like doesn't mean we're in bad faith.
Again,
I mean, we will do
mischaracterizing
really
what I'm
well.
saying here. Mischaracterizing what I'm saying. That's not at all what I said. So it's like, I don't want to spend any more time explaining to you why what you said was mischaracterizing what I said. Moving
What
on.
they're saying is that they think those arguments will be
You
very
cannot
convincing.
offer a better thing. I don't want to hear it. I don't take your criticisms seriously.
It's like unsolicited bad advice.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you want
It's
some
like
bad
you're trying-
advice? No,
I
thank
know
you.
you're trying to fucking sabotage me. I get it that you're trying to sabotage me, but could you try to be a little more subtle about it?
It's debate prep with Doooovid. There's a reason
God.
people come to Doooovid for debate prep. Like, it's not bad advice from Claire and ConOps.
I'm sorry, but if you can't handle ConOps and Claire, somebody who is better informed on this will shoot it down mercilessly. So, I mean, I don't know. I think I'm trying to help you out, Claire.
You're not
Like,
helping. Do you understand
sorry,
why
Jen.
you're not helping? Because you're just
I am
mindlessly
not-
criticizing?
Well,
You're not offering an
I don't know.
alternative?
Like, I thought you had enough confidence to deal with that.
I do, ConOps. It's just pointless to say that, because it's like, I don't care about your hot takes. It's been established. Logically, you should cease the process of criticizing, because I've already said I will never take either of your criticisms seriously as long as I live. Under any
I think
circumstance.
next time, Claire, we should say, yeah, do it. And then she might change it, you know? because she thinks like we're not trying to help her anyway, and we're trying to sabotage her.
Well, you
So,
can
I
tell
don't know.
yourself whatever you think, but I know what help looks like, and this isn't help because you're not giving me a better alternative.
Okay,
We
so
are.
okay.
You just drop we're making life easier for you. So all you have to do is talk about what is pantheism and why you adopt it, and finish. You won't be given the time anyway, because there are 4 people already. How long is the debate for? An hour? They
It's
won't
like
give you the time to
the moment
to
you say unified field model, it's over probably.
Right.
Well, it will be already over when she talks about faith being the glue that binds atoms together.
True. Yeah, and they're just like halfway explaining her axioms, and they're like, oh, next person, oops. Yeah, that's not going to work out. I'm sorry.
You won't even get that far. So you can just make it short and snappy, and don't bore people. And then when they don't get it, don't call them stupid. I mean, just remember that.
I can say this about Claire. Claire has she's very good in Sentenzenschleifen, and like making her slogans very catchy. What was it, like democracy is dementia? Can you repeat that again? You have these slogans. Right? They're pretty good, actually.
So if I'm to surmise, your advice here is that I should pander to the audience.
Yes. Understand your audience. They are the receptacle of your message. And
That
if they
goes
don't get it, you're wasting your time.
That goes against my primary axiom.
What is your primary axiom? To antagonize
To
as many
lose it,
people
to
as
lose a
possible?
debate.
To defend the sanctity of the Veda. I'm not going to do anything that's going to
All right, but Jen, but if everybody
piss on
comes
that.
away from that debate with not having to understand you, you're not really defending the sanctity of the Veda. You're just antagonizing people to the Veda because they think it's boring and they don't understand what it's about.
Well, I want scoundrels to think it's boring because I want them to fuck off and not bother me with their dog shit. So I'm glad you think it's boring. I'm really glad about that, ConOps. Mission accomplished.
All right, so you want like 2/3 of the audience to say, well, like, what is this woman talking about? And like some people, like, I don't know, like Gandalf or whatever, to come into your group or something. I don't know what the idea is then.
I think it's
You
foolish to
still wanna
judge
win
based
this
on what
debate?
people say.
It's worth
It's better.
hundreds of people negative
better-
perception for one Gandalf. That's what she's saying.
It's better
Yeah, I
to
think so.
whatever. You guys don't want to sympathize with me. That's
No,
fine.
I
This is
do-
why I
no,
said we
no,
have to bring it
actually
back
we
to
do. We
axiom
don't.
because we're literally speaking
is
different
bullshit.
languages.
We want
You care
to
nothing.
win. We
No,
just
we
want you
do
to
want you to
refrain
win.
from doing the things that we know will antagonize your audience and your opponents.
So a person
So-
who constantly antagonizes their opponent, their audience, is now telling me
Listen to the
Not to
voice
do
of
it?
your consciousness in the form of Claire and ConOps. Like these are like
love you
figments of
and
your
we are trying
imagination.
to help.
It's like a
I
dream
know
state
you
where
have
figments of your
you know.
imagination are speaking to you in the form of Claire and ConOps.
One is
These
the
are
devil and one is
the
the angel
voices
on
of
my
the
shoulder.
voices in your head have taken the form of Claire and ConOps.
No, they're just
We're worried.
projecting. They're projecting because now they hear me all the time in their heads, and they're like, "Fuck, Jen's with me all the time. Damn it! Why does she have so much control?"
Okay, but
over me?"
even Doovid is saying this sort of the
Okay,
same
yeah,
thing.
that aside, I
Okay,
take
even
Doovid's
Doovid is saying the
criticism
same
more
thing.
seriously. But back to my point,
Okay, but
is
he's
that
saying sort of the
it's
same thing.
important to judge on actions rather than words, right? Because
Okay, yeah,
if
but I
we
don't want to
just
get into
judged
this.
on words, then we would have a really bad
Okay.
time with each other
Okay, but
because
you
we'd
have
be
3
constantly getting
people, and if you
offended by
say,
things
if you
people
say,
said.
Look,
Can I
look,
just
look,
finish, please?
can
I
we
just
do
finish,
Jen's
please?
ideas? I mean, can we just do what? Okay, I go first, and then ConOps can go first, and then Jen can decide
Oh
whether she
my
wants to do it.
God. This is a
Because
fruitless
I'm going to
endeavor.
be Jen, and I'm going to be really nice to my opponents, and then I'll start to say, what is pantheism? And I'll say pantheism is believing that the universe is God. And why would one be a pantheist? Because it's easy to believe. And when you have something that's easy to believe, then you believe it, and then you feel certain, and then you feel happy and spiritual. Thank you very much. Your turn now, ConOps.
That's not 5 minutes
Well, I
though.
would say
So,
the
but yeah,
same.
go ahead. Okay.
God,
Great.
God
Well,
is
it's a
the
good thing you guys aren't the
universe.
ones doing the debate.
God is the universe, and isn't not anything more elegant that the beauty of the universe is
All right. Well, if
reflecting
you want to
God,
write me
and
a
they're the same
poem,
thing, you
ConOps,
know?
you be my guest. You write me a poem,
The
ConOps. Finally
order
do
of the
something good with your
stars. I'm
time.
sure that's not a coincidence, but why believe in a personal God, like a man in the sky? No, like the world is all there is, and it's divine. Here, this is how you do it.
So try to ASMR them. So basically try to hypnotize them into following me through nice words.
You
I'm thinking of the
have been
guy on Russian
successful
TV with the
with that in the
exploding
past.
brain thing, like the guy going, and there's like an exploding star behind him.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I like that. You have to do it like that.
Might I suggest that you just have attachment to the idea that you can have some tiny fragment of influence on me because you're so ashamed of the amount of influence I've had on you? You think, oh gosh, I better have some influence on Jen because this is getting weird.
You don't know.
It's
We
like,
haven't talked
let
in
it
a
go.
long time. I might
Let it
have
go.
adopted your unified field model. You don't know that.
Maybe.
In the meantime,
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, ConOps. You're just all secretive and you got all these secrets. It's like, sigh. It's like, holy. Okay, so the black box thing, here's the thing. Here's why I want to use black box, because people don't really know how they work. But people are familiar with the term, and some black box stuff has recently been shown to give a very good result scientifically with the simulation of the neural net simulation for the, I forget the exact term, but it's some type of fluid motion. That was done with a black box. So all neural nets are done with a black box, and people are interested in AI, right? Even though they don't really know what it is. It's like people don't need to transcend a subject to be interested in the fruits of that subject. So
and
black
this
box
is related to
it is merely
how
a
pantheism
metaphor.
is better?
It is merely so the argument is we have a precedent that a black box approach can work because we have these neural nets which function on the premise of a black box. And we can then extrapolate that logic to say that it's better to judge a religion by the results that you can personally experience than by the content of the scripture, because it's difficult for reasons that I think are very clear right now to ascertain
just drop the
values,
word black box. That's perfect.
or
That's
to
a good
even,
argument.
or to
Just drop it. Drop the first part of the argument. Just say the second part of the argument, right?
I'm just not convinced that that's a better approach, because I do think people are sympathetic to words that have to do with AI. I mean, I hear people talk about it all the time in transhumanism. You know,
Yeah,
just
but
because
then
you don't
it's-
think it's
then it's
cool, it's
related
like
to
you're not
AI and
everybody.
not
You're
to
kind of like a
pantheism.
dour, sour, narcissist type guy. So it's like you're not every guy.
you.
Like you're not the majority of people.
No, but look, you still have to sort of make it really clear how AI is coupled to pantheism, what these two are like connected, and how they're necessarily connected, and how they're connected in the
They're
way
both
that shows
validated
you
with science
that
by
shows
their
you that
results.
pantheism is better.
They're validated by science through their results.
Yeah, but that's
really
very
all it is.
abstract. That's like saying like, yeah, they're
Of course it's
validated by
abstract.
their results. Yeah, okay, but you can't really make it. Look, if you're going to use a very general argument or a very general statement to prove something, people want to know the specifics about that. Do you have time to go into that? Will people understand what you're saying? Is it still really tied to the main argument that you want to make, that pantheism is superior to any other way of seeing the world? I'm not so sure it is, or it will make it very clear. Yeah.
Says you. You know.
All right, but Clara says the same thing, and maybe Doovid is also
There's
making
not
some noises
a
on the background. I
she's
don't
not
know.
an authoritative person, ConOps. So people who are, have trouble with cognition, yeah, they're going to say crazy shit. It's like that's why we ignore them. It's like we don't amplify
Okay,
what
so
they're saying.
maybe we can do a democracy in the chat. So for people who think that
No,
Jen
see,
should
ConOps,
use the
this is
black
not
box
about
approach,
this is not about a debate strategy here.
Test one.
Democracy is
put
not.
one in the chat.
Democracy doesn't solve anything. It just obscures things.
But this is how you're gonna win the debate or not. Like either you're gonna look like a fool, or you're gonna do very good, or you're gonna do sort of halfway, and that's all about how you're gonna be perceived by the audience, isn't it?
Yeah, and the audience are gonna perceive my tone of voice, my disposition, and whether I appear to be dominating for the majority of the debate. They're not going to focus on the content. That's the reality of it.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what you
Yeah,
say.
I would seriously doubt it's going to be too much of a debate. It's probably just going to be like taking turns, giving your chance to speak. And there might be like a little back and forth for questions, or like, now the Christian's going to, ask the atheist a question or something. But it's basically just going to be taking turns presenting your side. And I mean, if they do allow her to ask questions to other people, like with the strategy that Jennifer will choose, and her ability to ask a question to one of the other panelists, and then the uncertainty or unknown if one of the other panelists or a super chat chooses to ask their question to Jennifer, and saying if none of the other panelists choose to ask her a question, or no one super chats Jennifer, they probably just won't call on her, and then so her only opportunity to speak will be if one of the other people want to ask her a question, the host wants to ask her a question, or she gets super chatted, and otherwise she will just have the few periods to present what she wants to present, and then also if she is going to have a chance to ask one of the other people a question, she has to think about a strategy for what she wants to do with her, so to say, question to one of the other panelists.
Yeah, what it sounds to me is that what Jenny is doing is, for example, if she would be defending Christianity, she would go into an esoteric explanation into what the Trinity means, instead of trying to get sort of the hardcore arguments across why it's better. And I think that's a unsuccessful strategy. I think she could try it, but I just want to prevent her from doing badly in debate. I am concerned. I think Claire is too. No matter what kind of beefs we have here, you're still from our little crazy, weird internet pocket, and we want you to do good.
I don't believe you.
All right, well, believe what you want to believe. Come on. I mean, you have to look good. Like, you're a representative of us. So, I mean...
I don't have to look good, but the Vedas can't look bad. See the difference?
Yeah, but please don't make the Vedas look bad, because you make me look bad if you do.
You don't need to tell me my own axiom, okay? I know what my axioms are. You're the one who doesn't know what your axioms are, and it's frustrating because you can't make as good of arguments as me. And I'm sympathetic to that, but there's only one solution to that, ConOps.
Well, you have to go through a process of self-awareness to see outside of your own bias. That say that no, I mean the natural tendency is to only be able to see things through your own lenses and bias, and unless you go through some sort of mental refinement process to learn how to understand things on a deeper level, it's almost impossible to objectively understand, look at things outside of your own bias. And some people argue that it is objectively impossible, and there's no way to do it. So to say that, no, I mean, ConOps is not capable of seeing it from Jennifer's perspective, but you could say that ConOps does have a perspective, and he is trying to help, at least from his own perspective, but from Jennifer's, so to say, perspective, because ConOps' perspective doesn't really allow him to understand her perspective, that it creates a communication failure.
No, I do think I understand her, but I think...
Well, it doesn't help that he's endlessly insulting me. It's like, I don't need to hear that.
It shouldn't matter if I'm insulting or not. You should.
Yeah, it does matter, and you don't get to say what matters and what doesn't matter, okay? Because it matters to me, so it matters.
So, like,
okay, you're not more important than me.
If somebody who's an asshole tells you the Earth is round,
issue, because him being him.
If somebody who's an
bothers
asshole
you,
who will tell you,
so it's
it's
a further communication
would you
failure.
say that person is lying? No, of course not. So you have to take things on their merits.
No, I don't have to listen to what a person who has demonstrated themselves to be coming
All
in
right,
bad
so
faith
you would
has to
say
say.
if somebody who's an asshole tells you the Earth is round, you say no, it's flat.
That's a misconstruction, a complete
Well,
straw man of what I said.
why don't you just take the criticisms at heart? Because even if
Why
they're
don't
not
you do the
well-intentioned,
things that
they're
I would
correct.
do? Why can't I influence you? It's
Doovid
like
is making
that's the
similar
reason.
noises. He says you're not maybe very aware of what the audience might think.
But you are. No, you're just aware of what you think you want to see, which you can't describe.
All right. Well, I give up. By all means, go into your black box.
You're not giving
talk
me an
about the
alternative, right? So
unified.
you're not
I
giving me an
am.
alternative.
Claire and me gave you an
All you're
alternative.
saying is don't do this. It's like if you want to say don't do this,
I
you got to
would
posit
say
the alternative
no.
immediately.
Doovid
Yeah,
And
she's
you
also
basically
can't
gave me
saying
the
your
posit
help
an
is no help. So
Yeah.
whether
Okay,
your
well,
intention is really to help,
yeah,
you're saying
I know
your
that.
help is no help. So if your intention is to help and your help is no help, then it's problematic. So your intention probably is not to help, because if your intention was to help and she said your help is no help, then you would stop trying to help, because your goal was to help and your help is not helping. So by the fact that she said your help is no help and you're still trying to help, she has determined that you probably weren't trying to help in the
Thank
first
you.
place.
Perfect. Good job, Doovid. There you go. That's a perfect logical run through. That was
Yeah,
dead
but
on.
that's
There you
just
go.
on the assumption. That's just on the assumption that I'm not
Oh,
trying
now
to
he's
help
going to
and that she
actually
can't
you
choose.
on assumptions. Can you believe
Yeah,
it? Totally predictable ConOps.
and that of course I think I have some trust in Jenny that at some point when I say the Earth is round, she'll say yeah it's round and not no it's flat. I'm saying it's flat because you say it's round. I mean that's not viable. I want to return to one of your points, David.
So I mean, you could give like an IQ thing,
the
a
debate.
level for understanding what level, but from my understanding, it's a lack of character refinement that prevents people from understanding things at a deeper level, because it's like, okay, I want to understand the truth, I want to comprehend these ideas, and you say like, no, I mean, the reason I'm doing this is for reasons that are largely just demonstrated of character flaw. From the objective level, the person is largely acting, the mode of passion, an illusion, and for things that have no eternal value or even very limited value, period. But the person themselves lacks the self-awareness to see that that's how they're interacting, because you're not functioning in the mode of ideas, you're functioning in some lower realm. So it comes through in everything that you say. You can't just discuss the ideas and it's like God forbid, like Jews are going to Jew. You could tell you're being like ConOps, like that the person's trying to do something that you have the feel is nefarious, because the communication failure is there, and you can't agree on axioms. You can't even have the discussion, but it just keeps on going in this like point in the circle of some sort of game where it's a little bit unclear, but in all likelihood or almost guaranteed, it doesn't matter. It's not like a mystery that's worthy of unraveling, because the only thing that's going to be unraveled is that the people demonstrated lack of character refinement and were acting in the role of passion and ignorance.
Well, yeah, maybe you're right. Who knows? I think, but I think people can take good advice, no matter who it comes from, even if it's your worst enemy.
I don't agree. I don't
Well,
agree.
saying confidence breeds confidence breeds confidence.
I have no reason to agree. It's like
Okay,
I don't
if
want
somebody
to
says
agree with that.
if somebody you love says jump off a cliff, and somebody you hate says don't jump off a cliff, you'd still jump off the cliff? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
That's an insane hypothetical.
Well, no, this is like you're sort of jumping off a cliff in a metaphorical way if you're going to in the debate with this kind of argumentation. I just don't think
So
it's
why don't I want to pander to the audience?
Why else would you do it? Would you?
Well, I'm asking you
just
to answer the question. Do you know?
Well, because you want to win the debate, don't you?
No. That's not what I said. I literally explained why I didn't want to pander to the audience.
It's
not 10 minutes
It's not
ago.
just
And now you
pandering.
can't.
It's just
That's the thing. Like,
doing
you
away
can't
with
even
needless
understand what I'm
complexity.
saying. You cannot
Needless
even
complexity.
understand what I'm saying because you're so attached to what you think my ideas are.
I wasn't even talking about your ideas. I was talking about the way you try to convey them.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's a difference.
I don't know what to say here. This is just like, God, yeah, it does go in a circle, but like some people like the circle. That's the thing. Like the circle is comforting. So the circle is like, I don't want to say slave morality. I don't want to give slave morality a bad name because it's not a bad thing. It's a very good thing. It's just like the circle is the thing that prevents you from progressing. So you have to either circle or spar, right?
But
So,
by the way,
it's a
talking about
comfortability
debaters,
level.
most people are only
about-
comfortable circling, and that's okay. As it's like maybe some people aren't, and they want to go further, and we just want to like give people the architecture
It's
for
the
that.
dissonance of the person saying, oh, unfortunately, I have bad character, and I know it's an embarrassment to myself for me to act in the way I do, but this is who I am. It's my only choice is not acting or demonstrating my bad character, and to enter a process of character refinement. And so you could be apologetic for a person's communication failures and demonstration of bad character because it's clear they're on some sort of process to the people. But so that is a level, like in Hebrew, in Madrega, that a person is already concerned with refining their character, with the assumption is that the majority of people aren't really too concerned with refining their character, and at most only do it when they have to, when really bad things happen, or they need to for a job or for mating, or to get into some social acceptance, as opposed to the value that character refinement is a worthy thing to do at all stages in a person's life, largely at all times. And so, the majority of people just have repetitive conversations where really they just say 90+% the exact same thing over and over again. And even debates are largely like that, where it's saying you just wait your turn for someone to talk, and then you eventually, that's why I said flowing the debate, where I said like, no, like it could be recorded in books. It's somewhat objective structure of arguments where it's incidental that it was Doooovid or Jennifer that put forth these arguments, that it was objectively the arguments that need to be put forward in the best light, largely because the person had done the work and preparation and thought, and it would be accepted by a consensus of experts that the person successfully laid out proper arguments, and that the person's personality and identity will show through. So that if Doooovid was arguing pantheism, would be different than Jennifer. I did not get my degree in physics, and I would probably not be talking about black boxes. But like I went to yeshiva, and Jennifer got a degree in physics, so her examples and explanatory benefit has to match her experience and her personality. And
well, wait a minute, Doooovid. You wouldn't. Wait a minute. You wouldn't talk about some strange esoteric Jewish Kabbalah concept in a debate where you're debating, I don't know, Eric Stryker or something, which was too complex to convey to people easily, right? You would be mindful of the audience and what can be clearly conveyed.
Yeah, well, I would probably, try to generally express things in the majority, so if I was speaking to a Western audience, I would probably try to lay it out in a largely academic Western terminology, like Plato's forms and, pantheism, theological, philosophically correct terms that you would likely see in the halls of academia or institutions. And I think that's probably what Jennifer's trying to do, but I would still be me. And if I was giving an example, like I would probably give the example from like Judaism or the Talmud, because you can see like it's me. I studied in Israel. That's what I do. So like, if I'm going to give an example, I'm going to give an example that's indicative of who's talking in my personality. And so Jennifer, I think she's probably prepared. This so she can give somewhat of an objective, systematic basis of what is pantheism, why someone might be a pantheist, and then in her explanatory power, she'll use her background, physics, to tie it in the way that she understands it best.
Okay, but you think that somebody who would defend Christianity, would you think it's good to go on for 30 minutes about the Trinity? Right. So
Well, it depends on the panelist or their background, but saying, no, someone's representing Christianity, you would expect them to cover a basic synopsis that any Christian, like Catholic, Protestant, that's not how or something else would.
Yes, but Christian apologists don't do that. So they go into arguments. They go into cosmological, ontological arguments for the existence of God. Then they talk about the scriptures, stuff like this.
What does it matter what a Christian does?
But they're not going into complex, esoterical
well, you're going to predict what this
about
man
the Trinity,
tomorrow is going to do.
Unless they're on the defensive. Unless
well,
they're
saying,
on the defensive,
you're
they're not
asking
going to do that.
Tomorrow what this man is going to do, and if you have some sort of informed opinion of why this man that's going to be in the panel tomorrow, and like if you research, you do look up his channel and watch some of them to speculate, and to some extent I don't think it's going to be that interactive that it matters so much what the other people say. It's probably going to be more presentations than I don't know if Jennifer's probably not going to spend her opening any time like responding directly or attacking the other system. She's just going to present her own, and then there might be some dialogue after that where she might ask some sort of difficult question that points out a contradiction or a problem in the other person's system that would be more easily explainable through her system. So that might be likely.
Yeah, well, but the only thing that the only way she can win is to make it so complex that she usually does that other people don't understand it, and then you're like, all right, it's too complex. You don't.
It's not set up for winners. I say it's not structured in a way where like.
But people will go away deciding who's won and who's not, right?
I don't think it's structured that way at all. It's not structured to have a winner. People are going to have their chance to speak.
No, I agree with that, but in the chat, people are going to decide who wins or not, who had a better showing and who made better arguments. And yeah, I just don't think it's really a good idea to explain anything or like a big theory.
Well, I would put it, the winning is more
in a debate.
Would be how many people migrate to her channel. Can she hit 1,000 subs? Do people start tuning into Week in Review? Saying like, I don't even think they're going to have like a formal voting. Like there's going to be hopefully a good few thousand people that watch it over a period, maybe a few hundred live, even although maybe only in the high tens. God forbid, but hopefully at least be in the high tens, but maybe even hundreds, but probably only in the high tens. And that if she does a post show, or even without a post show, that a certain amount of those people will like her performance enough that they're going to sub to her channel and start watching some of her content. Maybe join Week in Review, or other people that see it will invite her to other panels. So in terms of winning, that's her win. Like there's not really going to be like a score. There might be some people in the chat that are, that say, good job, and they're so impressed by her performance. There might be people saying really bad things, and just it's probably related, but could be independent. Like if she breaks 1,000 subs,
if that's the goal, if she wants another few Gandalfs, then maybe.
Well, it's even from a quantifiable goal. The goal is 1,000 subs to her YouTube channel so she could monetize.
Yeah, so a few more Gandalfs, and then she's there, right?
Well, we call them Gandalfs or whatever. Like, I'm saying like everybody.
Archetype.
If you're saying an archetype of whoever, but no, I'm saying like she needs 100 more subs. It's not going to be a few more Gandalfs. It's going to have to be a wide spectrum of various different type people that are interested in the content level. Can't be looking for like, like let me find another Gandalf type person. Like, no, it has to be interesting to a broad spectrum of people from different backgrounds and beliefs.
But by the way, have you seen OV around? Do you think he could make it onto modern day debate?
I mean, I think they're pretty PG-13 top. So, I mean, even Jennifer, like, might, saying like demonstrate the impulse control that saying like okay, she's a but like no, I mean they're I think they're pretty tight on their controls. They're monetized, like they're child friendly, they're generative and politically correct, political acceptability. But it's possible that he could come on for some sort of topic in that. I'm not sure. I mean, who knows? You'd ask them.
I haven't really seen him around after Catboy Gate, so he's not. It's not.
I haven't ran into him for like a year.
It's pretty hard to recover from that.
Yeah, have you heard about Catboy Gate?
I was
Jenny?
a first-hand witness.
No, I haven't had a run-in for like.
Let's not. This is not at all the direction that this show should be taking.
I just wanted to mention it because it's so funny.
Well, I was saying that the proper preparation prevents poor performance, and so ConOps is a mirror of Jennifer's karma, and to say that this is the preparation stream, this is a mirror of her karma. That ConOps is the one that she's talking to right now.
That is true. I think I am a mirror of her karma. Is that a good sign or not? Is that good karma or bad karma?
It's bad on you. An annoyance on me.
So, Doovid, would you explain the multiple truth hypothesis? Would you use that in the debate?
I mean, it's a mental technique that if she understands will be useful to her, especially because she's probably going to have to, hopefully she's going to listen and understand the general flow of what the other panelists are saying in order to conceptualize or chunk together what the other panelists are saying. That, I think the multiple truth hypothesis will benefit Jennifer in
ConOps wasn't asking you that. He was asking whether you would present MTH if you were in this debate too.
I might throw in the word or mention it. Like if I had a full 5 minutes, it's possible. Like I would, but I wouldn't, spend more than a few seconds on it. Like, but it's possible that I would throw it in or mention it if it was relevant or had explanatory power, where I was trying to explain that this is complicated and there's large amounts of uncertainty, and there's going to be multiple models that have explanatory power, even though they're imperfect. And so I might. It might even be likely that I would throw in MTH. I don't think Jennifer would throw it in, but I think in her own head, she might use it as a mental technique to keep in her mind what the other three presenters said. And if she has to ask questions or answer questions, to use MTH as a mental technique to chunk together that, that she would be able to remember in a coherent way the various presentations and worldviews that the other people put forward.
Because I have a difficulty understanding the multiple truth hypothesis, because I still don't know. Is it just philosophical relativism? Is it some kind of postmodern theory, like extreme postmodernism? Or like how is it different from these sort of old ideas, like Protagoras saying the man is the measure of all things?
Well, I mean, it's building off of it. If you just take my example right here, where there's 4 panelists, and Jennifer wants to do a good performance, she probably will have to demonstrate that she heard and understood what the other 3 panelists said. So they're not going to be saying things that they're likely, because they're representing opposing schools, they're going to be saying things that are intellectually, philosophically, logically inconsistent. So you have the multiple truth hypothesis that Jennifer needs to hold in her head 3 different contradictory systems that would have different axioms and make different predictions. And even though there's 3 different systems with different axioms and different predictions, that she could coherently keep all 3 of those systems in her head in order to have a productive conversation with these different people in front of a large crowd in a way that it's coherent, that when Jennifer speaks to the other panelists, it'll be clear to them and the people listening that she understood their worldview and is speaking directly to the system that they laid out. And said that, yes, multiple truth hypothesis is will benefit her and allow her to do that in a more a better way. What like, and if you put more time into understanding it, I think it'll benefit you also. The same as a mental technique, just to do the difficult feat that Jennifer is going to be required to do to put together a good performance.
I think Claire said the multiple truth hypothesis, like we in England call that having your cake and eating it too. I mean, isn't that? I mean, like
You could look at
why
that
you
way,
think it's
but I'm
helpful
saying
for
for the
her.
purpose tomorrow as a mental technique, where she needs to keep 3 different systems that likely contradict each other clearly in her head in order to have a clear, meaningful conversation with these people publicly. That's quintessential multiple truth hypothesis. So that after, let's say Jennifer speaks fourth, and so you have the agnostic and the atheist and the Christian, and then her, and then it goes to questions, and it'll somewhat be a public test. How well did Jennifer understand the other 3 panelists when they discuss things amongst themselves? And so she's like, what you like? It's like, no, I heard you. I understood the worldview and axioms and implications that it expressed, and I could keep that in my head coherently at the same time with the other worldviews that the other panelists expressed, even though they have conflicting axioms and different predictions.
What would your strategy be for preparing Jen, or like what if
So
you were
ConOps that might be beyond your mental capacity. So it's saying like, no, I think Jennifer, probably within her mental capacity, even without the multiple truth hypothesis, but certainly with the multiple truth hypothesis, I think it would be well within her mental capacity to relatively understand and demonstrate.
Okay, Doovid, I still don't know what it is. I have to say,
Well,
I think it's
obviously,
not me. No, but what?
Because you have poor character, like you don't like to use your head and think deeply.
Yeah, like for me to remember people, I have basic archetypes, which I then map onto people, sort of like a number associated with each archetype.
Yeah, so Doovid, now
and
you
so
have
I
to
can
be a bit
remember
clear.
their personality that way. And then as far as their beliefs go, they're relatively simple logically, so I can usually just visualize the entire train of their logic.
How is Doovid's multiple truth hypothesis different from relativism or extreme postmodernism? Jenny?
I'm not going to defend Doovid's position. He can do that.
Well,
I'm talking about what I do. I'm
then
saying
you don't
that
understand
I
it.
can
You can't
compare it
explain
at what
then
I
you don't
do.
understand it. So it's
There's
both,
a precedent for this type of
ideas
technique.
that nobody understands. You both
There's
have
a
ideas that
precedent. Can you shut up, please?
nobody
Can you let me
understands.
talk? ConOps, it would be really awesome if you could shut the hell up when I'm talking, because it's
Yeah, that
really
would be
distracting.
great if you can explain.
Could you
what
shut the
Doovid's
hell up
ideas
when I'm
are.
talking, though? Can you make me that
explain
promise
it.
that you're going to do your best to shut up and not interrupt me?
No, it's probably not
explain
within
it,
his
I'll
impulse
shut up.
control.
Yeah, exactly.
And-
It's like
and I don't really think
can't
it's- I mean, the
stand this
understanding
because I
power-
can't get a thought out. I lose my train of thought. I have no fucking clue even what we were talking about anymore. All I know is asshole interrupting me. I can't think.
Well,
It's like
because,
I know you're doing it on purpose, ConOps, but you need to curtail the most absolutely disgusting of your behaviors if you're going to talk to me at all.
Well, I mean, he said whether his bad character elicits bad character in you, and we talked about that many times. But either way, like the multiple truth hypothesis is also a memory technique in chunking, and to say like, yes, Jennifer is going to hear 5 minutes of 3 different people, and it's largely beyond the capacity to remember that. And the only way to remember as much as possible is through chunking techniques. And saying archetypes is basically, in terms of like a memory technique, it's a chunking. Archetypes is a form of chunking together information. So when I say that Jennifer will, in fact, use the multiple truth hypothesis, saying that, yes, that is factual because it is a chunking technique. And when she hears the 3 different presentation and tries to chunk together in her memory the understanding of what these people said, that the multiple truth hypothesis will help her chunk it together and then also retrieve and recall that when she's speaking, because as she listened to them and she chunked together their information. So as there's the Q&A or inner talk between the panelists, that she will have a retrieval structure in her head of the various systems that the other people laid out. And like, I'm quite confident that the multiple truth hypothesis will be demonstrated tomorrow from Jennifer, at least minimally, as the chunking memory technique that she uses to the best of her ability to understand and be able to repeat, if necessary, what the other people had said.
Yeah, you told us how it functions, or how it will functions in Jenny's head when she's debating, but you haven't really told us what it is. I mean, so it's a bit pointless to go on how it's like operating in all these different ways.
It's a template to understand that multiple conflicting things could be true at the same time.
Simple. Okay, so you're saying different things are true at the same time. I said, how is that different from extreme relativism, epistemological relativism, in any way? Like, I mean, is it not just like an old idea we have? Because
it's also a mental memorization technique. So you could say, in some respect, it's the same, but tomorrow, it's a meditative technique where she will have to quiet judgment in order just to chunk together the axioms and logical structure of what the other people are doing. And so as per the technique, she will have to quiet her judgment center, because the judgment center will make it more difficult to chunk together a consistent, coherent chunk of that person's view. So I'm going to say, philosophically, you could argue I'm not adding anything new, and it is just a continuation. But it's a pure mental technique for Jennifer to keep 3 different systems consistently, incoherently in her head at the same time, even though they contradict. Is saying, look, no, that we've been working on this, and to say, like, to actually write it out like a scientific paper. No, it's kind of right now it's an incoherent, more like memory technique. But I mean, I've already demonstrated in chess coaching that it works, and as a memory technique. And I think tomorrow, even you say that Jennifer will hopefully demonstrate also that the multiple truth hypothesis at least works as a memory technique. And just
there's
like
no contradictory assertions in my memory technique, though. It's not a multiple truth hypothesis. It's a multiple archetype framework.
Well, there's no
way that you can have contradictory. There's absolutely no way that there's any the only way I can remember it is because nothing contradicts itself.
When you say you could chunk together their arguments even if they're contradictory.
Yeah, of course. I mean, my system of flowing out how other people think allows for the possibility of false axioms. Obviously, it's a question of how does one visualize a false axiom within the greater context of the,
how do you consistently keep in your head?
So let me get this straight. I don't need
to keep it in my head all the time.
Doovid, you're accusing Jen of having contradictory thoughts in her head, and she needs to use this multiple proof hypothesis, right? So you're presuming that she has
whether she personally has any conflicts in her head. No, I didn't say that. I said that it will be necessary for her to have a good debate to be able to reproduce the arguments and what the other people said, even if they're false, inconsistent. And so in order to do that, she could use the multiple truth hypothesis as a memory technique. So there may not be false things in Jennifer's head, all the voices. I don't know what's in her head. I don't hear the voices in her head. So my only insight into the voices in her head are the psychometric data of her behavior or what she tells me. But I'm assuming that these techniques of memory are universal and on a short-term memory basis that she will need to be able to reproduce what 3 different people said and lay out their systems, regardless of whether their axioms are true or not, and regardless of whether they structured their arguments in logically formatted ways. And it's like it'll be more difficult for her to memorize it if the least coherent their axioms are.
But
It's like
why
that's the
don't you
benefit of
actually,
multiple.
why
no, it's
why don't
easier.
you call
It's
it the
easier, Doooovid.
multiple
It's easier. Because every
theory?
false assertion has the same metaphysical structure,
No,
so you don't need to add more memory to it.
Hey! Why don't you call it the multiple theory hypothesis?
Well, this is
or
what I
like
said,
somebody
because
can have
Jennifer
instead
chunks
of
in a
multiple
different
truths.
way,
No, because you're
just
saying
calling it the
multiple
multiple
truths,
truth
which has
hypothesis
something
makes
to
it more
do with
difficult.
truth.
Oh,
So I was saying, as a
pain,
mental technique,
Anyway,
as a
I'm
mental
about to
technique, it
leave.
increases her dissonance to refer to as multiple truth hypothesis, because that's, so to say, not
All
how
right.
she chunks.
I,
But the
I'm
chunking
gonna
technique
I'm
in
gonna
and of
head out.
itself, I think I've pretty clearly demonstrated that it works in terms, not like scientifically, but like as a technique, and like through my chess performance, through my chess coaching, even talking to Jennifer, like in her ability to work with complex structures, multiple complex structures in her head at the same time. And like I said, I just call it multiple truth hypothesis, but like I said, it's really at some level could be understood as a memory technique. And it's that all memory techniques are a form of chunking. Even Jennifer's archetype, on a pure level, archetypes are a form of chunking.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I'm sort of like, I want to encourage you to develop the idea, because there is something there. And, ConOps' point about it being the wrong name, it's like, what's in a name, If you're setting out to learn something and you don't fully know what it is, you might call it something different when you get to the end, is when you started off. But the point is just asking the question in the first place. And it's definitely important, because I don't think people have memorization techniques at all. Like, I honestly don't know how people remember things, because I have what I use, but nobody else knows what I know. So how do people do it?
Well, I took in university, like even multiple courses on memory, and took memory and music, and there's quite a bit known on multiple levels about how memory works. And as I said, that all memory techniques are in essence a form of chunking, because there's the hard limit of 7 items in short-term memory. And so to say, the only way to get around the limit of short-term memory is through chunking together memory. So if it just said that if you list 7 random things one after the next, that's basically the maximum that any person could remember. And after listing like 8, 9, 10 things, that people are going to start forgetting. But there is a phenomenon that people can actually take in larger amounts of information. It has almost conclusively been demonstrated that is through chunking. And so for anybody who wants to improve their memory, there's thousands of techniques out there. There's people who write books and have courses, and mental gymnastic coaches of any. I mean, there's actually memory competitions, but as opposed to memory being used, memory techniques that chess players, backgammon players, competitive players, Trivial Pursuit, debaters. You just think, I want to be a good debater, so I'm learning memory techniques, because memory is extremely important to debate. And I'm talking like memory, what I will remember, what I want to say. I'm talking about the memory technique of quickly listening and remembering what other people said, even if it's inconsistent axioms or something you never heard before. So like Jennifer's a smart woman, educated, accomplished, built up her own cult, at least a little bit.
I don't know if I go that far. I'm not charismatic enough to go that route. I mean,
I was saying that presumably
people follow me because they have no alternative, because I'm the best at what I do. So it's like, you don't have to like me to use my ideas, and that's the way I like it. So did you want me to do you? chunk you out if you want. It won't take long.
Well, I just say that likely that you in your own mind, like all people, have developed your own memory techniques. So you might be able to articulate some of it, or if you talk to someone like Doooovid, who has put a lot of thought or has expertise in it, I might be able to understand the memory technique that you use. To say that it's a mental process, it's something that's happening in your head. So it's a little bit esoteric. What does it even mean, a memory technique? But then at some extent you say, well, it's a technique. I could explain it, how I do it, and to somebody else, and that they understood that's how I do it, and now that they could produce the same result, and that it's objective, and that, so to say, it works, like speed reading, where you were reading at 400 words a minute, and now all of a sudden you're reading at 600 words a minute, and it's like a chunking exercise. The reason why a person was reading at 400 words a minute, now they're reading at 600 words a minute, is objectively some form, because they're chunking in a more efficient, better way, even though the hard problem of consciousness and how it works, as opposed to like an actual meditative technique, saying like no, here's a technique, here's something that you could do, and to control your own mind, that will allow you to produce superior memory, or like if it's like a math trick, or however you define what does it even mean, a mental trick or a mental technique. Is it like an algorithm or something?
Well, first what I would do is figure out your dosha, and then how much your dosha predicts your behavior. So a person who is extremely low of karma will have a behavior basically right out of the textbook dosha, if you know how to read it. And so I basically figure out, okay, your dominant doshas, there's clearly a contained Vedic impulse. It's hard to see how much is there, without like maybe interviewing your family to see how much you've changed throughout your life. But that's sort of something I could contain to a smaller domain of uncertainty. But just based on your voice, you've got Kapha Pitta, but that doesn't really predict more than 50% of your behavior. So you're constrained in the domain of people who have a more or less well-developed ego. So I would be looking to your astral aspects rather than corporeal ones for prediction. So basically everything could be done in a logical diagram, and then just try to flow that out, and also try to see how many parallel lines there are in the train of thinking to axiomatize how you think. But that takes a while. I'm not going to go into how that's done, but it can be done, but you have to invoke axioms that are emotional and subconscious as well. So I won't go that far into it, but that's a basic idea of how it is. Like, you have to really know the doshas.
Yeah, so psychometrically,
yeah,
from the chunking level, to say, okay, Jennifer has a hard limit of 7 items in short-term memory, but because through effort and work,
I can fill the Doooovid file with way more than 7 measurements, because
you have already created templates that have generic structures in long-term memory, or some sort of memory form that you could match, that you could fill in the template with information, and through memory techniques do that multiple times. So you take your generic templates of the dosha, and then you could take a person and fit in multiple pieces of information and put that into one chunk, so that one chunk operates, that your one of 7 chunks is actually a template. And to some extent, that's a prediction, according to most, of how the mind works at all levels, from minimal sense perception to actual thought and memory techniques. To the question, from a Doooovidism, is it happening in the spiritual realm, in the mind, or in the neurons? But from what Jennifer is saying, from the science of memory in chunking is that she has a well-defined template in her head, and so she could store large pieces of information within well-defined templates and then work with that template in processing power of short-term memory.
Yeah, so like I haven't nailed down your exact karma, but I've basically put a lower limit on it. I'm saying there's a series of issues that I'm just never going to have with this person because like they're basically confident enough in themselves and they sort of get it to some extent.
Yeah, I'm saying from a mental technique is that you have chunked it together. I mean, so whatever your personal determination or your will, your
like a bunch of
emotion.
Numbers.
Yeah, I'm just talking more like as a term of data processing and the file of how the information is stored in your head. And the template can include emotional judgments, and it probably does. And the fact that we could talk about that in future research in that, but just in terms of the mental technique for tomorrow. So Jennifer might, in her own mind, be using some sort of Vedic doshic template in order to chunk the information about the three different people. So the point is there's going to be 5 minutes of three different people, and it's going to be a ton of pieces of information. And relatively, there's a hard limit. You can only remember 7 of those pieces of information. And if Jennifer remembers any more than 7 pieces of information from that, it's because she's chunked it together. And because me and Jennifer know each other pretty well, has spoken, they say that like it's esoteric, and it could be these templates in her mind are physical represented functions and neurons in the brain, or it could be that the non-physical structures happening in some sort of parallel spiritual realm. But either way, that her ability to remember as much as possible will be because she has these well-defined templates in her head that will allow her to store multiple pieces of information and then work with it. So from level, you'd be like, oh, doshas are false, like it's a false template. But from the memory technique, it's still a chunking technique, and if it successfully allows her to chunk together multiple pieces of information, even if some of the chunks are incorrect, and then perceptually, okay, what if you made a false judgment and you chunked it together, like you falsely assumed the person was in the wrong dosha, but you were still able to chunk together pieces of information with the false categorization. And then you have the science of cognitive dissonance of how do you get out of the false categorization to
it's not false, it's just incomplete. Like it would still predict the range of probabilities of various health issues that you could have, right? So I could give you a basic list of like what health issues you would be most at risk to have, but it's not going to predict your personality or your beliefs. It will predict the demeanor, but it won't predict the contents, because that's a spiritual thing. And because you have fully developed ego, who you are is more so defined on that level, right? So it's not that I don't use that information, it's that it's a subordinate piece of information to the more important one. So the point is that I don't make that judgment about everybody. Like someone like ConOps, I think he has the potential to actually be somewhat good at this stuff, but he doesn't live up to his potential. Like he doesn't even try to learn. So I don't put him in the category of like good enough karma, because he doesn't quite know himself well enough to be confident enough to sort of go to that next level. I would like for him to, but my judgment of him won't change until his behavior changes, right? So like future judgments on Doooovid would be derived from basically like if he has some positive thing that's actually tangible from learning this stuff, then that's a positive and whatever.
Well, so I mentioned the character refinement, because the chunk will include your assessment of the person's character together with...
It's more constraining somebody to an interval. It's saying like, okay, you're between here and here, but you're not like you're either here or higher type thing. Or here or lower in ConOps case. It's like the sort of just a tick box sort of thing. It's very intuitive.
Well,
but yeah, there's only
I'm talking more about the
3.
science of, because your taking in information at the same time that includes a judgment of character and the logical structures of what they're saying. And you could divorce the two, where you say, okay, objectively, like, it didn't even matter who said this. You just hear the words that came out, and here's how I'm understanding the structure. But there's also, at the same time, the information about the person and what you could deem about the person's character that comes across from how they present themselves, how they speak. So by nature, per force, the chunk is going to include both the views that you decide about the person, and at the same time where you're trying to build up somewhat an objective world of ideas of what they're actually expressing that in theory could be completely divorced from the person and the character that they currently have. So that's a difficult, but when you chunk it together, that you're actually dealing with these people, you're going to be interacting with them, and you have to interact with the character that they have. So there's not only the idea that they represented it, there's the character that expressed those ideas. So your interaction, you be matched in it, and you talk like that's why you need multiple truth hypothesis, not necessarily to, like what's the truth and like, Doovidism and what Doovid believes, but just as a method to keep all of these things clear in your head and to be able to work, recall, retrieve, store, and corrections, meaning saying that you're that chunking is constantly an error correction process where you chunk together immediately to the best of your ability, because the difficulty, you're saying, if you don't chunk it, the information will be lost. There's a hard limit of 7 things in short-term memory, and if you don't chunk it, it's going to be lost. So you need to chunk it somewhere, even if it's chunked really in the wrong place. So there's some sort of constant error and fixing of error process. As I said, I'm going to repeat again, because you have the hard limit of 7 things in short-term memory, that if you don't chunk it somewhere, it's going to be lost. It's not going to enter long-term memory. And the only way for it to enter long-term memory is to chunk it.
Yeah.
And so even if you chunk it in the, especially, it's short, they're saying someone's speaking, and it might be difficult, and there's multiple pieces of information, and then there's the chat and all these various things. The sense perception is going to be beyond your ability to chunk everything. But, there'll be certain information that you may not know what to do with, but it's important, so you have to chunk it somewhere, and then you need a process of error correction. So that's what I'm getting at when I say multiple truth hypothesis, as a mental technique to for debate and communication.
Yeah, you want to set it up so that you still have enough unknowns to fully solve the equation. So I don't think you can say it's 7. I think that what science shows is that there's 11 dimensions in the human mind, and maybe there's a limit.
It's
it's
psychometric. It's been conclusively shown by psychometric tests.
7 has been shown?
Yes.
Which one? Okay, all I'm saying is that that may
be not
true,
based on
11.
physical laws or the laws of physics or brain science or neurology. It's psychometric tests, but psychometric tests have very conclusively showed 7 in short-term memory. So I keep on repeating. If you don't chunk it, you're not going to remember it. If you just give a random series of letters or numbers, the hard limit is 7.
Yeah,
and
the measurement limit.
If it's anything more than 7, it's because it's been chunked.
Exactly, yeah. So 7 is the measurement limit. We have psychometric tests that demonstrate the measurement limit. All I'm saying is another test seems to suggest the human psychology has 11 dimensions. I don't know. I don't want to say that's necessarily true. That's what science has seemed to indicate. But more, high dimension entity, there's a lot of unknowns. So you could theoretically store more than 7 if you manage to chunk twice in a row, right?
Chunking as a technique definitely works, but the mechanism of how chunking works is not well understood, and there's neural correlates that with the neural correlates of consciousness is that chunking is, if consciousness is happening in the neurons and memory and the various things, that chunking on a physical level makes sense because neurons, so to say, chunk, that they're fired in a certain way, and it creates new wirings that are used for the duration of the brain activity, that the brain has been rewired, and so to say that it's literally chunked. That's like literally on a neural level, but on a psychometric level of what we can measure and how memory works, even if it's not occurring in the physical realm, that chunking makes sense. And then for computer models, where you have computer models that model out algorithms in order to do things, chunking theory produces, from what I understand, the best results of any of the computer models, and also conceptually, just on a small scale, to visualize how cognitive processes work, whether it's physical or in material, is that chunking cognitively makes the most sense of a process that could be put together from smaller levels to higher levels and be consistent and make sense. That yes, the chunking is factually what is happening. So much so that they say that all memory techniques are forms of chunking. And even Jennifer, who maybe obviously she's been streaming with me a while, she knows quite a bit about chunking theory, but she's obviously a smart woman and has acquired enough information that she has thought about memory techniques and uses memory techniques, and she could recognize that the memory techniques that she uses are essentially a form of chunking.
It's holistic chunking because there's a whole which is divided up into parts, and so you could say that it's chunking the signal through that cookie cutter shape to try to divide basically the size of the signal into 3 amplitudes. Because I don't want to cross our wires and misunderstand what you're saying.
Yeah, because you have these existing structures or chunks like templates. So I've been meaning to do the Gobit's, the theory, the theoreticians, the science of expertise, in the working models and templates. And I've done some of these streams, and so I appreciate Jennifer at least being smart enough to use her own mind to examine some of these, to like look at template theory or the competitive versions of chunking theory. But as I said, the key point is that there's this limit in that things only enter short-term memory to long-term memory when they're chunked together. It's very difficult to just remember some random single item, but things could be remembered relatively easy if they're chunked together with something else already in existence. So whatever template that Jennifer already has in her head, that the information she remembers is within the templates that she already has in her head, that's how she goes about chunking. And so like the multiple truth hypothesis I don't have to insert templates into her head. She gets to work with her own templates. It's just a understanding of the various templates. And then I'm saying also, Jennifer, like she has to have some sort of system to remember false and bad ideas, just like that she's communicating someone said something to her, even though it's false, she could still remember and say back what the person said to her. Just because it's false doesn't mean they said like, no, I forgot what you said because it was false.
It's visualizing the logical train so that it's in the pure form realm, right? So you're not restricted. Like when I do doshas and gunas, it's entangled with the material realm. So it's a lot easier to find wrong logic in the ideal realm because you can literally just trace it out. And you have to know what the correct template is and then basically draw a line or a vector between the correct template and what the person has said, and then figure out what series of steps you need to get there, then invert it. So it's a bit complicated, but yeah, everything basically is like a parallel computer. So when I'm listening to somebody making an argument, I put a lot of energy into the central state, which is to like what they're saying at that very moment. And then as soon as I recognize something that is either axiomatically incomplete, axiomatically false, or axiomatically true, I'll make a note of it and it'll go into the metadata. So it'll be reduced to a single number. And I think that's the going into the long-term memory step that you're alluding to. Isn't it so cool that psychometry demonstrated the measurement limit? It's just an interesting coincidence, isn't it? It's like awesome.
Well, we call it
like
a coincidence or a
that.
demonstration, or I mean, to some level, to yeah, I mean, it is interesting like that, but you know, to the actual implications. So let's wrap it up. And unfortunately, I think it's unlikely you're going to do a post show, but you know, like if you wanted to hit 1,000 subs, and even just in terms of the chunking, that after your performance, if
Yeah,
you
maybe I
don't
should
chunk,
just do like,
if you don't
like a
chunk
video.
the new viewers, that people are interested in what you said immediately, they're going to forget. They're not going to be chunked. I mean, say maybe a handful will, like hopefully, like no matter how you perform, even if you do, you know, God forbid, really badly, you're probably still you're likely to gain viewers than lose viewers. Like God forbid, even if you did the worst performance of your life tomorrow night, God forbid, it's still likely that you would gain a few subs than lose a few subs, because you know the likelihood that one of the people that already subbed would be watching and you would perform so badly they would unsub to you, or just generically that a handful of people are going to sub, you know, no matter how you perform. But you're saying like, no, the people that watch you and like what you say and are most likely, you know, to so to say, to get them into to sub and become one of your regular, is because you're going to do a post show and speak to them directly right after the show. So it's you know, the people that just heard me on Modern Day Debate, here I am, here's my channel, you know, let's talk, welcome, let me show you around, let me introduce you to some of the people. And that's how you build your channel. And it's a different skill set than you know, kind of like being a doorman, a maitre d', or you know, the various forms. And maybe Jennifer doesn't like doing it, doesn't excel in doing it. I don't really like doing it, but like I could do it, and I could do it on behalf of somebody else, because of tomorrow's Friday night, I won't be able to do a post stream with Jennifer. But like, yeah, I think I'm pretty proficient. It's not that difficult to do, you know, just be like, welcome to Jennifer's channel, you know, these are the people, these are some of the ideas, you know, turn right at this corner if you want to go here, or left there, and make it amenable to the people that just saw you on there and are interested in more of your content. So you think like it's close to 0% chance you're going to do that by yourself, or you might do a post stream tomorrow?
Maybe like a short one, and put the link in the chat type thing if people want to come on. Not the usual idiot brigade of people who just want to nip at my heels like a bunch of gutter rats. I mean, I've heard it all. It's like, I'm tired of explaining to you why you're wrong. So,
well, I'd say if you know, legitimate goal, hit 1,000 subs, you know, like that, it's possible that you could do it with tomorrow night's performance, and that even that you could do it in a post stream, that you could get a larger audience than normal, and new people and people sharing, and you know, get it all done with, you know, this weekend, and get the 1,000 subs, and that is within the realm of a good performance and a post show. And I think that's actually pretty likely. I think like if you have a good performance and do a post show, it's pretty likely that you'll hit 1,000 subs even this weekend.
oh, thanks. Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed.
And but even the post show is important, and you know, avoiding the conflict where it's like, okay, like, you know, like, welcome, come to my house, and then like you're yelling at your disgruntled house guest or something like that, where it's going to be hard to you know, make a whole bunch of new friends, show them to your house, when, you know, the first thing they get in, they hear you like yelling with your disgruntled house guest.
Or maybe they think, wow, awesome, I'll never have to deal with someone else's stupidity when Jen is around.
Well, I was saying that it's more formality and kind of like being a doorman, where it's saying like, yeah, like I promoted the synagogue.
Yeah, come in if you're cool and you can handle the bands, and if not, well, there's the door.
Well, you have to give tours of your own place, and saying like you know, like, no, I mean, like you might do security and bounce people out, but you're not likely to get a whole bunch of new subs if you're spending too much time doing security and bouncing people out. Like you have to, and you really have to do that for yourself. You have to man. I mean, I say, because I did the party promoting, so you have to man the door for yourself. That you can have other people man the door for you, but like in reality, is you really have to be able to man the door for yourself. And if you can't man the door for yourself, you're in trouble. Like, because that means either other people are going to be determining who gets in and out of you, or you're just not gonna be able to have anything, because it's going to be haphazard, or you're not going to be able to get anybody if you're not manning the door. So if it's a skill you can't build up, like you may never reach 1,000 subs. You may not be cut out to be an e-personality, e-celeb.
I don't think I ever wanted to be an e-celeb. I wanted to have productive discussions where at the end of it, it's obvious that someone's learned something. I don't really care what, but it would be nice to get that feeling. That's all I really care about in clarifying my own theories. Being an e-celeb to me is a very negative proposition. It seems to be the opposite of what I would want.
Well, I was saying that I mean, however you play the word game and label that there will be people that see you tomorrow and find it interesting enough that they want to listen to exclusive you right after the performance. I will be doing a post stream, and you could listen to exclusively the me, and that there will be enough people that will say, yeah, that sounds interesting, that you'll hit your 1,000 subs. And kind of like I did with No More News and JF, and so that's like you want the terminology e-celeb, pejorative, or so you could make money and monetize whatever quantitative measure. But yeah, I would say, like, in terms of winning, that's what I would look at for the win. Like, I don't think you're not there to defeat agnosticism in terms of a structure, and also of future invites, and clearly presenting what you have to say, sounding intelligent, and generally you don't beat people, you make good relations and connections with people. You're saying like Charles Moskowitz, like, I'm not trying to beat him, we're still talking months later. Like Adam Green, like, I still talk with him. JF, I still talk with him. I wasn't trying to beat him. We had a good debate, a good performance. Hopefully it was good for them and it was good for me, and therefore we have a positive working relationship moving forward. And sometimes there's dharma and conflict, but generally you're better off if everybody that you work with, generally you could create a positive working relationship going forward, especially streaming, where it's saying, like, you'll probably meet and see these people again, and as you grow bigger and have more people listening to you, your fragment of your audience in some way will be fragmented by the other streamers that they listen to. So if you do gain 100 subs this weekend, that probably 50, 75 of those subs are going to be chunked together with the other people that they were people that watched this other person, and they probably are going to continue to watch that other person, and in addition also start watching you. And that's why you have good forward working relations with basically everyone.
Well, you've seen how things have gone so far.
Yeah, so when you take your approach and say, like,
there's
no,
an axiomatic contradiction. People are so easily offended that it's like you can't say basically anything of substance. So you have to select, on what grounds you're willing to offend people. And it's when they say stuff that's absolutely offensively not true. So it's like, if somebody got triggered because I told them they were wrong, it's kind of on them, because that's my limit. It's like, I'm not just going to get steamrolled. So I have to make that judgment. It's like, is the thing so egregious that I should interject, or just let it fill up the room like a stinky fart? Because, like, it says something about me that if I'm not willing to push back on assertions that are obviously not true, and that's what I really care about, is knowing the truth. What other people
so
think
that you
about
can't
me
build
is
up
like, I don't
positive.
give a shit.
You can't build up positive working relationships with
I
people.
would like to. I know how to act professional, but it's never me who acts unprofessional first. It's the other person. They hear something in my theory, they say an ad hom, and I say, I'm not going to take ad homs from some schlub without fighting back, because that makes me a complete pushover, and I'm not that way.
Yeah, I mean, like the more business angle, say like, no, I have productive professional relations, and people exhibit bad character, but as long as the deal worked out, that they paid, and the transaction cleared, that you could still work together with the person despite their bad character.
Sure, I can talk. I'll talk to anybody. It's always other people who give up first, other than the ones who are just obviously coming in bad faith, like Claire. That would just be the
say that you could
forever,
become
right?
my customer whether you perfect your character or not. Like you'd be better off if you go through a character refinement, become a better person. But I'll allow you, I'll encourage you to become my customer regardless of whether you take a character, you change your character or not.
Oh yeah, exactly. There's no expectation on my part for people to change their character, because I think that those changes always come from within, and it's the same with like teaching knowledge. It's like people have to read the articles, go through it, and see if they agree with it and how they feel about it, and that's a big part of it. So it's like the streaming part would really only be subsequent to that, where it would actually be meaningful, because you could talk about like what your impressions of the stuff was, blah blah. But I don't know. I don't want to give people the wrong impression that I want to get lost in these circular talks, right? Because a lot of people, that is just enough for them. But for me, it's like, yeah, I could super get interested, but if I can't use my mind in the conversation, because everything being discussed is just this veiled sort of passive aggressive, I don't know. It's very boring because there's no information to extract from it.
Okay, so anything you want to say, or just to wish you good luck tomorrow night? And
I don't think we actually went through the debate at all, which is pretty classic, because we've been at this for 5 hours and 25 minutes, and I think we maybe spent 2 minutes on my debate, but that's okay. I think it's hard to prepare for a 5-minute thing, because it's just more, it's so much on the like timing that it matters. So I don't know. I appreciate
proper preparation prevents poor performance, and no, I'm saying like we wasted largely quite a bit of time, and hopefully there was
I thought the stream was great. I mean, what was wrong with the stream?
Well, just that it could have been condensed, or a lot of time was wasted, and it's like, okay, a person who takes low birth, you say, okay, time is money, and if you took low birth, your time is worth less money. And so the loss that you had was because time is money, and you wasted time, and because you took low birth, you didn't realize how valuable your time could be. And so that perspective, it's like preparation, and it could always be better. It's somewhat relative, but it was like, no, I mean, this was a pretty weak debate prep in terms of like producing good debate, like on an objective level. Like I'm sure you're going to do fine relatively, and even benchmarking on like you hitting 1,000 subs, but from an objective level of getting to the bottom of ideas, it should have been like all charts. It should have been like you doing a practice speech and critiquing it, and not even being scared that like you even preferring that your opponents would see your practice speech. Saying a more professional kind of like
it's the same principle of telling the same joke over and over again, and the diminishment of associated funniness. That's why I didn't really want to do like a prep, because what if that one ends up being better than the one on the show? It's like, oh.
Well, I mean, it's just professionalism in general, public speaking, proper preparation. And so, okay, you make it public, but saying like, no, what you could still do that with like your husband tomorrow or something. Like you might have reason not to do it publicly, but like no, probably what the most important thing you should do is prepare, and even to practice giving your introduction even to multiple times. That's probably the single biggest factor that you could do that will increase your performance tomorrow. That's just basic preparation skills, that is through the best practice of professionals.
Wouldn't it be better to visualize myself doing it?
No, because there's two separate things.
Because then I can do it on 2-speed.
There's two separate things. There's the actual physical practice, and then there's the coherent flow of your ideas, and the preparation is different. That's what I said. Like there's, I was telling Forex Shark who didn't get on the presentation, the theatrics, stage presence versus the arguments, the flow, the understanding, the structure. So knowing what you're going to say, the structure of the arguments, the ideas, and then having a rhetoric strategy, prepared remarks, your various things are largely two different disciplines that are combined into the performance process.
True.
So-
Yeah, I think I'll be mainly focusing on the rhetoric angle and emotionalism simply because it's so short.
Yeah, so I mean, reality is like, yeah, you should prepare and practice a speech is probably the best. I mean, it's not saying that you should, but it was saying like, in all best practices, like, yeah, if you really wanted optimal performance, and even for like a debate prep, that and a flow, saying that an outline, it could be, so like Dom, so like relatively, I think this was pretty, like we took forever and we didn't even cover, like I didn't even finish the flow of my first debate, and that's the point. To say that if it's not flowable, it's a poor performance, and the fact that we couldn't even go over the flow for my first debate is somewhat indicative of the likelihood of tomorrow being a flowable conversation, and it's hard work, saying if we continue to do this, to afterwards flow your performance, and then you see how coherent and logical and talking past each other, because flowing it produces some sort of physical evidence of the coherence of what happened and the relative success or failure of the communication. So it's objective, kind of like playing chess. You prepare before, and then you have the game, and then you analyze afterwards. And debate is the same way. You prepare before, and then you have it, and then you analyze it afterwards. And that's really that's how you get better. If you don't do it, you don't get better. And just debating a lot has much limited improvement to preparing and analyzing debates. That you get much better debating, not from debating a lot, but from preparing for debates and analyzing the debates after that. That's actually been demonstrated to be much more important than the actual debating itself.
Meta-analysis versus analysis.
Yeah, I mean, what we call science in the science of we call focused study. That it
That's
has
right
to
up my alley.
effortful study. That you have to. It has to be a distance process where you're changing your it's effortful because it's causing you dissonance, because you're going against that you actually learned something, because your current state of expertise has certain amount of predictions that are false. In order to reach the next level of expertise, you have to suffer the dissonance of getting rid of false axioms, and it's a dissonance creating process, and that's why it requires focused effort to do. And it's more through the preparation and analysis, because when you're in the process, you could like ConOps or Claire, you could just say the same thing over and over again, or give the same failed arguments, and it's more theatrics in measuring your performance as opposed to the actual analysis of the argument. If you prepare beforehand what you're going to say, and you're saying like, no, there's no way they would have said that if he prepared for it prepared for it before, and would you repeat it if you analyzed it afterwards and looked at a flow or rewatched the video and saw that that's how you performed? And so that that's the key process, is the preparation and the analysis afterwards, because if you don't do that, people actually will keep on repeating the same mistakes. And the chess studies shown that conclusively. People play for years, decades, and don't get any better, and even make the exact same mistakes for decades. So in debates and argumentation and human interaction, it's also like that, where people don't improve. They make the same mistakes, really for their whole life. And a lot of times it is pretty simple. If someone had prepared and thought like, okay, I'm about to interact with this person who I've had difficult times interacting with. Let me prepare for how I'm going to interact with them. And then, let me analyze afterwards how the interaction went. That makes a huge difference, and usually, actually solves a majority of problems to go through a process like that. However, it's very difficult to go through processes, and the dissonance causes people to avoid these self-improvement processes of preparing and analyzing after. Preparing before and analyzing after.
Oh, absolutely. It's that's why I'm always down to do this, because it's the only thing. Well, I don't want to say it's the only thing that's interesting to me, but it's the thing I'm most interested in. The abstract logic, like how complex can you get in terms of a coherent logical formalism, and how long you can keep threading it for, right? Because it's theoretically forever if you can chunk it to the long-term memory, or the limit of the limit of the long-term memory, which is effectively forever. But yeah, you said you wanted to wrap it up, so I won't keep you, but great chat. And anytime you want to do this, I'm down. I'll do my best to keep it on topic. Like, I think at first is sort of a crossing wires of not being clear exactly the intention, but I do think you should be open if possible, or consider the possibility of being open to the idea of actually trying to say these logical arguments super fast, because that'll increase a certain level of communication. It speeds up the process of remembering. Like, you want to know how I remember these complicated things? Like, I'll just show you. You do have to repeat them a few times, and then they eventually sink in on the level that they need to sink in on. It's not the same as the other levels of memory. Anyway, thanks everyone in the audience for listening, and hope you enjoy the process of beating me into some semblance of civility for consumption by the masses.
Yeah, we'll see
see you tomorrow. I guess I'll be streaming after the show.
Yeah, I think that Jennifer also has her, with JF next Tuesday. So hopefully, Week in Review, we'll discuss that paper, and wish Jennifer luck and good karma, and hopefully she'll get the 1,000 subs this week. So have a great night, and hopefully people will be there in the chat to show the support for Jennifer tomorrow, and we'll review it Week in Review and prepare for the performance. And if Jennifer wants, maybe on her channel Tuesday event, we could do a separate preparation channel for the JF stream. So have a great night, everyone.